my mystery woman. Flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation. The spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, no, take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me.
A warm welcome, everybody, to DreamLeague Division 2 Season 4. We've had quite a couple of these at this point. My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined by Winter as we take you through the incoming pits of hell. Because all these teams, they were playing the close qualifiers, but they fell short. Whether it's second or third place, they ended up losing out those main slots. So Winter, it's time for the Battle Royale. There are only 2 slots remaining, and all of these teams are fighting hard for their chance in the next few days.
Remember what happened in season 1? We had Yandex.
Yeah, that was not fair.
What do you mean that's not fair? We're looking for the next Yandex, you know? We're looking
That's
for
true.
the next superstar team coming out of Division 2.
Sure. And some of these teams, we already know them, right? You look at your 1-wins, you look at your Nigma Galaxies, you almost kind of get the feeling that they maybe should have already made it to DreamLeague, but maybe their regions a little bit more contested than they expected. And then at the same time, we have some new names coming out of nowhere. We have Lynx, we have Breaky Cheeky, we've got some South America representation as well. So that's going to be really cool. I think South America rejects, they are going to be looking to try and prove that they belong at the top. These are some teams that have also made it to some other international or tier 1 events. So trying to get back up there. Of course, we have some nice Southeast Asia and China representation here as well. We got Raw Gaming, which will be part of our first matchup of the day, and Ivory that had almost made history in Southeast Asia. Winter, we were kind of losing our minds a little bit. It had never been done before. But now they still have a chance to climb back up, even if it wasn't through the Southeast Asia close qualifiers. So let's look at the standings just to kind of get a full view of the teams that we have here in Season 4. It's just, the standings aren't updated yet. So everything's 0-0, but we're just kind of looking here just to run through the teams. Are there any particular rosters that have caught your interest or you think could be that new Yandex that you were referring to, Winter?
Definitely Ivory, bro. Ivory.
Okay, you gotta have to sell it a bit harder than that. You don't even sound convinced yourself.
What do you mean I don't sound convinced? I'm here telling you the first thing that comes to mind when you ask me that damn question is Ivory. And that doesn't sell it to you?
Okay, you gotta explain yourself. You gotta explain yourself. You gotta back your argument up.
They look like a tier 1 team, a potential tier 1 team. I think
Holy.
the patch maybe helped them a little bit, but they clearly also figured out certain things when we were along their journey in the close qualifiers. You know, a couple of close qualifiers, we were able to watch them this year. So they definitely showed a lot of like improvements. Like if I'm not gonna mention Ivory, I'm probably gonna mention someone else. Like I think
South America Rejects is like the obvious one, right? Maybe.
Yeah, South American Rejects, and then there's the I feel like Nigma also has some potential, but I don't know if I can add them to the list of new team coming up because they're Nigma, they're just like such a huge team already. They just didn't really do so well recently, so they're stuck here. But if I want to pick another new and upcoming team, I'll probably pick 1-win. I think they are a team that maybe has some potential to get to the next level. They're not far off. All these teams, they're in very competitive regions, Eastern Europe, Western Europe. All these teams from there, they are teams that could, on any given day, beat the stronger teams.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the patch. It's just a matter of momentum. And right now, we're going to ride the wave into a draft between Raw Gaming and their opponents. The first opponents just off the top of my head. Raw Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy, of course. How could I forget? But yeah, we'll have the draft for you on screen very shortly. But yeah, I completely agree. Actually, for me, before we get into this specific matchup, I think the team that I'm watching out for is Team Lynx, because they had some pretty decent performances in the Western Europe close qualifiers. Like you said, they brought the heat to Team Liquid. And most recently, by recently, I mean literally yesterday, they won the latest season of EPL against Namiga Gaming. So I think these guys, if they're able to harness that momentum, they're going to be really powerful. Lynx are playing up against 1-win on one of the other streams right now. We have all 4 streams happening at the same time. This is the main stream, but you got Storm, Ember, Earth popping out as well. So if you don't see the teams you're here to watch, you can just search ESL_Dota 2 on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, it'll all be streaming in the same place. But you want to stay right here because, of course, we got the bad chests out in Nigma Galaxy. You ain't got Miracle, you ain't got Sumail anymore, but still Kuroki in the driver's seat coaching. You got GH, you got Omar. What's not to love? And this is going to be a pretty rough matchup for Raw because as far as we are aware, this Chinese team is still in China. They didn't travel out anywhere closer to the EU servers to play, so there might be a bit of that ping differential that they need to start getting used to.
Probably around what 150, 180 from China. Even with
It can't be more than
VPN.
200, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you can actually use VPN to solve the problem. Maybe you can, but yeah, it's not easy, to play with. Even I think above 100, 120, it's already annoying, and some mid players will tell even 80 is annoying.
Yeah,
So
yeah. It depends on
definitely
how
going.
particular they are.
This is definitely going to be something that they have to, I think, account for. In the draft, you try to, uh, I think, pick a lineup where you don't really need to have a high execution level, so the ping actually doesn't affect you as much. Like non-micro heroes, but they have Beastmaster. I mean, I guess Beastmaster is okay right now. It's not so much about the hell micro; it's about the agonims. So the ping
Yeah.
doesn't bother you as much.
Yeah, I'd say the ping probably influences a hero that they've already banned out, right? The IO. Those last second relocate saves, I'm thinking like Dazzle Graves, Oracle False Promises, things that need to be pressed right in the moment as a reaction. That's probably something you want to stay clear of. But already, we're seeing a Pango picked into a Beastmaster. Now, we understand that Nigma Galaxy value this hero pretty highly because they can flex it with Noob and Devi, but then you're picking it into a Beastmaster that can roar the Rolling Thunder in place. Do you think the Pango is really good enough to warrant this, I guess, response?
If you have two players playing the hero, I think that is already a very valuable asset, for your team to pick the hero. The counter with the role, controlling the role, that's okay. And you can always definitely play around it. When you have a dagger, it doesn't impact you as much. And the role doesn't full disable your role. So if you compare that to maybe something like a grip, it's not so bad.
Sure. I think also in the past when we talk about raw countering the Pango, it was usually an off-lane Beastmaster, right? This was before all the carry mid beasts came out. So now the raw feels so much more important to use sparingly. Like you want to raw, kill the target, because if you're just using raw to stop a roll, it might not be worthwhile. Here is an Omar Rubik that's going to come out. Steal the raw, that's going to be pretty useful. But overall, just a good lane pairing with Pango. So using their 8 pick and 13 pick just to maybe set up a strong offlane duo, that's going to be pretty hard to break down.
Yeah, potential duo, the Rubik and Pango, there's a lot of spam. Swashbuckle, Fate Bolt, gonna be pretty annoying. They're gonna even double down right now, Raw. More disables for the role. The Treant Protector, one of the, I think, top supports at dealing with the Pangolier, not just the role, but also the living armor, giving you some help against the Pangolier's physical damage. So pretty nice hero.
Pretty interesting to me that we've gone from everybody first banning Doom at the beginning of the patch to now this hero, we don't even see him anymore, right? Maybe the damage numbers being tweaked were enough, or perhaps it's just a hero that doesn't fit the pace of the current meta.
The pace-wise, I feel like he fits, but the laning phase, I think, got nerfed a lot. So it's very hard for you to, I think, dominate the lane. When he was first changed, was 7.41, I think the laning phase was just absurd. Like, you can't really lose your lane because you have the health regen and you have so much damage to overwhelm your enemy with the Scorch Earth in the lane. But after they literally remove one level away, because right now the level 4 is similar to the previous level 3 damage numbers.
Right.
So he kind of got kicked hard in the nuts, and they also nerfed the innate.
That's certainly one way of putting it, Winter. Definitely Doom clutching onto his pearls right now. He's not anywhere to be seen. Well, looking at the Bat Rider, though, it's interesting how the priorities change, right? When you look at... Yeah, that's the big question. How did Bat get through? Because now I'm looking back at the bans. Nigma Galaxy, really high focus on taking out these support heroes. They've taken out the Hoodwink, Shadow Demon, Phoenix, and then kind of similar story for Raw, maybe just showing GH that respect. Because the first bans were Bristleback, that we know Devi and, Noob even might play. And then it's Kotal Io, Tusk. If this is not a GH ban list, I don't know what is. At this point, you throw in the Rubik ban and the Earthshaker ban. Why not?
And he's gonna play Oracle this game. Oracle is fantastic this game against Tree, against Bat, against Beast. I think it's definitely a very strong consideration as a pick here. I think a lot of teams, they kind of see the game as the first 15 minutes they are dictated by your supports. So if your supports are pretty good at certain heroes, why not, just remove some of the bans. And if the particular pick like Kotal is a flex for the particular team, they can play it on sub, they can play it on mid lane, then it adds even more value if you ban it in the first place, you know. So I think a lot of teams have been just getting better and better at utilizing the bans specific against their opponents. Need to take them out of their comfort zone, you know.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, they're already out of their comfort zone, so just keep going, right? You see that maybe Clove and Lloyd, they're really liking these Phoenixes. Hoodwing, that's all they play, take it out. But I'm wondering about the Oracle, because I'm worried that if they pick the Oracle and then they switch the bat to 4, I wonder how many problems that would cause. Because, I mean, right now, Nigma Galaxy, they're going to use this 16-17. Okay, there's the Oracle, there's the Moeta. So usually Moeta paired up with a bit more of a bodyguard, maybe a clock or a tree, but you don't have the tree available, and the Oracle's just too good to pass up, I guess.
Yeah, the laning is going to be complicated, I feel. Moeta and Oracle. But maybe the consideration is because Oracle can dispel everything, so technically he's kind of a bodyguard against this lane, but I don't know if the lanes are going to be swapped, you know, what is actually the possibility in these lanes. I've seen some teams play bad, you know. Well, I guess if they put bad on support, it's tree and bad, right? No matter who goes to the off lane, Oracle's going to be able to deal with that particular hero. So I think maybe Nigma feels like no matter what, Moeta's going to have a good game, and they also maybe want to pick Moeta as a block because the enemy has Trian. You already mentioned Trian and Moeta together is a very potent combination in the lane in the game. So maybe they are thinking they are not going to want to give it away, you know, to Raw Gaming. So this is something that probably caught Raw Gaming by surprise. They're using a lot of their time. So we'll see how they kind of respond to this. Moeta is kind of annoying, you know. You have to pick certain heroes that can copy him, you know, Morphling, Grimstroke, usually to be able to deal with the Moeta in the late game.
The pieces starting to fall into place here with the Storm Spirit, so it's maybe an answer somewhat to the Moeta. You're going to have a lot of magic damage to pump in even through the Pierce the Veil. Maybe Raw need to look into ways of keeping the tempo up, because I'm imagining a late game Moeta with that BKB Pierce the Veil timing. It's gonna be really tough for Raw. They have some BKB piercing disables just to keep her in place and buy that time. I just don't know. I guess Storm is also going to help find the Oracle in the early games, burst down the back line. I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty solid 18 here.
Yeah, it's also, I think, a good switch up because Oracle doesn't deal with Zoo heroes well. So I think the Beastmaster's role here is going to be a Helm hero. You're going to go Overlord, you're going to run them over with this like Zoo with the Bat and Storm catching you. So most likely we're going to see Bat and Tree as their support duo because the Oracle is a big deterrent to core Bat Rider. So they move into a support role and we'll see what carry they decide to pick, you know, to round up their lineup on the Raw Gaming side. But it seems like Raw Gaming Nigma feel like Raw Gaming is going to pick an offlane, and I feel Beast is going to be the carry here. But I don't know. I think the Beast is good on the offlane here. Maybe it's a hero limitation. I'm not sure. But because the support Oracle and Ruby, I think the Helm, the Overlord is very valuable in this game against the Nigma lineup.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the Raw Gaming offlaner's recent hero, Sheng Si. He's not picked up this Beastmaster in quite a while. So you might be onto something, Winter, where it could be just a hero limitation thing. Maybe in picking it, they've already decided, okay, it's probably Ukiyo who will be the one to play it.
Yeah, because on paper, you don't really want the Beast and the tree to be in the same lane, double melee, and the Beast will cut down the trees.
Yeah, it's a bit, the Beast is throwing his axes and the Tree Protector's there like, bro, do you really have to do that? Like, come on. Like, what the hell, man? But quick look at the match history. It is, in fact, Ukiyo who has played it once in the past week, but they haven't otherwise really prioritizes this Beastmaster. So interesting to see, maybe they've been practicing it in scrims, we're not too sure, the puck ban to protect the Storm, and then now Raw Gaming are looking at a potential last pick offlaner or a carry, I guess. Is there anything that looks attractive in this pool, maybe versus the Pango and Muerta?
Weaver's really good here. They have no... I mean, there's a Rubik, but I think Weaver's really good against the other heroes, and it's good with Trian. But if you really hate the idea of picking Weaver into Rubik, then maybe there's a Luna. Then you want a hero that there's some kind of magic damage to throw into the Muerta during her Pierce the Veil. So I think Luna could be a decent solution. It works with Beast. Luna Beast are very traditional duo. With the Treant Protector, you group up, you push towers. The Beast has drums, pipe, Overlord, you just siege, and then once you get to the high ground, the glyphs are bouncing, and there's nothing the enemy can do to come close. So I really like Luna to round out their lineup. Those are the two picks
Sure.
that I have in mind right now.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not a Luna player, but if I was Ukiyo in this draft and my drafter said, "Hey, yo, pick the Luna," I'd be so scared. Whoa. Okay. Well, there's some shenanigans afoot here. Looks like this could be a Storm carry? Question mark.
Storm/Corp carry. Yes, they're
Yeah,
both okay
yeah.
with the trim.
Looks like it. I mean, I kind of get why they avoided the Luna because I'm thinking if someone pops the Eclipse and the Oracle just puts Fate's Edict on, that entire ultimate does nothing, which is crazy. And then you think about, I guess in a way, the Luna late game versus Muerta as well. If you have that Fate's Edict BKB, it's gonna be rough. Ember Spirit coming out. That's pretty interesting. I guess Ember Spirit would be fine into both Quap and Storm, regardless of how they're going to line it up. So it is a Queen of Pain carry. This is very interesting. I don't think I've seen this really at all.
I guess I want to enforce the Corp against Pango matchup or something. I'm not sure. I mean, Corp carry the build. I guess you still do the same thing. Singe,
Yeah.
Kaya, then you go Aghanim's, then you go the... I've seen the Bloodstone build most of the time. I don't know if there'll be any deviation because you move the hero to the safe end. But I doubt you're going to be building any right-click items on this hero.
Yeah, I remember there was a distant past when Quaps might go like MJ into like AC, that kind of thing, and then sort of play a bit more right-click, but that doesn't seem real anymore.
Probably not, because you're not really using the hero effectively, I think, in the early. And she's so strong in the early mid game, you want to be getting all this Kaya Singe, the mana items, the tankability items to allow you to play aggressive. I wasn't really a big fan of that MJ build on Corp.
Yeah, it's a bit more funky, I would say.
Right? You will go Blink, Shadow Strike, and stats, right? There's no Scream because you don't need the Scream to farm.
Yeah. It was kind of weird, but we're past that now. And Nigma Galaxy rounding out their draft with an Ember Spirit. So just a good hero for the overall team to play with. They don't exactly have a frontliner, but now they have a lot of ways of poking, prodding, and trying to fish a reaction from Raw. These are some interesting drafts. They don't really resemble what we are seeing in the current Tier 1 recent tournaments, like, for example, the ongoing PGL Wallachia. That's not really... It's kind of off, right? So what are your initial thoughts? What does each team want to do coming into this first game?
I think Raw Gaming, they just want to roll you off the game with the Beastmaster. Basically, Nigma, I feel like they have probably a little bit slower draft with the Muerta. Muerta needs to farm a lot. But
Yeah.
their last pick, the Ember Spirit, I think this hero is going to be a menace for the Raw Gaming side. Their supports can't really deal with Ember. Well, what is your reliable catch against Ember Spirit? You have a stun with Raw, but against a competent Ember Spirit, it's going to be not very reliable to Raw the Ember every time, especially before you have Dagger. So I think it's gonna be difficult for the Ember if he to catch the Ember. If the Ember gets like a good start, you have an early Mage Slayer, which is fantastic against Storm. It's very good against Quap. Just in general, very annoying because 3 Bat Rider support duo, you can't really touch the Ember Spirit in the early game.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that because I was so hyper fixated on the Ember's mid lane matchup. I'm thinking, versus the Storm, versus the Quap, that's going to be pretty rough. But you're absolutely right. Ember, he is going to be really hard to keep in check this game. Noob, I'm thinking an early Mage Slayer, maybe even a Spirit Vessel. He is going to cause chaos, but in a way, he has to, right? You mentioned that the Nigma Galaxy draft is a bit slower. If it's not him running around and making things happen, I don't know who else can.
Now he's going to have, I think, a lot of room to do it because he has an Oracle. Let's not forget, Oracle can tell you where are the runes, what time the Rosh is going to spawn. So it's going to give a hero like Ember Spirit a huge advantage in the early game on how to deal with the rune control, like especially this type of matchup, Ember against Storm. It's a very rune control heavy matchup. Everybody wants to fight for the runes. The Storm is going to have the living armor to help him out in the lane. So it's going to be a little bit unfair, so to speak. But you have Oracle, so I guess that kind of balance everything out in a way, so you'll be able to take the runes hopefully on the Ember Spirit. I think overall both sides have very, distinct and different drafts. They have very different strategies. Nigma Galaxy, they're going to be playing through the Ember Spirit a lot. Whereas for Raw Gaming, I think their primary hero to play through is going to be that Beastmaster, going for the helm, going for. I'm expecting a lot of aura items from drums, maybe pipe, just to play with the creeps and try to overrun the Nigma Galaxy side before this Moeta becomes a huge problem.
So is it one of those cases where you're not wanting to see an Aghanims? If Mr. Sheng Si starts queuing up an Aghanims, you're going to be like, okay, well, it's cooked. Because the way you're making it sound is that Nigma Galaxy, they get to that late game with the Moeta, they are going to be the ones in complete control.
Yes, that is precisely what I'm saying, Mr. Sang.
Okay.
And if you click
Wonderful.
on Beastmaster, you will see that he agrees with me.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Because if man trying to get greedy, you got a quad carry, mid storm, and Aghanims, Varmin, offlane Beastmaster. Ain't no man gonna do shit. We're gonna see some late game Dota with the Treant Protector trying his damn best to keep things afloat for the squad in terms of keeping these towers alive. But a bit of a late smoke here, gathering back in the triangle. Nigma Galaxy, they're farting around in the top side because they're clearing out the trees to prevent the Treant Protector from having as much of an impact in this lane. Some pretty interesting positions being held by these teams.
You see, sometimes Treant Protectors, they go to the offlane precisely because of this, right? They just move around so that they kind of don't get affected so much by this tree chopping deforestation tactic that you're applying against the tree in the early game.
Yeah.
I think it
Try
has
to
some
figure out-
merit some games.
I wonder, I'm still trying to put together the pieces of what this Queen of Pain is meant to do, because you were saying that it's to enforce this quad Pango matchup. Is it really that bad for Devi?
Yes, it's a pretty difficult matchup. That's why you see what Nigma Galaxy doing right now. They are moving the Oracle here to dispel the Shadow Strike.
Oh,
They're
okay.
moving
So,
the other support bottom. Rubik is gonna go bot. I think this is a pretty nice swap for the overall lane setup. Obviously, this is going to benefit the bat because the bat is like, oh wait, the Oracle's not here. Thank the Lord, man.
yeah, someone's gonna have to suffer. It's either the Bat or the Queen of Pain in terms of getting their debuffs dispelled. And at least this time around, Nigma Galaxy choosing to invest a bit in Devi's early game. They don't want him to fall too behind. They need that Rolling Thunder in these early skirmishes.
Yeah, at the same time, I also do feel like because they have the Rubik here, the Rubik is also gonna deal with the ball better. I guess the Oracle is not. I guess you can also kill the ball with your nuke. So I think overall with the setup, it's mainly to allow Devi to have a better start. So I can see Nigma definitely agreeing with your sentiment that they have to prioritize Devi Lama a little bit more.
Yeah, what's the build here for the Pango? Because I've seen quite a few Diffusals, but I mean, Diffusal was always the build, and then nowadays we're seeing some Mage Slayers pop up. Which one do you think is the better option here?
Yeah.
Is there a secret third option?
That's an interesting question. Because the Ember also kind of wants to buy Mage Slayer. I don't know if it's bad to have two in a team.
You can't get too many Mage Slayers, a bunch of mages on the opposing team. A lot of their damage is spell damage, right? And I think cutting that down will be really useful.
But Diffu also has a lot of value. Yeah, the mana burn against like Co-op, against Storm.
True.
I mean, usually you see some games, if it's really good, people will buy both. But it's gonna affect your Aghanim's timing if you do that. Unless you're having such a good game, you're just snowballing out of control.
Oh, great recognition from the Nigma Galaxy side there to understand they could pressure the Beast. Usually it's the other way around, but when you pick a Beastmaster to run over the early game and you're the one getting run over first, it's not too good of a look. Now, at least Clove managing to get that Falcon Blade on the courier, but might go down for it. Rincy needs a few more shots. Oh! Slaps him on the back of the head.
That was a very, very nice dead shot, pushing the Bat Rider back towards the lane. Very proficient usage of the dead shot. Not an easy spell to master, and very satisfying, if you see a player using it well.
Yeah.
Again,
I think you have to kind of account for the range that it travels as well. Beast just coming back into the lane, no Bat as a bodyguard, taking tons of hits and pressure. I mean, at least he has a creep wave getting to his tower now, but this is still awful news for Sheng Si.
Yeah, look at his CS on Sheng Si. It's 5-0, 6-0.
It was yikes.
This is terrible news for the Raw Gaming side.
Slightly off the mark with the dead shot this time. Maybe we jinxed Rincy Q just a little bit, but it still doesn't matter because Clove and Shengsu, they just can't walk into the lane. Every time they step up, they're being blasted away by Rincy and his pistols. Now, Oma might have got a bit too far forward. Lotus and the Fairy Fire turn around and he goes down, but he takes the life of Clove along with him. So again, Rincy, he's just got the gun slinging. He's having a whale of a time down here. Kills to his name and CS abound. You know, this guy, he is set up to have a really, really nice start.
Yeah, this Beastmaster, I mean, feeling the heat here in this lane. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Butterfly Effect with the ping diff, you know, still getting a solo kill. This is such a huge deal in this sort of matchups. Getting the level 6 advantage, getting control over the runes. Because if you get level 6 quicker, especially than your counterpart, you are most likely going to secure the power rune, which usually, in a lot of cases, would decide the pacing of the game.
Yeah, and suddenly getting the level 6 first kind of counters out the Oracle advantage, right? Because you would typically both have level 6 and then you can kind of mirror where the Ember's going. But if you get Ball Lightning first, you can just follow him and he doesn't have a Remnant to play around with. In fact, he might not have a lot of life to play around with. Butterfly Effect really putting the hurt on his counterpart here. Excellent job so far on the Storm.
Yeah, this is the type of hero that if you gave him an inch, he's going to take a mile out of the game for you. If he somehow gets a little bit of a head start as Storm, this is one of the most fearsome heroes. You know, if you're playing a support and you see the enemy Storm, oh my god, the Storm is 3-0, 7 minutes. I'm going to feed this game. And there's nothing I can do about it. And you see him, Arcane Rune, Regen, Rune Haze, and you just get me out of this game, man.
Every 2 minutes, he rolls the dice for a different way to make your life miserable. That's the Storm Spirit experience right there. And you know he's coming. He's going to come for you eventually. Some good harass being put on by Noob. He's even calling GH over. An early level 6 from Butterfly Effect, but now low on the resources. Maybe a chance for Nigma to capitalize here. Scan comes through. Looks like Butterfly Effect has an idea that something's coming his way. Still got a Fairy Fire to work with. Nice timing there on the Living Armor. So the Living Armor comes out only after the Oracle Q. Helps Butterfly Effect survive that situation.
Yeah. Are we going to be able to ping the... Do we know? If he doesn't ping the innate, we won't know, right? Where the rune's spawning.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah. We can't. I'm trying right now in the client. It doesn't tell me shit. You have to broadcast the message. Yeah,
bro, based on his location, they're going top, right? So it should be top.
I mean, I think so. Lloyd's tracing him right now. Noob's already level 6. Try to Remnant over. Will get rooted up in place. It's a full-on brawl. Noob putting out the damage, making his way towards the Haste Rune and Butterfly Effect. On a sliver of HP, the Living Armor coming through at the last moment. Enigma Galaxy getting the better of that advantage, and GH will claim himself another. You have to be so careful of the Purifying Flames of the Oracle burning up the mid lane right now.
Yeah, I actually didn't really like the way they placed the wards. You know, you look at the wards they placed on the top side, it doesn't really see where the heroes are. You know, it sees rotations, but I feel like they should be placing wards that can see the top and bot runes, so you can, because you're playing into Oracle. I think it's very crucial to see them go in either direction, so you know where the rune is. And if they would have had that knowledge, the Storm would have balled to the rune and pick up the rune. So he didn't have the knowledge, so he couldn't. He had to ball defensively. He had to ball backwards.
It was also kind of weird, right? Because the way that entire engagement started, it was really close to 6 minutes, and then the Treant Protector's kind of trying to de-ward in the river. He's taking auto-attack after auto-attack from this Oracle for free. So way that Raw Gaming already started the fight, it's bad. And then now Nigma Galaxy, they casually walk up to the Shrine of Wisdom. Double Shrines of Wisdom, early rune fight lost. Raw Gaming, you're supposed to be the ones pushing the tempo, but now you're getting slapped around on your own home turf.
A disaster upon disaster, you know. Things are getting from bad to worse. Losing the Power Rune fight, losing the Shrine. And this is going to put such a huge disadvantage on the levels with the support on the Raw Gaming side. They're going to have to figure out a way on how to catch up, you know. Are there stacks? It doesn't seem like they have any stacks in the triangle.
Yeah, they've been busy trying to salvage this rough laning situation. The Beastmaster was supposed to be the tempo pusher here, but level 6 on the Muerta will pierce the Beastmaster's brain open. That's painful. Now, quick TP mid. In position for the Rubik to play for these runes and help Noob out. I mean, apart from that early solo kill the Butterfly Effect was able to find, not a lot going Raw Gaming's way, but they're going to try. Sonic Wave Divide gets killed. Good rotation, Butterfly Effect still trying to make moves on the map.
I mean, I don't even know if that's worth it, you know, because they've totally given up the rune. I guess maybe they feel like we can't really fight the runes anymore because we're too far behind. So he has to try to make a play on the side lanes, you know. But a kill for the rune, I think it benefits the team that secures the rune, because getting the rune is such a huge deal on Ember Spirit. And they have to forfeit the tower. There's no way they can fight into this Ember. And losing your tower when you have Treant Protector, oh my god, that is a sucky feeling.
Absolutely. It's going to feel even more sucky if you not only lose the tower, but lose a kill for free as well. Here comes Clove. He's being healed up by the Purifying Flames, though. Maybe a bit of a miscalculation. But Enigma Galaxy, they successfully push away Raw. This tower in jeopardy, you really don't want to deny it. Try to do everything they can, but looks like the pressure subsided for now. Raw Gaming, they still hang on somehow.
I think it's gonna die with this next wave coming in. They're gonna try their best to hold the tower. They're gonna bring in heroes. The carry is coming. The queen is tipping in, but the tower still goes down.
Tower is dead. GH looking to try and retreat. The Queen of Pain arriving means that the Oracle dies, but still, they got what they came for. In Raw Gaming, they brought so many resources to this area just to lose their tower in the end and get a support kill for a return. That does not feel worth it at all.
Yeah, definitely no, but they had no choice, they have to try to defend the tower. You have Treant Protector, you want to hold on to those towers, But Enigma Galaxy is forcing them to rotate, and they're going to lose Omar here. Seems like he's going to be dead. But things are going very, very well for Enigma overall. They're going to be looking to control the 10-minute rune in 15 seconds. So we'll see. GH is posturing bottom, so I assume it's going to be bottom.
Yeah, he's not pinging. He ain't telling us shit. He's keeping the comms reserved for his team.
This is why I'm saying like the ward spots. When you're playing into Oracle, you need like those kind of ward spots that can see on both rivers where the Oracle is going, so you have a pretty good idea on where the rune is.
You don't even need to ward both sides, right? You just ward deep on one end, and then if he's not there, you know he's setting up for the other angle. A bit of a Pierce DVL attempt there onto Clove, being slowed to a crawl here, but will still manage to escape. A dead shot and miss, unfortunately, for Rincy. But still, like you mentioned, Enigma Galaxy doing very well for themselves. Because of all this early rune control and the tower going down, look at how aggressively Noob is playing. So Devi, he's finished up that Mage Slayer. He is considerably tankier now, and he smells that something is amiss. Thinks that the gank is coming. Noob's going to confirm that information. Nothing to be found for either team here as they continue to just jostle for positioning in this top side.
Yeah, the supports are coming to bodyguard the Pangolier at top. Noob is not afraid. Shurun active. Flame Guard active. No freaking way you kill this Ember right now.
Especially not with Oracle behind him and Omar level 7, dude. What the heck? This Rubik. Bro, he's highly... Is he same level as the Cause? Oh my god, he's same level as the Beastmaster, bro.
Rubik is the core, Mike.
My bad. I was not educated in the ways of the Yapzor. Smoking over. Now. They're coming to the bot lane. Looks like there's some attention there. Eyeing up the Beastmaster. Sheng Si might just be in trouble here. Keep an eye out. Got the initial disable. Need to pull him back though. That's it. They don't really have a dead shot to bring him closer, so... Bit of an awkward attempt there from the Enigma Galaxy supports, but they force a reaction. Look at Clove and Lloyd, they immediately have to walk on over. So mid lane pressure released. Yeah,
they couldn't, I think, layer their spells well enough. Pangolier was kind of late. I think Davai didn't arrive on time, so they couldn't really have the roll. Follow up after the leave, but they're still going to be able to pressure the tower. They're trying. If you hit a tower against Treant Protector, you got to be sure that you finish it, Otherwise, it's going to be all a waste of time.
Devi kind of gets himself in an awkward position with a missed swashbuckle. Will have to maneuver his way out of that. And I'm just saying, Winter, this is such a bad look because the stack's being stolen. And how often do you see the Beastmaster complete Helm Dom and it's his tower being taken? It's supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very rough game, for Sheng Si on the Beastmaster. Not having any momentum. The Storm didn't come to his lane, so he can probably, write a formal complaint letter to HR. Why is my mid laner not coming to gank my lane? And see if he gets.
And you think about the Enigma Galaxy supports, right? They were kind of busy in the mid and the off lane at times. The Moeta was very much left alone 1v1 versus the Beast. I feel like the Storm maybe, if had a good time to TP, could have maybe punished Rincy there. But like you said, you need to start writing that complaint because on one hand, he didn't arrive, but on the other hand, Raw Gaming, they're losing so hard on all fronts that you're kind of in that situation where you can't even really blame Butterfly Effect. He has so much to do.
I think there's also like a concept, right? If you're rotating on your mid lane, you never want to rotate to the losing lane because the lane is already like too hard to gank. So you always want to play with the lane that has the most kill potential, the lane that you did well on.
Right, okay, I can see that. That makes a lot more sense. Maybe get the Queen of Pain back up to fighting territory, but speaking of fighting, not much of a fight put up by Clove as the Bat Rider support continues to falter here, has not really worked out for them so far.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, early game is going so badly. The bot lane going this badly just kind of snowballed the lane because it allowed the Rubik to get so many levels, so the Rubik was able to gank the other lanes, play through the mid lane. And your Storm is not getting runes, you know, he's going to get, this is like the first time he's going to get a rune. The Shrines.
Rincy
Overgrow.
taking quite a bit of trouble, but still manages to secure the Shrine. Look at the support from them. Rincy's just not taking any damage thanks to the Oracle, but now with the lasso, they'll pull in GH. Ukiyo has to watch himself though, thinking of the Sonic Wave, the full surround, Raw Gaming, they bring the numbers, and this time they punish Nigma Galaxy. I think that's the first successful fight Raw Gaming have found a noob, he's still fishing. And Bat Rider, is he paying attention? He'll have noticed that he took a bit of burn damage there. Not too bad. A bit of a punchback here from the Chinese side.
Yeah, Nigma definitely not really coordinating well, you know. In this sort of big, huge move, you want to involve the other two heroes on the side lanes, you know, the Ember and the Pangolier, and they somehow just didn't bring enough heroes here. And losing 3 there, especially the Muerta, that's a huge blow for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, bit back on track here for Raw Gaming. Now the Beastmaster able to take the tower as intended. He's going to start occupying this space. I feel a lot stronger now, but the net worth lead still in Nigma Galaxy's favor. And I think, like you said at the start, Winter, they weren't even supposed to be ahead at this state, right? It's supposed to be Raw Gaming who are the ones pulling through with an advantage. So I guess Nigma are still okay with this, even though it's not as great as it was before.
Yeah, they're gonna be facing Beastmaster problems soon, you know, with the Overlord. It's not the most quickest timing, but it's going to still be a threat to the Rubik and Oracle. If you see the Helm Creep coming in, you kind of just have to run, you know. You're not the best at dealing with the Helm Creep. So things are starting to definitely turn, you know, for Raw Gaming here. If they can somehow buy enough time for the Overlord to be completed, that is going to be their next huge timing. The Corp is also rushing Aghanim, so no Kaya, no... It's just a soaring into Aghanim, so alright.
Yeah, soaring for the farm speed, I guess, because no other way you upkeep the amount of mana you need to scream that often. I want to get some cooling water as well. The vocal cords are going to be strained.
Give her some honey, Mike.
Yeah, honey lemon, you know, get the strepsils in there, fisherman's friend, whatever your preferred brand is. You know, if they were still near Southeast Asia, I'd offer them some pea pa kao. You know, that's that good stuff.
You're so old school.
Well, is it old school? Isn't it good? Isn't that the go-to?
That's my grandmother's secret sauce, you know, when I'm feeling
Use it from time to time.
Yes.
It's really good for casting, I think.
Yes, my wife loves it. Every time she's sick, every time she has an excuse to use it, she'll use it.
Yeah, it feels a bit naughty if you're eating it and you're not feeling unwell, right? It just feels like you're cheating the system a little bit. You haven't got the privilege. And for those of you who aren't familiar with what we're talking about, Pipa Cow is a bit of a herbal medication. It's something that, you know, past that, grandmothers, you know, they love to recommend you that stuff. That's the cure-all to everything, even though all it really does is soothe your throat a little bit.
All-purpose medication for any sickness.
It's kind of the placebo effect, right? Yeah, you have it, you know, you feel nice, and then you think, oh, this medicine must have really pepped me up. I mean, low-key, that's kind of how, like, placebo effect is a real-ass thing, especially in Dota 2 as well. Not even talking about medication. It's all about mind state, right? Where you think you are. If you think you're playing it from an advantage, you're going to start bossing up, making these moves. Enigma Galaxy still trying to make a bit of a play here, but Devi, he's off the mark with the steering. The bullet doesn't hit as well. They've completely whiffed this initiation on Nigma, and they will pay the price for it. Their Pango is not long for this world. Still trying to survive. A lasso on the side. Clove is not going to live through that. Sonic Wave will finally finish out the Pangolier, but honestly, the fact that they got Clove on the front lines and not just lost the Devi for free, that ended up a lot better for Nigma Galaxy than they probably deserve.
That's what we call coffee license right there. You know, he didn't use his jump on time and he just went backwards. You know, pulled the brakes on, pulled the reverse gear, and lost his team the team fight right there, Devi.
Yeah, that was a bit rough, but at least now they have the stolen lasso on Omar. That could be something that, Butterfly Effect and Ukiyo, they need to watch out for. If they get too close to the Rubik, trying to burst him down, he's going to keep them in place for his team to take out. We'll see whether Omar's able to use it. It's a bit tricky. He's got a 4-star to work with for now. Still 4k gold lead for Enigma Galaxy. I just kind of get the feeling that this Muerta creeping ever closer to that late game threat that we talked about. Raw Gaming, they're just not going to have the facilities to deal with.
Especially when you have Oracle backing her up. It's going to be difficult. They have to kill GH every team fight. He needs to be the first one that they focus on in the team fights.
Yeah. GH, he is really, really good at keeping himself safe. He's shown that throughout his competitive career. Not easily caught out, and there's Lasso. Sheng Si, he's just looking at his Bat Rider saying, bro, you did nothing for me in the lane. I've had such a rough time. I finally get my Helm of the Overlord, and then what do I see? A Rubik with your ultimate on the other team. He's had more good lassos than you.
I can feel some personal experience
Some
boiling into
bitterness
that.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Leaked out. I'm sorry. I don't mean. Man.
It's okay, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Every
Thank
time a
you.
Rubik
Thank you.
steals my teammate's spell and kills me with it, it definitely, it gets me a little bit heated up.
That's a ping right there. That's a. I ping in the chat. I'm like, Rubik has.
Especially if my teammate has never shown up in the team fights.
Yeah. Look, if my Tyrant Hunter is using Ravage and he's landing 4-man Ravagers and then the Rubik steals it, I get it. You had to use it in that case. But if you've never shown up for a team fight, how the hell did this guy get Ravage?
Interesting question that
We gotta really boil down to what's going on. But the shot for free on the Rubik is such a value steal, right? You're gonna be able to get maximum usage out of this. So even if GH now gets targeted down by the Storm Spirit, there's the chance that the Rubik can just lift him back to safety. Is it also low-key good for Davai Lama? Like, if he cannot drive, you just lift him into the proper position to make the U-turn.
Yeah,
Oh.
he doesn't know how to do a 3-point turn, you have to lift him in.
Yeah.
And park his
Ooh, managing to get the blink out Clove. Looked away from for a short moment, and because of that will survive. So Rincy on the front line feeling extremely confident right now. Knows that, like you said, Enigma Galaxy, they're starting to stack up the amount of saves that they have. In Raw Gaming, I don't know whether they got enough gas in the tank to even kill one of these heroes. Was that a Bloodstone Ember?
Yes, it is, Mike.
Wow.
Bloodstone is the item of the month right now, item of the week. I'm a little bit sad, like Hydra's breath just got discarded into whatever storage unit you have.
Is it just too expensive, you reckon?
I think it's just not really that reliable. Maybe on some games, some heroes can buy it, but overall the item doesn't seem like it's going to be too useful. That was a close call.
So close, so close, Noob. Really playing with fire there as he has been this whole game, but so far it's worked out in his favor. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to secure themselves the Roche. I was actually wondering about this, Winter, because I look at both lineups. None of them really seem the best at taking an early Roche, but with how far Enigma Galaxy are ahead of their opponents, I don't think Raw Gaming could contest anyway. Off the mark with a dead shot, and that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, Raw Gaming still trying their best to hold the map. They have Treant Protector to scout, so they can see where are the safe zones to farm. So still doing a decent job pushing out the side lanes. You can see both the side lanes pushed very, very far. This always happens when you have a Treant Protector.
Yeah. So what's the approach here from Enigma Galaxy? Do you just need to pick one side lane and start hammering down there, or are you trying to match the Treant Protector in terms of match movement?
Radiant's top tower.
I don't think you want to match him though. You want to stay close to Rincy Q on the Muerta, and then you just let Ember go deal with all the rubbish farm, all the split pushing. You can always put a Remnant, TP back, and then join your team after you've dealt with the split push, So I feel like Muerta is your jewel of the lineup, and you want to just protect her.
They aren't really making any major moves towards these tier 2s yet. Maybe not feeling confident enough to penetrate these areas, but this Aegis, do you need to get anything done with it, or is Rincy just farming this aggressively good enough for you?
I mean, ideally, for sure, you want to get the tier 2 towers. I think they are in a position where they should be able to get the tier 2 towers. 5k, it's not like a huge or substantial lead, but it's still a significant lead at this stage where you should be able to dictate the pace of the game. I feel like the Enigma Galaxy heroes, they're moving around the map not as efficiently as I hoped for, and they're getting a lot of time wasted, like just trying to hunt heroes down. The tree, he scouts a hero, he sees the Pango using the gate with a shot, and I think Davai is going to pay here. They see him, he's gonna get caught.
Zip in a bit late to connect to the rest of the team, but still thinking about the roll. The raw reflected, but it's not going to matter. Davai will get found. I will say, you mentioned the Treant Protector spotting you out. I think Lloyd has done an excellent job in the past few minutes, making sure that his team has the information they need to dodge out their opponents. I think that's part of the frustration now for Enigma Galaxy. They get a tier 2, but they lose the Vi for it. That's not what's supposed to happen when you have an Aegis.
No, I think they have the wrong setup right now. Like, Ember should be pushing the side lanes, and Pango should be handling the mid waves and stay closer to his team, so you can connect. Because Ember is a hero where it's very hard to kill Ember. And on top of that, you can always use your remnants to connect to your team quickly, right? So all these small little things, it adds up, If you have the wrong hero pushing the wrong lane, and then suddenly you die, then you have to go back, you have to fix your lane, you're wasting a lot of time. So you definitely have to put a lot more thought into thinking about who is supposed to be pushing out which lanes. It might seem trivial, but it has a lot of influence in the game.
I'm trying to figure out how Enigma Galaxy can wiggle their way out of this situation. Maybe it's just assigning the right people to the right job, because at least for this past 5-minute period where they've had themselves the Aegis, it leaves a little bit to be desired, right? They've gotten one tier 2 tower. That's about it. They barely got any pickoffs. Raw Gaming have just dodged them entirely, which is excellent work from them, and Davai will correctly identify that he was spotted by a ward. Here comes Butterfly Effect. Where's the backup though? Looks like the Storm can't do it by himself, stealing a Remnant, not what he wants, but the Sonic Wave lifted himself to safety. Omar will still go down, Butterfly Effect ready to fight. Being hammered now by the Moata, there's the BKB, should allow the Storm to escape, and Rincy acting as the turret on the front line. But the problem is, Enigma Galaxy again losing something and gaining nothing. This is an Aegis Muerta that has had this privilege for about 4 minutes, but all they found for themselves is a tier 2 tower. Maybe they're going to make it a second here. It still doesn't feel as good as it should.
They're not really doing a good job playing the macro part, like which heroes on which lane. They already realized it too late, and they've paid quite a steep price for everything. Losing heroes here and there, the Pango dying. This is the type of Dota where I think whenever you're ahead, you can't really afford to make this type of mistakes. When you're getting better opponents, I think no discredit to Raw Gaming, but against better opponents, you're gonna be punished even harder. If you're making mistakes like this after getting such a huge lead in the early game.
This is a problem that has plagued Enigma Galaxy for a long time. It almost feels like one of the main factors that prevents them from competing and staying at the top. Sure, they've made it to some of these bigger tournaments, but it's always the same, right? At this point, it's a bit of a meme. The Enigma Galaxy inability to close out a game cleanly. The Enigma Galaxy ability to throw any game that seems to be very much in their control. We might get to a point where the late game Muerta is a terror, but whether Enigma Galaxy can actually put her in a position to close the game out, that's another question altogether. Raw Gaming for now, like you mentioned, they might not be the better opponents that you speak of, but they still have been able to benefit from some of Enigma Galaxy's fumbles.
And now they're not going to have the Aegis on Rincy. If they make another fumble, this is going to be huge. They get the lasso on Rincy.
Really nicely done. The Oracle, he's not there! The Oracle couldn't get in! Oh, he was a bit too far away on the left side. And just because of that, Enigma Galaxy, they lose the Aegis and they lose the life. Davai now being held in place. He's got himself a gem, and that is a painful thing to lose against a Treant Protector. The tides are starting to turn, Winter. Raw Gaming, they don't seem to notice the gem, though. That's a bit awkward, but regardless, I think this situation's still excellent for the side of Raw Gaming.
Yeah, Enigma is definitely tilting after this exchange. They have no idea why the game is becoming so difficult after the start that they have, I mean, Noob maybe looking for a support to punish with the vessel. Should be able to actually. Nope, he actually did not have enough damage with the vessel there.
Tower has fallen.
And no more vessel charges, so that's also a huge loss for Noob.
What's happening? Okay, Pango's going to recover the gem. So a bit of a weird sequence when Nu was making a play in the top lane, and I think I don't know why, but Pango's courier got distracted by.
They did not see the gem.
I don't think they spotted it. I don't think they spent. Maybe they were busy looking onto. Well, now they'll walk back for it, and they just. I don't think Lloyd ever knew it was there. So I guess they just didn't clock it. Maybe they got distracted by something else, but.
That's a huge deal. Having a tree, you know, not getting the gem when you
Yeah.
pick a good fight. That's a huge deal.
And they're still gonna be able to deal with these eyes in the forest, which is a bit annoying. I just noticed that Davai Lama's courier is called Kawaii Lama, which is just superb.
I'm telling you, his score is not Kawaii Lama right now. 0-4-1. I can tell you that much.
Okay. Why you got actually? I just try to give him something this game. He's not really had the best time. The 3-point turns have looked rough. He needs a refresh on his driving license. It was not entirely his fault, right? He picked the Pango pretty early on. He's always was in that sacrificial position, but Enigma Galaxy, overall, they haven't really been able to benefit the most from the setup that they found themselves in. And now, for the first time this game, Raw Gaming are the ones with a net worth advantage, even though it's less than 1k.
They're coming in hot here, looking to contest the Roshan. Roshan's up. Okay, Enigma Galaxy, they need to ride the ship, you know. The ship needs to go in the right direction here.
He's gonna get spotted by the creeps, but Rolling Thunder comes through. Davai tries to get the roll up, but Butterfly Effect already on the backline. GH won't get saved. The Storm, he's just focusing on these supports, and the rest of Nigma, they can't get on top of him. They're forced to retreat into an awkward position. Meanwhile, the sides being attacked by the Queen of Pain. You gotta watch her though. BKB blink away. That was close. Raw comes out, reflected by a nice Lotus Orb from Davai, and looks like Sheng Si will be the one punished. Tried to step up and set up for the team, but he ends up getting cut down instead.
Yeah, that was definitely a severe overchasing there by Sheng Si. His teammates were kind of backing off. Quap had no status. He's low HP, low mana. Definitely didn't really get the memo there. So, again, you know, mistakes happening. This time from Raw Gaming, just not having the elite level execution, right? Understanding that you have to back off after the initial jump, and you don't really have resources to chase anymore. And then getting punished there by the Enigma Galaxy side, and that's going to give them the rush. So everything, I guess. Maybe going back to how it started right now, with Enigma having in control again with the Aegis.
Yeah, we're seeing extreme generosity on both teams here. Earlier on, when Sheng Si was having the rough time, you know, Nigma were like, look, you know, you didn't get to play a Beastmaster the way you wanted to first 10 minutes. We're going to give you some space. We're going to give you some time. And Raw Gaming, now that they have themselves a bit of an advantage, they're like, look, it wasn't right for us to take that away from you. Let's give you back the Aegis. Let's just send the Beastmaster back into the pits of his death.
How nice of them, right? How nice.
Really kind, more than Dota 2 players. They are generous human beings, and really, that means the most.
Why don't I ever get games like this when my opponents are nice to me in my pubs?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Hell, even my teammates are nice to me.
Well, have you been nice to your opponents first, right? It's a give and take. Sometimes you gotta be the change that you want to see. And I'll run it down a little bit. Bring it.
Does it count if I'm like 0 and 10? So does that mean I'm nice to my opponents?
I think it counts. Yeah, you're giving them a lot of freebies. I think that's probably important.
Yeah, but why aren't I getting something in return? Why no one's reciprocating to me, you know? Why am I just the one giving away the kills? Tell me, Mike. Explain this to me.
You know, if you weren't talking about Dota 2 matchmaking, I think you were talking about a toxic relationship, if I'm being honest. Why am I not getting anything?
Yeah,
I'm the one who has to give all the time.
I'm gonna be uninstalling Dota. But then
Just step
a
it
week
away.
later, you're installing Dota back.
It's just an X that you keep coming back to, brother. That's tough.
Yeah, talk about a relationship that you try to get away from, but always go back to.
Yeah,
That's Dota 2.
that's true. In a way, it's kind of the same for these players, right? With playing competitive. I feel like no one can really retire. Everyone always comes back eventually, especially if you've tasted the peak levels.
Retire? Question mark.
Yeah, retire is
Take a break, maybe.
Yeah. We'll see Sumail back before we know it, I'm sure.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy hiding here. They're not missing Sumil. They have Noob in the mid lane right now, doing a good job so far.
Yeah.
1, 1, and 4 still. I mean, particularly the Bloodstone build, not exactly that impressive.
Not very impressive, right? Like it's like kind of whatever.
I felt like there were a couple of kills he would definitely have gotten if he had Kaya, because of the spell and the damage, instead of the Bloodstone.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the way that they're playing this fight right now is just that Noob is meant to be their body, in a sense. They don't really have a proper frontliner. So in that sense, the Bloodstone, it plays into that idea that he has of what he needs to do.
More scaling, but you're weaker in the early game. I feel like whenever I'm playing support, when the Ember has Kaya, it's just so oppressive, But I guess I feel like with Moeta, the gameplay is going to be slower. They want to go late game. They want to farm a little bit more. There's going to be a lot more control. So everyone just wants to go to that timing together, scale together as a team.
Yeah. I just thought that the Kaya would also have the added benefit of helping you farm faster and scale.
Yes,
so
correct. That's true also.
that's kind of what made me confused, because when I said, oh, Bloodstone Ember, you're like, oh, it's the new hype. And I'm like, okay, but like, what is it gonna do for him right now? It doesn't really feel very meaningful. A part of the reason why they've been able to get away with it, to be honest, Winter, is also because Raw Gaming don't seem to know how they want to take these team fights, right? They got the Raw, they got the Lasso, but so far, the only solid part of their plan is, okay, Butterfly Effect, go kill the supports. But then how does the rest of the team fight play out for Raw Gaming? It's not too clear just yet. In the previous fight, they didn't even use the Lasso. They just had the Queen of Pain blink in, she almost died, she had to blink out, and then the Bat Riders look in, the Beastmasters late, the Treant Protectors behind. It's like, what's gonna happen? Now maybe with the Aghanim Scepter Flaming Lasso, it'll be Clove who has to start things out.
The Beastmaster kind of wants to wait for the second. I feel like the second engagement. He wants to wait for the Oracle to show. So Clove definitely has to. I feel like in most cases he should be the one starting the fight.
Yeah.
The tree goes in, scouts heroes out, or maybe the Storm does it, and then once you find the Oracle, it's definitely go time for the other heroes. I think this Oracle is going to be a very, very important target. He's going to have a target on his back no matter what, on this Raw Gaming side. They're going to kill him immediately.
Yeah, GH has to watch himself, but so far he's itemized accordingly, right? The Essence Ring with the Greedy, that's pretty standard. And then now you got a Glimmer Cape, a Blink.
He should get maybe this as well, I've been thinking maybe it's a good game for him to get it. Because he's definitely going to be targeted for sure. This will keep you alive for the most part.
Yeah, you should be able to at least get your spells out before you die, if you have that disc.
Yeah, not an item we see a lot nowadays. Back then, I remember there was a time where we saw the item every game.
Everybody's getting the disc, man. That was the low cooldown era, right? You could just have that every 90 seconds. A bit disgusting. Bot lane Butterfly Effect being spotted out. He was not prepared for this catch at all, but that's what happens when you have a Silver Edge carry playing the map.
And the White Armor definitely regaining some trust from his teammates that he can actually drive this hero.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, that was a Storm that was standing basically still in one corner. There were no jukes happening. So
why are you gonna burst my bubble, man?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. We taking turns bursting the vibe bubble, okay? Because to be honest, as much as we want to say it, it hasn't looked the best. It really hasn't. But again, maybe we need to give him some grace here, just because this Pango was first picked overall. So Raw Gaming, naturally, they have a lot of mobility. They got a lot of BKB piercing stuns. He scaled up pretty nicely for himself there. And some cute plays from Omar using the lift to get himself in a warding position. I'm not really sure whether he actually needed to do that, but here comes the high ground push. Banner is down. This Queen of Pain carry still hasn't proven its worth just yet, having to very quickly dip in and out of the fight. Not really able to enter. Look for the lasso from Clove. Maybe wait for the 15 seconds from the Storm Spirit before they want to try and take a fight. But you already have Linkens on the Muerta, so you're going to have to try and lasso a creep next to her, or maybe a teammate if you want to pull Rincy Q in.
I mean, still preferably you have to deal with GH. You kind of, if you don't see the Oracle, I think there's just too much risk for you to go in and lasso anything, you know.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I can see that.
That's why I hate playing Oracle, because it just puts a target on my back in every team fight.
It's less even about clicking your buttons and more about playing. It's kind of like the Hunger Games, right? You're being hunted down relentlessly, and you just have to run. You are the prey. That's the whole game.
Everybody and their fathers and mothers and uncles and sisters in the team fight are going to be looking at you.
And they sent a wanted poster in their family WhatsApp chat. You know, everyone knows what your face looks like, and they see you, the guns come out, it's rough.
Yeah, that's
Public
why you
enemy
need,
number one.
You need to get a disc, you need to get a Ghost Scepter, everything.
Disc, Blink, Ghost Scepter, Yules, Glimmer Cape, every survivability item under the sun. So try and survive is a little bit of a rough situation, but in the Galaxy, they haven't really had troubles keeping GH alive so far. Raw Gaming, they've sent Butterfly Effect into the trenches in the back lines to try and find him, but they've done a good job keeping him alive. In some cases, even the Rubik sacrificing himself just to preserve the Oracle.
Is under attack.
Fair bit of team play there. Can't hate on it. Chunks is gonna get caught. All these aura items aren't gonna help him, and looks like he used the BKB in an earlier skirmish. Devi, once again, proving himself that he does have a driver's license. He knows how to make it work. At least he's past the beginner class.
He definitely did, man.
They see Clove dewarding. This Bad Rider going down is going to open up the high ground for them if they aren't able to keep him alive, and Clove will just get popped by the Purifying Flames. Not usually the flames that he would want to work with. That's 2 heroes down. They do have buyback. We get a bit of a status update. That's really cute. I think this is new. Lynx versus OneWin. Lynx taking the first game. So really riding that momentum that I was talking about with their EPL win yesterday.
Good for them. Always nice to start your first game of the season with a win. A
Absolutely.
nice little boost in your confidence. And now Rinsecute, he has DD, AD rune. DD is for old people like me.
Okay,
The
that's
young
not bad.
boys
That's not-
call it the AD rune.
Well, it's Rinsty. Woo! He's taking a lot of damage. That was really scary, but now Butterfly Effect, he's the one who has to retreat. Rinsey still should be able to survive. I think the healing's just barely enough. Well done there from GH. He needed to cast that at the very moment. That Moeta would have been dead. Perhaps I should say more dead than she currently is. Like, removed from the game for a little bit.
It's a lot of trust placed on the Oracle player right there. You know, he wasn't even trying to run, you know, on the carry. That's how
He
much he
just stood
trusted
there.
GH.
I mean, at that point, he doesn't even have a choice, right? He's not running away from that Sonic Wave. He ain't got the moves.
Yeah, I
before.
guess. Okay, fine. He didn't have a choice. But still, you know, like the way he postured showed a lot of confidence.
Yeah. And maybe
I'm gonna tell
Rinsey,
you, man.
after that initiation, he's probably feeling like a bit less confident, right? Because if that happens to you and your Oracle isn't completely locked in, focused, ready to press that button, you're just gone, and you're the carry of the team. You're the carry, by the way, that everyone's playing around to sort of be this monster in the late game. You get popped in an instant, it's gonna be embarrassing. Roshan's up. Raw Gaming ready to contest, starting to group around. Noob's gonna get found, but again, that Bloodstone just making sure that he can stay preserved. Lasso on the Lincolns, that is awkward. And this initiation now, very difficult for the side of Raw Gaming to maintain. They're still looking at the Muerta, but you got GH in the back waiting to come through. Noob on the front causing chaos, and Raw Gaming, they are completely shattered here. That was not what they wanted at all, and maybe just a lapse of judgment there from Clove, because this Lincolns isn't new on Rinsey.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, you know, on Bad Rider playing against Oracle, playing against the Lincolns. Just in terms of teamfight execution, Nigma's still ahead, you know, like a level ahead of Raw Gaming here. Maybe the ping playing a big deal there. You know, it's hard to play Bad Rider into Oracle, and then you add the ping to it, so definitely not an easy task, you know. But Raw Gaming, definitely falling short in the team fight. Nigma has the Aegis, they have the cheese, they have the banner, so it's time for them to at least get, I would say, a lane of Rex here.
Yeah. I think I
Maybe
kind of have
two.
an idea about what happened in that situation, because I saw both the Bat Rider and the Quap go in. I'm sure they knew about the Lincolns, but maybe Clove thought that the Queen of Pain dagger would break it. I don't think it does because of the Aghanims upgrade. So it ends up being an AoE spell. The Lincolns doesn't proc. And then he thinks, okay, he sees the dagger go out, that's the Lincoln's break,
Yeah,
let me
maybe.
get a lasso in, and then it just doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe that was the case. Yeah, that actually explains everything.
Yeah, because if not, like, why the hell is he trying that? Now he'll get the lasso, now he'll be successful, but there's the save. They know the Muerta has the Aegis, so they're not too concerned. Turn around, pierce the veil. Still with the roll, but it gets reflected. And now Muerta's putting the damage out. Divide there with the roll, try for the overgrowth to keep them alive. BKB is coming out, buybacks as well. Raw Gaming, they're running out of options, they're running out of tries, and they're losing their heroes. On the back line, they can't even finish off the supports. Oma and GH doing a great job keeping themselves alive, and Butterfly Effect, he's found nothing. Divine Llama will go down, the buybacks are there, and first life of the Muerta claimed, but Uki is not going to live. And they have buybacks, Raw Gaming, but I don't know how much more they can offer. Clove will get shot down, there is a dieback on the Bat Rider, and the only one they lose is the Pangolier.
It's just a very, very difficult moment here. They got like a two-man lasso, but GH once again he gets the false promise onto the Pangolier, which doesn't have a Aegis. He knew that Rinskill he had a Aegis, so he didn't have to save him there. So excellent decision making once again from the Oracle, just allowing his team to take a very, very good team fight.
It feels so suffocating when you're playing against an Oracle like this, right? He just feels like he has the entire vision of how the fight's gonna happen folded out in front of him. In a way, he's really cosplaying his hero. He knows exactly what's going to happen. The reactions have been on point. Enigma Galaxy, maybe that's why they left the bat in to try and set up for this Oracle Muerta setup. Now you're coming through with the buybacks. Raw Gaming not ready to keel over just yet, but it's gonna be a 4v4 right now before Devi rejoins the fray. Zip forward, looking at Noob, instant dispel there though. Again, GH, not a lot of mana to work with, but still has the resources. Raw out onto Oma, false promise is there. They just can't get anything while the Oracle is alive. And now Rincy Q's gonna come back, put the damage out. You have to try and BKB TP out. Shengsi will survive. Now the Sonic Wave. Rincy still able to pierce the veil, and Satanic survive again, saved by GH. Fate's Edict. It's way too strong into this magic burst. Now Noob, he manages to BKB at the last moment. Bloodstone will keep him up and running. But again, Winter, you said it at the start. If you don't kill this Oracle, you ain't killing nobody.
Yeah, the Oracle has Aeon this. Good luck trying to kill him. They don't have any dispel, I believe. No nullifier, nothing. I mean, the team fights are just impossible, I feel like. For Raw Gaming right now. There's just too many things that can go wrong. Too many saves, too many defensive capabilities. The Rubik Leaf as well. Just very, very difficult stuff, when the game gets to this stage.
This is what you were worried about. This is why we wanted to see Raw Gaming push the issue a bit earlier, but they just never got the chance to do so. The early game start, the first 5 minutes, went abysmally for them. Now, 6 slots all across the board. You look at the items coming out from the Enigma Galaxy heroes. Level 25's hit, Devi's almost there as well. How do you manage up against your opponents? Even a Yule's kill, that's tough. At 31k gold lead right now, Enigma Galaxy in a very commanding position. They just got so much to work with.
It's going to be the
Protector's gonna try and cut the wave top.
I mean, there's a
They'll
wave
be-
in the mid lane, so it's not going to do anything.
No,
Unfortunately, it's not going to do anything.
Unlucky. Rincy Q now. Looks like they found the Bat Rider on the side. Clove in some trouble, having to use his mobility to escape. So that's a small window where they might be able to take advantage of. Again, GH, man. At this point, the promise isn't even false. It's 100% real. Rincy Q able to stand and deliver and survive more than likely with the Satanic healing. He will be fine. Still has to watch his HP, but again, has the backup of the Oracle to slowly but surely heal him back up. And the GGs are called. No Storm, not enough damage, and Raw Gaming forced to tap out of this one. I mean, I will say at the end of the day, I think they put up a pretty good fight, all things considered. With the way things started, it was really rough. But Enigma Galaxy, they just show they are currently feeling like a tier above, whether it's a drafting decision with the Oracle not answered, or whether it's the gameplay and the team fights. they just weren't really able to shake GH off its perfect master plan.
Yeah, I think the draft, maybe the draft was okay. I felt like they had the tools to deal with the Oracle. It's just the execution. They didn't really execute it well. They had a Storm, they had a Bat, they had a Co-op, they had very mobile heroes, They had the Zoo from the Beastmaster to definitely track the location of the Oracle. I just felt like they weren't exactly using those tools to find GH in the team fights really well. And sometimes I think they were also kind of impatient in the team fights. They were taking fights too hastily. They see a hero in front. Oh, guys, there's someone showing here. Let's just go, without really putting too much thought into, are we supposed to go on this hero? Yeah. Maybe because they were killing Dawai so much that it just got to them, because sometimes in a game where you're always killing a hero easily because the hero is making a mistake, and then when they are starting to play accordingly and it's no longer a mistake, then it doesn't really, you don't really process it, and you still go for the same hero, and then it doesn't work out,
Yeah. You're just so used to the fact that this guy might be out of position that you forget at some point he's not going to make that mistake. At some point, maybe his team has yelled at him enough and suddenly he learns to drive again. And he's actually trying to initiate on you. This guy isn't showing because he's a free kill. This guy's showing because you're a free kill. And that's something that Raw Gaming, unfortunately, they'll bear the brunt of in this first game, number 1. But this is a best of 3 series. There's still chances here. So we still have a game for you coming back up after a short break. You won't want to miss it.
Just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, you got it. Act like you don't care, you got it. Get that motivation, you got it. About just what you need, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need.
Not much of a wait, folks, as we're ready to jump back into DreamLeague Division 2 Season 4. First game, Enigma Galaxy coming out the gate swinging strong. They were playing a late game Muerta draft, but really the hero of the game, Mr. GH, the veteran, of course, on his Oracle, save after save after save, and Raw Gaming, they just couldn't really get to him. They had a pretty interesting draft, Queen of Pain carry, Storm Spirit mid. On paper, they had the tools to jump him, they just never really did, Winter.
Yeah, just execution not there, in the team fights comparing to Enigma Galaxy. It's like, I think they did a good job when they were behind from the laning phase, getting kills around the map with the Triumph Protector. But overall, when it came down to the team fight execution, the coordination, they just didn't really have it in them, Whether it's the ping, whether it's the bad decision making, I'm not very sure, but they just didn't really show the type of finesse needed, to win the team fights.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird as well. I feel like, to be honest with you, at some point it looked like Raw didn't know what their team fights were supposed to look like. You know what I mean? Like, when you have a Queen of Pain carry and a Storm Spirit, like, I feel like both of you want to play around the edge of the fight. Like, it wasn't really like everyone's going to go in. So you have the Beastmaster jump in on his own, Queen of Pain jump in on his own. I guess on paper, the quad was supposed to be the damage that helps them get the kill when the Beast or the Storm jump. It just never really panned out that way. It was a bit strange.
You gotta always have to, I think, visualize the team fights. I think before the game, like before the team fights happen, you kind of have to talk about who's gonna go on what, who needs to follow up on who, if the bat is going, who's my follow-up. All these things, they cannot happen during the team fight. You need to talk about it before the team fight happens. You need to pre-plan it, and you gotta know that you won't have much time to react to things changing quickly in the engagements. So everybody has to keep in mind that you have a job in a team fight, who you're supposed to go on, what you're supposed to do. Are you the bait? Are you the carry? Are you the damage? You gotta be absolutely clear with your role.
Yeah, what do you think the idea was there in the end? Because I know at the start of the draft we were talking about maybe the Queen of Pain comes out really just to screw the Pango over. But then in the end, Device still had an okay game. You know what I mean? Like the Trient Quap, it doesn't really register as a very scary combo or anything like that.
Yeah, I think they just overvalue the power of the build with the Bloodstone. I think some players that I've known, that I talked to in pubs, they said the build is actually extremely strong. So maybe Raw felt like it's good enough that you can actually place the corp on a carrier role, try to get to those items as soon as possible. I mean, she did only have one death, like that whole game, so
Yeah.
I feel like maybe the potential is there. It's just the execution of the team. Like, it's a team thing, right? When you're screwing up in the team fights, it's hard to say, oh, this pick didn't work out. We didn't win because this corp carry is not a very good idea. I think sometimes it can be true, but in most cases, you also have to look back and comb through the replay and figure out, did we actually do other things wrongly as well? You need to figure out, because you have to understand when you lose the game, what is the problem? Is it the pick? Is it the play? You gotta be certain. You have to find out the truth, and only the truth will allow you to get to the next stage. When you're talking about Dota at this level, you have to figure out what is the true problem for the team.
Yeah, a lot of overlapping factors can cause some confusion, but you gotta get to the truth. You gotta find out what it actually is. And Winter, I have a hypothesis. I think that Beastmaster lane was the problem. I don't think they should have lost that lane that hard. It was very painful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, then again, it was a pretty nice adjustment from Nigma. They moved the Oracle to top, Rubik to bottom. Maybe that also played like a huge factor against the Beastmaster's lane, But overall, I definitely agree with you that I think on paper, even though they swapped the lane, it shouldn't be such a such a bad lane, for Sun Tzu on the beast. He died 3 times in the lane, the first 10 minutes or something. That was pretty bad.
I think also by the time that Raw Gaming had picked their first 3 heroes, you were already saying this is like the dream Oracle game. Even with one of them, like if you pick a bat early on, Oracle suddenly already looks great, and then suddenly you're against Beast, you're against Tree. These guys don't do shit to you. So it kind of felt like Raw Gaming in their last 2 picks of the Storm and the Quad, they had to make up for their lack of jump. But then they didn't really execute it well either. So let's see what adjustments they make. They didn't really have a lot of time to think things through, but they're going to start early, take out the Muerta, so that is no longer an option for Enigma Galaxy. But Raw Gaming, they're the ones with the first pick. So let's see what they prioritize. They could steal away the Pango. They could. I mean, there's Shadow Demon now open. It was banned previously. Phoenix also. Oh no, Phoenix not an option. What else do we got? Maybe Beastmaster if they want it. Still.
Checking my list. So was Slada ignored last game? Slada was, right?
Slada was not looked at, yes.
Huh, interesting. I thought the hero was gonna be picked everywhere, It seems like it's so popular everywhere.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe it's just like a comfort thing as well. Okay, so we're learning some things about these teams right now. The Pango is available in the pool, but maybe into the Rubik Nigma prioritize the Beastmaster a bit more. So they're okay with this matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
Also for them, I think there's additional value just because it could probably be played on all 3 roles. We've seen all 3 Nigma Galaxy cores run this beast.
Very, very good flex in that case for Enigma. Very valuable hero. I don't know about this Rubik opening. I always think that if you're opening a support, Rubik is not the type of support to be opening your draft with, because you need a lot of conditions met, right, for Rubik to be useful in the game. You need a less greedy position 5 hero. You need also an off laner that can work well with you in the lane. I think ideally you want to have like a kill lane, and then your mid laner also needs to be some sort of setup, right, to allow the Rubik. Because Rubik is not a first move hero. You're kind of just a follow up.
Yeah. I think what I've seen with successful Rubiks in the past is the mid laner that you pick has to be active, because if he's greedy, he's not going to be able to kind of step away from the mid lane. So much of Rubik's value comes from the levels and the bit of net worth that he can get, right? So you want to be sapping EXP, getting some creeps, pushing waves and stuff like that. Enigma Galaxy getting a little bit greedy. They got the Beastmaster or the Pango. They say, why not both?
5 seconds remaining.
Why not? They're both flexes for them, I guess. They can technically still flex everything around.
True.
And I'm
GH
also-
Pango, bring it out.
I'm also a big fan of picking 2 cores right away in your second pick on 13, 9 and 13. If you use it for high value heroes, I think it's actually okay. Because you only see a Rubik. So I can understand maybe you feel like you don't want to pick your supports until you see the enemy cost. Because the supports are usually the counter to the enemy cost. So you're trying to pick it later for that matter. If you can get a good support to call matchup in the game, he might help you a lot in the early game or in the mid late game. And so I can understand Nigma prioritizing to protect their support picks a little bit more here.
Yeah, I guess the key difference is that a lot of the times when you're talking about flex picks, especially the ones that are relevant right now, like the ones we see on our screen, it is very much flex from like mid to off lane or safe lane, mid lane. We don't really have as many support core flexes anymore, right? I think the only one I can think of is like Bat Rider, perhaps, if you really want to
Kotal?
count Muerta as well. Yeah, Muerta, Kotal, Bat Rider. So when you pick something like a Jakiro, for example, you pick a Rubik, Nigma Galaxy know that that is the support, right? That there isn't really a high chance that it gets deviated. So I guess that's why the support picks maybe hold a bit more value currently.
It depends from team to team. Every team sees it differently. It depends on what type of players you have also. So there are a lot of factors. It's not so black and white which way is better, you know. It depends
true.
on your team and who you're winning the games with, who's your winning condition. So you have to kind of find a way to balance everything out. So here, Nigma, they're most likely going to pick the double subs here after seeing the Jakiro. So you know the lane is going to be Jakiro safe lane, Rubik off lane. So what do you want to do? It's a tiny carry, most likely. So probably going to decide what's pos 4 you're going to go here. Against Tiny and Jakiro is a pretty darn strong lane. So with Pango, if you really want to contest the lane, you have to pick a range hero. But if you kind of just want to pull, I mean, you're going to have to sacrifice the pos 4. But I think with Nigma's track record, they're probably going to pick a range hero to pair up with the Pango here. Somewhat Snap. Okay, this is not the range hero I kind of expected. Silencer as well, not the position 5 hero I expected. Snap is I think she received some small buffs the patch, but I mean it's a strong lane with Pango, I would think in the past. It gives you some follow-up on the Beastmaster role, but I don't know if the hero is valuable right now. And I can say the same for Silencer.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think I saw some Silencer in pubs. I know that people were looking at him a little bit, but he doesn't really seem very compelling. It just kind of feels like a hero that has a very big risk of dropping off the face of the earth if certain things don't go his way. Raw are going to get a pretty nice 18-pick Tidehunter. It's still a bit annoying if you get Global Silence and you don't have any sort of Dispel.
Tide is really good here. The Dispel against Silencer is really good against the Beast. The Ravage is good at cancelling the Snapfire's Mortimer's Kiss. I mean, you can't really do much against Pango, but you have the shard. When you get the shard later, you can definitely catch the Pango. So I think this is a very good use of the 18 pick here for the Raw Gaming side. I really like this Tide pick here.
Yeah. I guess the way that this draft is panning out Raw, there's no secrets here, right? The Tiny is very likely going to be carry, so whoever ends up on that off lane, whether it's the Beast or the Pango, they have to face the Tiny Jakiro matchup. And Rubik Tide. So Raw setting themselves up for some really solid side lanes already.
Yeah, what's going to be the mid? They're probably going to need like a Spirit Hero mid to rotate to the Tide's lane to gank. Tide and Tiny, they're both, I think in the early game, they're kind of like staticky heroes. They don't really like to move a lot. So it's going to be down to the mid laner to kind of pick up the slack, move around, try to gank the side lane. So the mid matchup going to be very, very important for Nigma. They have the overall last pick so they can potentially counter pick it just to make sure Raw doesn't have like a very good start, because their start to the game is going to be hugely dependent on the runes again, once more. The mid hero moving around, trying to help out the side lanes, get kills here and there. In the last game, what happened in the start was they lost the 6-minute power rune and then they lost the Wisdom Shrine, right, if I remember correctly. So both important objectives, they just couldn't get it in the early game. So they go for the Storm. This is one of his best heroes on Butterfly Effect. He really likes the hero. So potentially right now, Nigma thinking, do we actually put the Pango on off lane, put the Beast on safe lane, and pick a counter matchup against the Storm Spirit? Something that can ruin his game. There is Puck available. I think Puck would be good at countering the Storm, but it's maybe not so good against Tiny. But I think overall the puck is kind of like maybe a good solution. But Nigma goes for the LD, the lone druid. This
Ooh.
hero has been on the rise recently, but Tai is kind of like I feel like a huge counter to LD, right? In the game, I think traditionally because of the anchor smash and it's very difficult for lone druid to kill the Tai. But nowadays because you're split pushing with the LD, you get Maelstrom, you get MJ, you get a Aghanims, you get Silver. You're not exactly afraid of Tide anymore, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a strange one because the damage reduction sounds like it would cripple the bear, but I think the way that you're playing this lone druid these days, Aghanim Scepter just splitting the map, it's starting to get clearer what Nigma Galaxy want to do, right? They're going to split push these waves, play the map. The second there's any semblance of a team fight coming, they're just gonna global silence, get the hell out of there, or global silence, make it miserable for Raw. This time around, Nigma Galaxy, they're the ones with a bit of a funkier draft. Or Raw, it's very clear what they want to do, right? They're going to get the timings on the Tidehunter.
It's kind of hard to figure out what the supports are gonna do, right? If you are split pushing with the LD and the
Yeah.
beast, what are the Snapfire and Silencer? What are they supposed to do? Like in the game, it's not easy to figure that out. I mean, at most I can see maybe the Snap and Pango moving around looking for kills, but Davai is inherently he's a really greedy player as well. Can he actually function well? Like if he is like a side piece in this game, like he's more like a supporting cast this game. He has to move and set up kills. Can he do it? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, are we thinking that? Are you concerned just because right now it looks like Nigma Galaxy, the only core they can play through is the Vi?
And you can definitely also play through the Beast, but Beast wants to farm a lot more. The Beast can come out, make a gank, but he needs to farm a lot after that.
Sure.
And so Pango, I would assume he should be your go-to +1 for a kill with the supports.
Yeah, I guess the upside for both GH and Oma is they have some semblance of wave push, right? The Scatter Blast and the Arcane Curse. Arcane Curse, not really the best, but it's still slowly but surely gets the job done. You can mop up some shitty farm on sides of the map your cores don't want to be at. So maybe that's what they'll be doing. Maybe in cases where everyone wants to be farming, they can just press their spells on the wave, take defensive positions. In my mind, Raw Gaming are going to be the ones to try and push the tempo, right? So if your core gets gone on, you have a global silence to stop the aggression, you have a cookie to get them out. I can kind of see why Nigma Galaxy have this type of setup. I guess Cookie is also pretty nice as a +1 to the bear, right? You cookie the bear in, you Lil Shredder, and suddenly the bear becomes that much more terrifying.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty useful. That's a lot of utility.
Yeah. I think teams are still trying to figure out like what's the best way to set up the lone druid, right? That's the big question mark right now. Because there's no question that the hero himself is strong. It's just the way that he plays is pretty specific.
Yeah, the default build just seems to be falling out of favor. You just want to farm and scale on this hero instead of fight early on. So that's pretty... I think the pretty interesting change to how people are playing Lone Druid. It's no longer the early game bully anymore. It's just a late game scaling hero.
I don't even know which one is worse, Winter. I had so many war flashbacks of being run at by a spirit bear with a diffuser and going like, okay, well, I guess I'm not playing the game. But
I
then...
guess I'm dead,
yeah, I guess I'm just dead. But then now you're telling me that is going to be my reality. I just have the first 20 minutes to survive. If I don't end the game in the first 20 to 25 minutes, if I try and go place a ward in my own jungle, there's a chance there's a Silver Edge bear ready to chop me up in 3 hits. It's still equally miserable. It's just a bit more delayed.
I'm to buy Ghost Scepters this game. I think Lone Druid, especially when you're playing support against it, you have to get Ghost Scepters. I just feel like there's a lot of like physical damage heroes right now. Song Shi, he didn't have a good start last game in the lane, and he is going to have the same type of start this game. Again, dying first blood. Not a lane you would expect a Tide to be dying as Silencer and Lone Druid. Like level 1, I get it when you don't have a Kraken, but you should know, right? You play enough Tide that you're pretty weak until you get your Kraken. You have 2 points, 2 points in Kraken Shell. And then you should be able to survive the lane well, with the Fate Bolt reducing damage, the Anchor Smash reducing damage, and that is a huge blunder by the Tide again.
And this is what we always talk about, right? The Tidehunter, the second entangling clause. So much for not being an early game bully. This might be a double kill if they're not careful. The entangle comes through, the hits fly out.
God, this
Shang
lane
Tzu
is
is
over.
dead.
Totally not respecting the fact that GH as well. Like when you're playing Silencer, you want to get Glaze of Wisdom at level 1. I think against this side of meaty, beefy targets on the off lane, getting the glaive is absolutely valuable, and that was, I think, something maybe Shang Tzu did not expect happening in this lane. You know, taking a ton of damage on the glaive, and you look at Clove on the Rubik as well, not winning that fight against the Silencer.
It's not happening, and we're seeing some of the same mistakes happen to the side of Raw Gaming's offlane duo. They lose the initial skirmish. Sure, 1 kill, first blood, that's pretty rough. But then now, you're just kind of taking 2v1 trades that you're not favorable for. When you fall behind in a lane, you want to try and set up a situation where the Rubik maybe can take advantage of the gush to win the trade versus GH, but we're not seeing anything of that sort. It's already a 3-0 advantage for Nigma Galaxy.
This is yeah, definitely not the start I envisioned when I saw the Tide Rubik. I thought this lane should be pretty good, you know, they just need to chill until you get level 2, and then they should be able, but he just got his level 2 at 3 minutes on the Tide. And
Yikes.
this is how bad the lane has gone for him, and you see Enigma just securing lotuses on both sides, so this is a huge advantage on the side lanes, you know, for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and the problem is you would usually have a lot of right-click potential, harass potential between triple S, Shang Tzu and Clove, but because the bear is in your face, you're spending a lot of resources trying to right-click this bad boy down, and meanwhile, the amount of pressure you're taking in return, that is a really tough situation. Looks like even in the bot lane, Davai and Omar able to win out on some of these trades, so the tiny Jakiro forced to just kind of back up, salve up, and try and regain control in this lane. Still doing okay in terms of the CS, but this time around, Davai, he's not eating quite as much shit. He is doing decently well for himself.
Shang Tzu is definitely eating all the shit right here, you know, getting run down by the LD.
Oh my
He's
god, is
gonna
he
die
dead?
again. I think he is dead. there's no escape.
The entangle just got refreshed. Yeah, the bear's gonna catch up. Press that spell. Yeah, I think I'm starting to identify a trend here for Raw Gaming. I mean, if all of their offlane duos go this poorly, even when you have a good advantage in the matchup, I don't know how you're gonna win like this. Ukiyo, he's gonna try and even the score again, getting it done in the bot lane, punishing Omar for that overextension. Now Davai gets a little bit of solo EXP, I guess. Oh, that's nice!
They've been really using their spells really well on the Nigma Galaxy duo. The Swashbuckler plus the Scalibur constantly landing on 2 heroes is putting a huge amount of pressure on the Tiny, and forced to ferry out a lot of salves and regen to this lane.
In this game, the Mage Slayer build-up, I guess that's why more people have been going for it over the Diffusal, right? The Perseverance early on, just allowing you to stick around in this lane, keep putting the spells out. Enigma Galaxy, this is a dream start for them here. Beastmaster's farming top of the CS, the side lanes are crushing it. It's not like Butterfly Effect is having too swell of a time either. Looks like he's just being pressured out by the Beast. The 2 supports from Nigma Galaxy have rotated over to this mid lane just to apply some pressure, show some presence. And he was going to try and take advantage of this catapult wave. No level 6 of Butterfly Effect. Yeah, look at the damage. My goodness. The Storm Spirit doesn't stand a chance.
This is going to be a quick one at this rate. Like Raw Gaming just fumbling in the laning phase against Nigma Galaxy.
Bro, we were talking about this one being greedy. We were talking about the Nigma Galaxy cause. What are the supports going to do? They have no one to play through. Everywhere they go, they're finding action. Nigma Galaxy bursting on all fronts here. You got to bring resource. You can't allow for this catapult to stay alive. At least gotta drag the wave away. Good job there from Lloyd. Good fundamentals. Still so much pressure. A top lane tower's gonna go down. At 6 minutes!
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's a tight against LD matchup, and the tower is down 6 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm afraid.
I don't even know what to say. Do you think that Raw Gaming expected maybe the Beastmaster to be on the safe lane instead with this Tide pick, because it answers everything else well, but seems like
they just played the lane really bad. They
Right.
just got lane diff, you know. Like if you play the early game so badly, it's gonna leak into other lanes. They are gonna
Raw
move
comes
for the
through.
support. they're gonna move their supports to the mid lane. They're gonna gank the other lanes, and yeah, it's just how Dota works, you know. That's why you can never lose a lane this badly.
Yeah, I know.
There's no game to be played after this.
Yeah, and again, same thing, right? You talk about the mid lane tower. This time round, the two mid laners, not too obsessed with the rune fights, but Noob able to apply so much pressure to the tier 1 tower. Wisdom Shrine is stolen. GH is just running between the two towers. The two supports on Nigma Galaxy are getting it done. Clove will go down, more int gained for this silencer. 2 shrines, everything stacking up Nigma Galaxy's way.
+6 intelligence at 7 minutes for Silencer.
Jeez.
Dream start, you know. This is a
Yeah.
very dream start for a hero like Silencer. You're gonna get to some point where you're stealing so much in that people are gonna have to casually buy new talismans to cast their spells. I always have fun playing Silencer when I see some enemy core, some low intelligence enemy core.
Yeah.
Getting a no because they can't cast their spells, you know.
It's so funny. Suddenly you see an arcane boots out, you're like, hey, bro, you're having a rough one, aren't you? That's exactly how Raw Gaming are probably feeling right now. Ukiyo forced onto the other side of the map behind the enemy tier 1. It's Struggle City up in there, and Raw Gaming, they're feeling the heat all the way from China. And honestly, you know, we were discussing the ping diff. I don't even know whether if they had the same ping, things would change so much. I feel like the way that they've been losing out in these situations, it's not even like they're clicking their buttons poorly. It's just decision making, right? Like the small things. Realizing that at level 1, you're under threat as the tide. That's not something that ping's gonna change. Look at this. I mean,
okay, never mind. That will be a conversation I will have with you another day.
it's okay. I mean, this watermelons. I mean, I feel like bears generally like meat, but they're probably pretty happy with this as well. Just keep
Oh,
farming that up.
Bears are omnivorous creatures.
They
love,
like fish as well, right? They love fish.
They love watermelons. They love fruits. You know, honey especially
Yeah.
helps them
Shout
get
out Winnie
through the
Pooh.
winter. Yeah, it helps them get through the winter, the harsh winter. You know, having that honey in your system.
And they're much like you, Winter.
Yeah,
They don't like to be disturbed. If you poke them too much, they bite you. You know, they can probably eat 3 to 4 steaks at any given sitting. You know, we're very, very many similarities actually.
Radiant's bottom tower
Are you a bear, Winter?
maybe secretly I have a bear underneath.
I mean, is that why you named Winter? Because you
Winter bears.
that's where you hibernate, yeah. Okay. Well, things are going from bad to worse and to awful here. 9k gold lead at 9 minutes. This is I don't know about this one. Raw Gaming, they're not really putting up much of a fight. And honestly, when you lose lane this hard, what do you even do? Like where do you even start to try?
There's
and
only
come back
one
here?
thing you can do. Try to play
Pray
the
for a
next game.
throw. Okay. Well, there's
you
a
try to
next game,
play it.
unfortunately, but okay. Well, maybe the group stage wasn't meant for Raw Gaming to start out swinging. They still have another match versus the side of Rune Eaters. That'll be immediately after this one. So maybe there's a world, because we talk about Nigma Galaxy. Their lineup doesn't necessarily do well in the team fights. If you could bring the numbers on Raw Gaming, land a Ravage, maybe try and pick off a key target and get on the main Druid, that could be something. But for now, the map that Raw Gaming actually have to play with is so damn small.
It's basically just their base and like 1 or 2 camps outside their base.
Oh, yikes. And even on the safest camp available. Mortimer's Kisses, giving him a little smooch. I mean, at least Clove can summon a boar, I guess. That's the trade-off. Level 4 boar to perhaps farm. He can't even step up. He almost dies there to the axes. Okay. Well, Noob kind of showing you this is what the Beastmaster's supposed to be able to do. He's not gone for the greedier build. He actually went for the Helm Dom, and I think that's a really good decision, honestly.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
GH As that global silence to work with, Ice Path couldn't come out in time. They didn't chain it up, but all 5 members look at that GH. You got yourself a cookie. You can't stun him. Need to chase with the zit. GH still alive because of the Ash Legion shield to come in with the damage, but look for Nigma Galaxy to punish, or maybe Nigma Galaxy, the ones coming in one by one, will be punished instead. 5 heroes coming through to get the Tiny a double kill for the first time this game. Raw Gaming coming alive.
How many more of those are they gonna need? Yeah, maybe like 3 or 4 more.
Yeah. This kind of feels like Raw Gaming, they've been in a coma for the past 10 minutes and suddenly you hear a beep on the heart scan machine. He's not exactly alive yet. Not... Oh, Lloyd. Whew, that was close. 20 HP.
You wanna regain sinus rhythm first?
Yeah. Whatever the hell that means. I didn't study medicine.
Me neither. All I studied was.
Wait, did you just make that up? Is that real? Is that real?
No, is that
like,
freaking
wait, what do
real.
you say? Sinus rhythm? Like your nose?
Like normal sinus rhythm. No, it means that the heart is back to normal rhythm.
Ah, okay, okay.
We-
Yeah, like
we-
that.
you're
They
trying
always
to
got the
restart
machines and
heart.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're trying to detect irregular heartbeats. Can't be too fast or too slow.
What's the machine called? The defibrillator? Like you jumpstart the heart, basically. Ravage comes out, Vinci, getting the Druid form. Can they save the lone Druid? He's in a real rough spot. Global Silence was used. Enigma Galaxy, they'll lose their prized carry. Meanwhile, Devi able to swipe through the back line. Between a rock and a hard place. Buyback comes through. You gotta watch yourself, but they still take down the second support. Looks like Devi, he's gonna be focused on rolling away out to safety. Still very tanky. They're thinking of looking at him on Ukio. What? Okay. Well, Devi's level 11. If they kill this Pango, it's going to be a lot of EXP. Butterfly effect on the high ground. Global Silence coming off cooldown. This Storm is in big trouble. Nice chain stun there, and unfortunately, Shengsi can do nothing. He will go down as well. And even without their lone Druid, it doesn't seem to be a problem. More int being stolen, axes flying through. The Tiny, he's a rock, so he just gets cut up by those. And you might steal the axes. Yeah, GG's. They're done. They're done. For not even 14 minutes in. Not even 14 minutes in. Enigma Galaxy absolutely stomping all over their opponents. That wasn't much of a show.
If you can't play the lane, you can't play the. That's what I always say. Like
You
after
truly
watching, you just can't really lose your lanes this badly. You know, everything just started on the off lane. You know, for Raw Gaming, just losing the top lane. Like their lane is not supposed to even go that bad. You know, they have a pretty decent lane. I think on paper, Rubik and Tide, I think just the level 1 wave. You know, the first couple of waves, the range creeps getting denied, just overplaying their hand, one death after the other, not respecting the glaive of wisdom, skill build from the silencer, just snowballed out of control, and they couldn't even set foot in the lane after that. That was how bad the lane was, and the silencer, because of how far ahead he got from the lane, just went to mid and gank mid, and that was it. You know, you lost 2 lanes, you lost the tower. 6 minutes, I think the tier 1s were down, both the tier 1s in mid and the off lane, and
Yeah.
it's pretty much GG. You know, you lose the wisdom shrine, and what else can you do?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of those games where there's just not much to say. Right? There really isn't. Raw Gaming, maybe they haven't fully warmed up yet. It didn't look like they were ready to face the heat that Enigma Galaxy were putting out on them. Maybe they thought it'd be a bit more casual, a bit of gentleman's agreement. You know, you farm, I farm, we're gonna start the group stage off nicely, but no such thing. Enigma Galaxy, they're here for blood, they're here for that one slot in DreamLeague Season 29, and they'll start their group stage with a thundering 2-0 win. Now, that wraps up our first series, Winter, but we're not done with the Dota 2 just yet. In fact, we're not even done with Enigma Galaxy just yet, because they'll be facing a, on paper, stronger opponent coming up in the next series. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy versus Namiga coming up after around 1 hour and 20-ish minutes from now. So you got some time to get yourself some dinner. If you're in Southeast Asia like us, it's around dinner time. You're going to get yourself a nice munch. Come back for more Dota 2 action in Division 2 after a longer break.
Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Wherever
found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation. The spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby. Take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me. Yeah, take me. Take me as I am.
Never been so happy like I am with you. You make me feel so good that I can't believe it's true. Yeah, yeah. I have to pinch myself once every day. Since I heard you say, baby, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. You know I feel so lucky just spending time with you, yeah, yeah. Your love shines through me with everything you do. I have to tell myself once every day. I really did hear you say, baby, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. Baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, baby, yeah, yeah. I wanna give you all of my love, yes I do, yeah. My love, yeah, yeah.
I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I, not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take a struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this still my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this still my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music. You know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, together. No more limitation. We unite as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Roll, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. The bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation.
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in the speed. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Yeah. on down Pico. Heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, oh now, oh yeah. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? By the ocean where we hit the ground, when just one block away shops were burning down. No surprise, the peaceful pay. We can't kick our feet out till justice takes its place. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, stepping out of line. I wanna know when they're stepping out of line.
Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby. and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Take away the pain.
Am I a boy, a useless toy, running so scared, eyes wide shut from pain? This fight, this poisoned land of fools and broken dreams. Oh, please set me free. Take
my time just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. I'm trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? try.
Everyone, welcome back, folks, to Dream League Division 2. This is to decide which two teams are going to make it to Dream League Season 29. Now, the closed qualifiers have already concluded, which means this is the last chance. All of these teams that have assembled for this event, maybe the second, third places in their respective regions, and now they're going to have to fight it out in the pit to figure out which one of them deserves this shot. It's been a bloodbath so far, but not a fair one. Earlier on winter, we had Nigma Galaxy very quickly dispose of Raw Gaming. Hopefully, the next opponents are going to put up a bit more of a fight. We have Namiga up against them in our next series.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see more of a game, not just laning phase equals GG.
Yeah.
The game is over after 7 minutes. Especially the second game of Raw Gaming. It ended at 14, but I think after 6 minutes, we all knew who was going to win the game, pretty much.
It was not pretty. It was really not pretty. And a lot of it, Raw Gaming, of course, they're a thing of the past, at least for this stream right now. But my opinion was that the offlane duo was a little bit lacking, right? They were drafted some pretty solid pairings, and you don't really expect to lose that hard. You just can't really afford to lose that hard, really.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And I don't even feel like it was the matchup that was difficult. I just felt like they just didn't really... did what they needed to do. Like for the first couple of waves, there are very technical. There are a lot of very technical things that you have to do correctly. Like how do you perceive your level 1 power spike? Right? Are you strong at level 1? Can you actually contest? If you're not, then you have to play defensive and respect the opponents and just play for your level 2. I think in the second game in particular, they had the Rubik and Tide. They were supposed to be defensive until maybe even to level 2 and level 3. But level 1, they were already trying to do a lot of things. That they were trying to be aggressive. They're trying to go for that extra last hit, and then you get punished, you get pressured, and then you die, And then they both died, and I think the Tide under TP back to the lane and died again. So these are things that cannot be happening, and hopefully we won't see that in this second series of the day.
Exactly. We're going to have a draft between both these squads. I love that you point that out, Winter, because Nigma Galaxy, we were looking at the standings just to see which teams are part of Division 2, because obviously, unless you follow each of the Tier 2 scenes in each region, you're not going to be super familiar with these names, right? But Nigma Galaxy, an outlier. Everyone knows Nigma Galaxy. They've been at some Tier 1 events, but where they sort of fall short is being able to close games out convincingly. Against some of these weaker opponents compared to them, though, they know all the little tricks to exploit, right? They know all the little moments. So you can't afford to slip. In a way, Nigma Galaxy are almost like the gatekeeper, and Namiga Gaming are going to have to try and break through. Now, Namiga, they hail from Eastern Europe. They were third place coming in after BetBoom. They only lost to BetBoom, who ended up being the ones to qualify anyway. So there's something to be said about how strong they can be. In terms of the roster, no real names that I want to say have been successful or prominent just yet. So really, we're going to find out a lot more about their style and the type of Dota they want to play.
5 seconds
Let's see. So they've been looking at their past games. It seems like they play quite a large variety of heroes. They have a vast hero pool. I like that they're actually playing also like Grimstroke. I know it's one of your... Is it one of your favorite heroes, Grimstroke?
No, I think I respect the hero, although most people have forgotten about it a bit.
I think the hero is kind of maybe set for a return to the pro scene. Because of the buffs, I actually underestimated the buffs, like the 5.5 damage percentage damage reduction when you get the ink drill on a target. Actually, I was watching a couple of games. It's quite impactful in the laning phase. It helps you trade a lot better.
Yeah.
It used to only give vision, so you can chase them into trees. But now it has damage reduction against Grimstroke.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference of maybe 1 or 2 branches, maybe even a Fairy Fire in terms of damage, right? So you're kind of tipping the scales of those early game traits especially. Maybe even the later game fights, if you manage to tag enough heroes with your Stroke of Fate, suddenly some of the burst spells they're throwing your way, they think they finished you off. Nope, 5.5% flat damage reduction, which is kind of a big deal. Namiga going to start things up pretty aggressively in the draft, just going straight for the puck, and now they're going to try and ban out some of the other options, right? You always like to talk about Lion, Shaman, and maybe in this current age of Dota, there's not a lot of supports that actually lock down the puck. We'll see what Nigma Galaxy go for. They're just building their own draft at the moment. Beastmaster, Rubik, pretty strong offlane duo if they want, or maybe Noob can pilot it again and be super aggressive with something like a Helm Rush that we saw.
It seems like they don't really care about the puck, yeah? Rubik is it's okay with the lift, but normally you want to have like a Hex against puck, Lion or Shaman, but opting to put more value in the Rubik stock. I think they just really like the hero at this point. It works with a lot of the offlane heroes that Dava likes to play with them. And we see Namiga here very, very aggressive with the Puck Enchantress Wu-Wing, just going straight for the 3-man, you know, the 3-man action in the mid lane. Puck Enchantress Wu-Wing. With Enchantress, it's going to probably deter you from putting the Beast on the off lane. So you don't want to go Beast off lane against the Enchant to steal your boss. So Namiga gonna be playing a very, very like early game centric lineup. They want to fight for all the runes. They want to contest for your mid tower, and Nigma, they're gonna have to be prepared for it.
How bad is it if the Beastmaster goes mid anyway? Because when I first saw this Beastmaster come out on 9, sure, Nigma can flex it, but my first thought was, isn't this kind of decent into the puck? The puck can't really push you out of lane. You know,
It's okay. You can kill the ball with your orb, but overall, I would say it's not really a problem. You know, like it's not like a matchup where it's unplayable for puck. But I do agree that Beastmaster should have the upper hand in terms of CSing.
yeah, I guess that's kind of why I was like, you know, you're saying the Enchantress prevents the Beast from going to the off lane. I guess that means, in a way, even though you're not countering the Beast mid, you close up the options for them to do a last minute pivot of some sort. I don't know.
Yeah, that's all you want to do against a flex pick. You want to make it unflex. You want to unflex the flex pick. You know, make it so that you can only
Make
go
it
to
limp.
Yeah, you want to make it so that you can't really go to a certain point in the game, you know, a certain lane in the game, because you have a certain counter pick ready for it if you do put it in that lane. So Nigma probably unlikely to put the Beast on the off lane, I would say, and the next pick, the 17th pick, is going to tell us a lot more about their overall strategy here. So they go for the Underlord, which is a very good hero against the puck. The root and getting a pipe, very useful stuff, and the lane is also deadly, you know, Rubik and Underlord. This is one of the, I think, strongest offlane duos that I feel I've seen in a while. The lift into the pit. So Underlords have been scaling the Pit of Malice a lot earlier now, so it works really, really well in tandem with the Rubik's lift.
Yeah. The main part about Underlord that makes him a bit tricky is that you firestorm the wave, right? And there's nothing really stopping the carry from walking out of it. If you take 1 or 2 of the ticks, it's actually manageable. But if you're forced to tank the full thing, you are going to need a salve or 2. Like, it is rough.
Bro,
So Namiga,
you don't need a salve for that. You're dead, man.
you just go back to base. You get full fountain regen. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, whenever I see an
Underlord,
Underlord, yeah, it's disgusting, man. And the Rubik's got to put his own damage out as well. Whole time you're being auto-attacked, it's rough. But overall, now I'm looking at Namiga. I feel like you look at the Underlord on the other side. On paper, you want to be going for this Ursa, right? It is a lane counter, looks decent for the game as well. With the Ench on paper, another situation where it feels like it should be okay. I feel like the Ursa might end up being a bit of a bait. Like, he's gonna take so much spell harass damage that he doesn't really have the sustain for unless Ench pumps heal. Okay, they still go for it though.
It's not an easy lane for Ursa, you know. On paper, you counter the Underlord, but it's in a 1v1 matchup, yes, I agree. But when there's a Rubik around with how Underlord's been playing right now with the early pit, it's not exactly black and white anymore. I think it also depends on what creeps are you getting on the Ench. Do you get lucky with your creeps? That would probably decide the outcome of the lane. But this lane is very favorable. I would say early levels, especially level 2 and level 3, they are very good for the Rubik and Underlord. I think they can definitely push the Ursa out of the lane, and they're going to make it very hard for Ursa to play aggressively, right? Because you want to get the first swipe stacks on the UL as much as you can to push him out of the lane. But with the Rubik and Underlord combo, it's kind of difficult. You try to hit them, you're going to take a bunch of damage from the Firestorm and get stuck in the pit. The only thing you need to worry about as Underlord is getting some mana items early so you can keep spamming your spells.
Yeah. Something like a cheeky Soul Ring, just keep yourself in there, keep spamming out the waves, not much pressure the Ursa can put out. And the Ench, the Hoodwink, like you said a bit earlier, Namiga, they'll be looking to rotate to the mid lane. So if Nigma are still focused on playing these side lanes instead, it could get very tricky for the Ursa. If he's not getting the assistance that he needs, it could even be a situation where Underlord Rubik are the ones pushing him out.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see how they're gonna finish up their lineup. They kind of need like a beefcake, a frontline hero right now for Namiga Gaming. There's Tide. There's I don't know if Centaur is still in the meta. Probably not. I haven't really seen the hero so much. Then there's Brewmaster, which I think it's a lot more common. What else? So I think mainly Brew and Tide. Those are the more common ones. So Tide is already banned.
It's
So
gotta be
it's
Brew, right? There's no way.
Yeah, probably they'll go for like the Brew. It works with the lane. I wonder if they are still willing to go down for something like a Slada. You know, Slada is still in the pool. I think Slada with Hoodwing, you're a pretty strong lane. So if you want to play like a very fast-paced lineup, get Roshan, get Tormentor. Slada will definitely help you do that. But this is a hero that we haven't really seen too much. You know, it's a great hero against Beast. It's a great hero against Underlord. Against Beast, you prevent him from bursting your targets from full to zero. You just put a bolt on top of the raw target. And against Underlord, obviously you have the X mark. You know, it's very annoying. You can't run away from as the Underlord. So I can see why they're going for the Conquer. And let's see what Nigma does. You know, they go back for this LD. You know, this LD seems like the go-to for a lot of teams. I've seen this hero winning a lot, even in the Wallachia event that's going on right now. There are a lot of games where this hero has been extremely successful on the carry role.
Yeah, and it is a scary situation, right? Because Kanka, on the offlane, this is something that if you look at Namiga's recent drafts, it shouldn't come as a surprise that that's something Kovis9 wants to bring out. They used it against Lynx yesterday when they were playing the EPL Grand Finals, and they almost won that Grand Finals. They were 3-2 in the end. And it was because of this Kanka, right? At certain points, you just become this really tanky frontliner that your opponents don't have the answers to. But I'm looking at the last game that they played yesterday, Namiga versus Lynx. They picked this Kanka. They were also playing it into a Beast, into a Rubik, and an Underlord. So the Underlord clearly has some level of, juice that you can pump. Even into the run buff, it's a lot of percentage damage HP over time. And suddenly, I'm getting war flashbacks, Winter. The Silencer Lone Druid lane, if you don't respect it, it is going to outtrade you. So Ariel and Kovis9, I feel like they got their work cut out for them, because this safe lane is not going to be easy at all.
Not too sure, Mike, though. Like, I feel Conca, maybe the first level will be difficult with the Conca and Holdwing. But I imagine at level 3, like when you get your second point in Tidebringer, you can keep splashing the bear. I feel like it's not going to be that easy for the LD to stay in the lane. The Conca is, I think traditionally, like I remember back in the days, this is one of the heroes that teams would employ to deal with a lone druid. So I haven't seen the matchup right now. Everything has changed so much for both heroes. So I'm curious to see how it actually plays out. It might not be as straightforward as maybe on paper. LD should win most of the lanes.
Sure. And I think maybe it's just a bit of recency bias from me, right? Because in that previous game with Nigma Galaxy and their Silencer LD safe lane, that game ended real quick. It wasn't even 14 minutes. Raw Gaming tapped out. They had enough. In that game, it was an offlane Tidehunter. So let's see whether his counterpart, the Kanka, has a better shot. I guess overall, looking at the 10 heroes in this game, would you favor any side in terms of maybe a draft that you personally like more or have more belief in?
I think I believe in the lone druid right now.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like after watching Nigma in the previous game, I feel like I can't disbelieve in the druid. That's my issue.
Yeah, this hero seems to be really strong right now. This new way of playing without the diffuser seems like the right way to be playing the hero.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in seeing how this meta is going to develop. And I'm sure there's still some hidden tech remain to be seen, but right now I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's some juice for sure. Some tussles.
3 runes for the Namiga side.
Yeah. All thanks to the Ench out-clicking noob there.
Yeah, so looking at the lane setups, I think on paper, I want to say Nigma has the upper hand in all 3 lanes. The bot lane, maybe I'm not so certain the lone druid lane, but I think maybe it could be a close one. But on the other 2 lanes, the Beast against Park, I think this will be favorable for Noob. And on the off lane, the Rubik and Underlord, even though Ursa is picked into the Underlord, I still feel like the Rubik and Underlord can gain an upper hand in this lane though. So laning wise, I would definitely prefer to be in Nigma's position here with the lane setups.
I'm starting to see, I agree with you, first and foremost, but I think I'm starting to see how this LD is meant to work. Because if we see the way the lane is breaking down, if GH solo trades versus Aerial and Rincy Q solo trades versus Kovis9, both individuals on Namiga will be losing the trades. And now we have this situation where you
Can't
split
play
up.
the lane.
They
What the
can't.
hell?
They're just being auto-attacked out. That's my issue, right? If you try and stand to get... Wait, why is the bear TPing? Where's the bear TPing? Okay, that was a bit of a mistake there, I think, from Rincy. He didn't mean to do that. But yeah, I don't think you can actually play the lane. So it's becoming this weird situation where, you know, Rincy, he's got to watch the HP on his main druid, but other than that, as long as the bear's in the way, they can't really come back in here. Kovis9 was forced to TP back from the trenches just to get back into a safe position. As long as Rincy Q makes sure his main hero is healthy, I don't really see how they can get the better of this situation.
Levels, Mike. When you get levels in Tidebringer, I feel like the tides are going to turn, you know, for the Conquer. Level 1, maybe not. You're particularly weak as Conquer at level 1 and level 2. I think level 3 onwards, this lane should start to be more favorable. I still think it'll be favorable for the Conquer and Hoodwink, despite seeing this dominance from the Lone Druid and the Silencer, just constantly pushing them back with the bear right-click harass and the Glaives of Wisdom. But if they can ride it out, they can wait, be patient, wait until they get level 3. I think the lane is going to turn around for them. Right now, it looks totally horrendous. 4-0 last hit only for the Conquer.
Yeah, that's not good. Kovis9, his item build, looking to get that Spirit Vessel perhaps after the phase boots. Not sure what's further down the line from what he's queued up. A long way to go though, has to ferry out those salves just to even stick around for EXP in the lane. But on the bright side, Namiga, they are showing that patience that you're asking for, right? Compared to Raw Gaming that maybe they felt a little bit rushed to try to establish some sort of presence. They understand that the Silencer and Lone Druid right now are pretty strong and just can't really be contested right now. So Lotus is going to go the way of Nigma Galaxy on both fronts. Kind of similar situation to their previous game against Raw, where everything seems to be going well in the laning stage. There's the damage that we we're talking about. First blood drawn by Oma and Devi, and look at this Underlord doing a great job just getting in the way, stopping the Ursa from stacking up those Fury swipes. And because of that, self-hate, he can't commit for that kill.
This is the power of the duo. Alone, the Underlord doesn't match up against Ursa, but with Rubik. With Rubik, everything is possible. I mean, that's the beauty of like Dota, you know, like it's not a one-to-one game, you know. Like you can't just base certain strategies just because, oh, they pick Ursa against my Underlord, I'm gonna suffer, you know. But Rubik can definitely make things turn around. This is one of my, I want to say my favorite off-lane duos of the current patch or the previous patch. I love it. And with the popularity of Rubik, because of the changes that he's received, I think we're gonna see a lot of like Rubik +1 lanes, you know.
What's the concept behind Rubik plus anyone else? Because I know Tide, I know Underlord, but those are obvious combinations, right? On one hand, you got the damage reduction lane, on the other, you got the max out the Firestorm damage with the lift. But what makes you think Rubik will still be a good lane partner? Because I think it was yesterday, or another sort of game that we were casting, you're talking about Rubik. He's the type of support hero that you need to set up your draft around. You can't just pick him straight off the bat.
Yeah, precisely. I think you need to have certain lane combinations to ensure that he gets to play the lane. I think if you don't have kill pressure in the lane, the hero might feel like lackluster in the beginning, and he's greedy, right? So he needs to farm. And if you don't get a decent laning face off, or you don't get kills, then it can be problematic. But I feel like with this type of lane, Underlord Rubik or Tide Rubik, you have a lot of kill potential. You see here, Pit, Firestorm. He doesn't even have to live in. Oh, I guess he does. He lives him in, and there's just a dead hero, like from almost full health, That's the power of the Rubik and Underlord.
Bot lane, Rincey getting run down. They were patient, but they still get turned around upon. Yeah, like you were saying, man, the Rubik seems really, really strong. He's being chased down now by the Ench, though. Try to TP out. Oh, he is going to get out, too. Really nicely done from Omar so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, on paper also, Rubik, you don't really match up well against Enchantress. Like, you shouldn't be able to trade. Because this Ench Ursa lane, they're both like 1v1s, like the core against the core, the support against the support. But when they are together, the Rubik Underlord just works wonders,
Yeah, unlocks a whole new dimension to that lane. Let's see whether the Kunkka starts to turn the tides around like you were mentioning. Because so far, got a kill onto Rincey Q. And not really stopping him from farming very much. Just putting a lot of damage, or attempting to, on the Druid. And now this is going to rely on Rincey's micro abilities, right? Can he keep his Druid active and try and dodge those Tidebringers? Here's a nice gank, though. Rincey in some trouble. Try to bring the bear back to him. Bushwhack catches them both, and he doesn't have help. GH looks like he was a little bit busy. Gonna try to turn around, but really nice creep selection there from Vanilli. He went for the Ogre Frost Mage, sorry. And that keeps that Hoodwink alive, but in return, look at top lane. Self-hate. He's going to be able to slide his way out of trouble, out of the pit, but still being chased down. Phase Boots will help him escape along with the Windlace. He's got a lot of move speed, and this is a really tricky situation for the Ursa. Yeah, he's just having to run.
He's not a jungling hero, Mike. Ursa does not want to go into the jungle. He wants to hit heroes and hit some creeps.
Gonna bring the Ench back up to the top lane, at least try and suspend this push. Self-hate, he's got to find a Rubik. You got to be careful because he could get lifted into a Firestorm casted from the low ground. This Ursa spent the past 1 minute dancing around here, not really able to escape. And coming through the Twin Gates, it's GH from downtown. Put the damage out, lift back into the Firestorm. Can't out-heal that one. And look at the Ursa. He's still not allowed to touch a creep, but Young G's here to break him free of his prison. He's not even going to risk it to try and jump forward for the kill on Divine. Last minute Lotus. Even a Fairy Fire used. But here comes Noob. He's ready to join the party. He sees the puck and he presents his own threat. Jumping down now. Still got the vision from the last word. Nice dodge, but the Axis tagging him. You need to get a bit of a slow. Maybe an Arcane Curse. Can't get the connection onto the puck. So a full-on tussle in the top lane. Axis, not enough damage. Young G will get out, but still, overall, I think that's okay for Nigma Galaxy.
I actually didn't really like what Self-Hate did there. I think he should have just suicided to get the kill. Because he didn't want to commit after the call because he was so low. But I felt like it made the puck waste so much time to get the kill, and he almost even died there, And kind of, I feel like affecting the puck's progression quite a bit there, Because I would have rather that.
Hold on, Winter. Big gank in the bot lane. Rincey, he might not have an option of whether he lives or he dies here. Needs a big roar, but can't get it. The bear overpowers the other bear. Well, at least on this front, I think Self-Hate making a very cool play, trying to get through the Twin Gates. And now he'll find himself a second. So big boost of recovery here for this Ursa after some questionable moves that you were mentioning in the top lane.
This is definitely going to help his progression recover a lot. He's decently. He's doing decent after that kill. Almost the same net worth as Divine Armor on the Underlord. So he definitely has recovered a lot of his losses there the last couple of minutes. But again, Underlord is one of those heroes. You give him a lot of farm. This hero uses the net worth really, really well, like with the auras or with your early catch items, with the yields that he's queuing up, which is splendid against Ursa. And Underlord is going to be a very annoying hero for the Ursa in the team fights.
Yeah, the main concern right now, apart from the Underlord doing well, is I think he's the only guy with good wave clear that can stand in front of this tower.
Mid-lane.
And he doesn't seem to be interested in doing so. Mid lane, trying to get the kill onto the Beastmaster, but They just don't really have the damage for it. Global Silence coming through. Noob still standing strong. And Devi connecting into the fight. They've brought in the Ursa though, and Ursa will try and rip up this Beastmaster. They've taken down the Rubik, taken down the Beast as well. And this time, Namiga, they're not going to get outdone by the Underlord in his ult. They bring more heroes and they overpower Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, Nigma definitely read that situation wrongly. They thought that with the Underlord coming in with the Fiend's Gate, they have the power to outchase Namiga, kick them out of the area, but they just can't, you know, like Namiga teleporting heroes into their tier 1, just securing the numbers advantage there and forcing the Lama to retreat through his own portal.
And you kind of scratch your own head wondering whether Nigma even had to do that, right? Like, they used the Global Silence, they could have just retreated on Noob, kept him up and running, but instead they choose to try and turn around, get a kill, and they get overwhelmed by Namiga instead. I mean, on the regular, maybe you just use the raw escape and then you keep farming on the Beast, but as we can see from the build, Noob is committed in more for a Helm Dom, Helm Overlord type setup. So he's gonna try and pressure the map through the mid lane, not going for that greedy Agadim style. See whether that pays off here.
I kind of feel like it's nice to go for this build when you have Underlord, because Underlord doesn't really want to participate too much, you know, in the early game. You kind of need someone else to do it. So with the Helm on the Beast, they can definitely play through Noob's Helm timing this game, you know, and allow the Underlord to connect with the Fiend's Gate, you know. I think in the first series as well, we've seen how Nigma, they're trying to use Davai mostly as a connecting tool, a connecting hero. And I think in the first game, maybe there were moments that he was dying a lot, but in this game, it seems like he's doing alright.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the action has been centered around other members, specifically Rincy, right? I think Namiga so far, they've done a great job just constantly threatening the Druid and forcing him out of the way. This was not the case in the previous game. Rincy was just able to farm to his heart's content, but now this is more looking like LD. He is supposed to be a hero that's a bit weaker early on. Namiga take advantage of that. Still continuing to bring heroes into the mid lane, looking to make sure that Noob can't pressure this tower without being punished. Just constantly clearing the waves, even bringing the Kunkka down here, ready to respond to any sort of a move.
Yeah, they really want to hold on to all the towers as long as you can. I think the mid tier 1 tower right now is just a really extremely important tower. I always like to mention the ancient camps. They got removed, some of them on the sides of the map, so the middle section of the map becomes extremely important, right? If you are talking about ancient camps and ancient farming. And if you lose your tier 1 in the mid lane, it's gonna create a lot of pressure onto your carry trying to farm the camps, you know. So I would say right now it's extremely important to defend onto your mid tier 1, you know. Even before it was, but now it's even more important. That's why you see like teams, they like to sort of draft heroes like Puck, Beast, Sand King, you know. You cannot get the tower, or at least it's so hard to get the mid tier 1 tower when there are heroes like this, they're just casting their spells, they're clearing the way from far, and then there's nothing you can do about it, you know. You can't really pressure a tower until later in the game, so it allows their teammates to basically farm the whole map, you know. It's like an economy thing, having a mid laner like Beast, Sand King, Puck, instead of the more, I want to say, traditional spirit heroes that want to rotate and roam around.
Yeah. It just kind of represents a different style, right? When you go for these type of heroes, you're thinking more about playing the map, more about just kind of pushing out the waves. I think in comparison to the typical spirit style of secure rune, make a move. Secure rune, get a pick. Secure rune, smoke. It's a lot more telegraphed, but you play like this, you can secure a lot of farm for yourself instead. Going on to Devi Lama now, he will be easy pickings for Mr. Self-Hate. How to Ghost Ship as well, I think that's onto this poor Silencer. GH will get caught as well.
Yeah, this is a little bit like I feel like sloppiness, you know, from Devi, because if you look at the map, right, the mid and the bot wave, they're all pushed out, and there are no heroes showing on the map, right? So that should already telegraph to you that, hey, something might be up. I gotta be a little bit nearer to my tower. I gotta back off, farm back towards the tower. I mean, I guess you could also make the excuse for him that he was maybe playing around, playing on the wards that he has. His team has 2 wards in the enemy jungle, which doesn't really see anything coming, right? So maybe he had that false sense of security.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But, you're looking at, I think, still not really a very convincing excuse. Devi, maybe he thought he had the global silence to back him up. The global silence just to stop the enrage from coming through, that felt very excessive.
That was...
Even if the enrage comes down, doesn't he just die anyway?
Yeah,
it's not like there's a tier 1
die.
tower to get to, yeah.
Yeah. I think Nigma just a little bit rattled, after that Davai death there. So not really making the best decisions in the game. It's not calm, not calm enough. Just wanted to, I guess they were just worried about a potential backup incoming, inbound, from the right. So they just didn't want to take any chances. But that was an expensive kill, having to pop the global silence for that. GH is he's gonna have another one in another 80 seconds, and let's see if Namiga can actually take advantage of this long CD spell.
And that's the age-old game plan with the silencer, right? You're always looking, okay, global silence down, get her the hell out of here. Like, let's move on, let's play map. They can't do anything, global silence is down, silencers just creep.
You want to get objectives, get the tower. Okay, Roshan probably not with, I guess it's a little bit too early for the Ursa still, but getting a tower, the mid-tier 1 would be a great start, And Davai is already here to defend the tower. He has his use completed, so he's pretty difficult to kill. A very good use game against the Kunkka and the Ursa. You can remove the X mark, you can keep the Ursa kited because Enrage doesn't work against the use timing, the use duration, so you still get tossed up in the air for the full duration. I mean, I should say status resist does not affect the use duration. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty fun playing Underlord with Facebooks and use. You're so quick.
Yeah, he's trucking along. Kovis not gonna get spotted, but the nighttime, the vision betraying them. Now Nigma Galaxy, the ones getting turned upon. Beastmaster needs to get out of the way. He needs some help, but he's dropping low. Coil committed as well. Noob finally gets the global silence. A little bit delayed, if anything. They still will find themselves too, as Self-Hate can't find any target. Yeah, like you mentioned, maybe it was still on cooldown at the beginning of that move. That's gonna prevent them from saving that poor Beastmaster. And they're still looking for more. Playing off of the Helm Overlord creep, forcing Namiga away.
And you can see like the power of the Underlord connecting to the fight, even though Noob had to die as an exchange, but they're gonna be happy getting the tier 1 tower and mid lane up. Yules to start things off, Pit to follow. Nice pushback, but Ursa is still going to die. So Nigma in firm control of this game, after those couple of kills into the tower. So they are the ones up. They are probably looking at whether they can get Roche with LD. Rincy Q has been farming up a Storm. He has his Mjolnir done, so he is going to be able to clear up all the creeps, push out the waves. Like whenever you're talking about Mjolnir, right, it's also the active, like the static charge that actually increases the amount of waves getting pushed into the enemy team that we don't really highlight enough. Sometimes this item just causes a lot of problem in terms of speed pushing.
Absolutely. GH getting caught here. Sharpshooter off the mark, a raw turnaround. GH is fine. That's not supposed to happen. And the stolen sharpshooter is the Rubik effect again, Winter. Now, Self-Hate's gonna try and come on, but he's being held in place by the pit. Namiga, that was not the execution that they were looking for. And Kovis 9 now has to send the boat in to get the job done, but he has sentenced himself to death. Kovis 9, nowhere for him to run, and he will get turned around upon and killed. Again, it's the Kunkka and the Puck that fall, and all they find is a support.
That was a costly mistake there, missing the sharpshooter, forcing his teammates. I mean, I don't want to say force, but they kind of feel like, oh, we have to go in and finish off the kill, and then they died, in exchange.
Yeah, so that's not good.
Things just not working out for Namiga. They are going to have to find a way to play better and execute these ganks much more cleaner. Can't be missing those spells.
No, not at all. An early Essence Distiller coming out from Mr. Omar here. I feel like I haven't really seen this. I know some support players have been trying this item out a bit, but it's not something that's had such a profound impact on the game that I find myself talking about it. You got any opinions on this item?
Kind of like it against Puck because Puck is very elusive, right? You can't really kill Puck easily because you can't track him down. So with this item, you can kind of, because you have vision when you have it
Right.
casted on the hero. So I definitely feel like it could be useful at killing a hero like Puck.
Sure. Just to keep track of where the Puck is juking in the fights and whatnot, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it has a lot of value in that regard.
Bushwhack gonna come through. This Roshan attempt is noted by Namiga, but they're not in any position to contest. So just some spells being thrown out, scans come through. Bit of cold feet here from Nigma. They want to win a fight first and maybe then secure the Roshan in the top side. Because this is a peak objective for both teams, given that there's an Ursa on one end and a Beastmaster on the other. They're looking for the opposition that threw those spells their way. Looks like they might just run into the Kunkka when he shows himself on the wave.
Actually, so they just decided to start Roche and then they leave. They wanted to, trick them to think that they are doing Roche and they wanted to get a quick kill in the jungle. A little
No,
bit-
it kind of seems like... So this is my read of it, just from seeing the way Enigma move. I think they thought that Namiga were all on the high ground waiting to jump them. They didn't know it was just a hoodwink who immediately gave up. Oh,
yeah, I guess they didn't know that. Now they're
yeah,
gonna know.
because they saw the bushwhack, right? And they're like, oh shit, if they jump us right now, we can't win the fight. Because they're worried about boat, coil, everything. So then they were like, okay, let's flush them out, but nobody was there. I mean, the job's still done, right? They needed to delay a little bit for it, but better safe than sorry, and now they're going to get themselves the Aegis.
And that was actually, I guess it worked out still, for Enigma Galaxy. They were just being a little bit cautious there about what the opponents could be doing. And now they're back to farming Aghanim's on the way for the Lone Druid with the Mjolnir. And looking at the Underlord as also halfway to completing his Aghanim is going to be a very annoying Aghanim this game. I mean, imagine, the Lone Druid bear running around the map pushing this, and you have
Then
to
the pit
kill
from
bear.
out of nowhere, bro.
And then
That's
the pit catches you and you die. Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, what do you even do? And I think that's kind of something maybe Nigma are helping us understand a little bit better. Because like you, Winter, I've also seen a fair share of Lone Druid come out, especially in the recent Pro Tier games. With the way that the hero is played now, it's a bit different from what it used to be. So they're showing us, okay, you want components of your team that can play the map, good wave clear, you want connectors like the Underlord, and it all kind of works out really nicely to set up Rincy Q for success.
Time for Emerald Bulldog to return to the pro scene. Lone Druid is here. This is
I mean, the Nature's Prophet got buffed as well, right? Like, someone called Koifa too. Why not? Bring them all back.
the Lone Druid Kings. If they were to return and dominate the scene, that would be a sight to behold for us plebs.
Bro, craziest, I guess, you get Admiral Bulldog on off lane, and then you get Koifa on mid, and then you literally have Lone Druid first pick as a flex, which would be crazy, and then you ask your carry player to learn it because that seems to be
That is the worst
position.
strategy ever because everybody is just gonna ban your Lone Druid, bro.
And then your team's cooked. All you have is a Lone Druid, actually. They're not good enough to bring out anything else.
I applaud you for trying, but that is a disastrous strategy. I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm not a pro coach, Winter. That's why I'm here in the casting seat. But 5k gold lead right now from Enigma Galaxy, so the fans are going to be happy about this situation. They've shown quite a bit of restraint and discipline, not wanting to give Namiga any ground to stand on. Which begs the question then, Winter, what are you waiting for on Namiga? Because they picked this Kunkka, it's worked out for them in the past, but now I'm looking at their heroes. I don't really know what the timing is. The most obvious one would be BKB from the Ursa, but then again, you're looking at a Kunkka with Spirit Vessel, Lotus. Those are okay items, nothing that feels like they would change the course of the fight. Puck's pretty low damage right now as well. So what's the plan?
right.
Like, how do you?
There's no timing right now for Namiga. Their timing is another, Parasma, another 5 minutes of farm. Then Ursa needs BKB because you can't move in the pit if you don't have BKB. There's global silence as well.
Yeah. And then even if you BKB, there's a chance that if you're not enraged, you just get rawed. And even if you BKB, there's a chance that the Lone Druid just entangles you. like 2 or 3 times. So maybe if the lone druid spirit bear is nearby and you rip it apart, that'll be cute. But let me.
Yeah, BKB doesn't even guarantee him doing damage to the
Exactly.
team fights.
Yeah,
But bare
that's the
minimum,
tricky
you
part.
can maybe survive, you know?
Yeah. They need to look for not bare minimum right now. They need bare maximum, and he's gonna start with a AD rune pickup kill onto GH. That's a good
It's a
start.
good start. Yeah, good start.
Yeah.
You might be able to find more here if they run up.
I mean, I'm not really sure whether Nigma Galaxy
not
want to stick
the- not
around,
this
but they
hero.
got hit in a good spot.
Okay, that was not the hero I was thinking of when I was saying running up the ramp, not the end.
And it's fair. Position 5 for position 5. You know, you gotta trade evenly.
That's not fair, Mike. Bro. The Ench is actually they're almost the same net worth. Okay, maybe you're right. That is fair.
Yeah.
I was expecting the Ench to be a lot more richer, but Namiga they're kind of having a hard time because usually as Ench plus 5 you kind of have plus 4 net worth.
Oh, I mean, Miss
bear
Bushwhack not gonna
hunting.
matter. They still find the spirit bear.
Bear hunting commences. It begins, and now the Underlord has the axe to. I don't want to say gang, but just assist the bear in a way when he's looking
Yeah.
for kills on the bear.
I
Poor
think the
Magic.
Mika are going to have to be very careful about where they fight. Because I think earlier on, you know, when they ran up the triangle and the ramp and stuff, like, even with the Ursa having a BKB, nobody else on your team actually has a way of maneuvering around the pits. So it could just create complete dead zones for your team in terms of the Ursa's running in with his BKB, but then he's like, "Where's my team?" And we're like, we literally can't help you." Not really something you usually think about too. So that's gonna be pretty tricky for Namiga to try and manage. Nice global silence, roar up. Bye bye, Young G.
-2.
Unlucky.
Oh.
Just kind of ran up
This
to
is
some
not-
nice vision.
This is the first pick puck, you know, getting countered by a position 5 hero. Not gonna feel good.
Absolutely not, no. And Rincy starting the map play, right? You kill his bear once, it's not gonna matter. It's a much lower cooldown now on the respawn. And just bring it back. Bring it back to life. Shout out Evanescence. And yeah, they're now just... Like, they got the whole zoo, right? They got the bear, they got the dragon, they're just split pushing. The Vi's coming in, just pitting for fun. It's like,
He's
okay.
not for doing it for fun. He's trying to kill the Ench, but his team is saying, no, get back here, Devi.
Wait, hold that thought. Look at this wrap around here from Namiga. They're gonna try and strike with the respawn of the park. Self-hate's already in onto the Devi.
Yeah, no
Looks like the
use.
Unlord's in trouble. He went way too deep, thinking he had freedom in the fights. Now he tried to TP out on the bear, but the Bushwhack stops it. So suddenly, this is the second bear dead again. Rincy has a resummon, but still, you have to be so careful about how many of these you give away.
I mean, Devi just feels like he's always not really on the same page with his team. They didn't want to go, and then he wanted to go. He used his use. The moment his use is down, the X-Mark came, and then you just toast, right? You have no escape.
Yeah.
I actually felt a little bad for him. Maybe the kill on Ench would have been possible if just one person follows with him, you know, but they all decided, nope. We are done. We get the tower, we are backing off, going back to farm, you know, which is also kind of understandable.
I mean, objectively speaking, right? Like, you bring your heroes in there, the play that you're making is for the tower, right? If somebody
not
presents
for- not
themselves
for
as an easy
Bambi.
kill- Exactly. And honestly, if you're ever playing a game of Dota 2 and like you're smoking up or you're grouping up as 4 and you're like, we need to kill this enchantress, either you're playing a turbo Southeast Asia game or something's gone completely wrong. You know, that should never be. No one has ever said we need to smoke and kill this edge. That's just completely insane. Nice pit in, BKB forced, Self-Hate going to try and escape, but he understands there's the threat of the roar, there's the threat of the bear, and the bear's gonna bear down on him. That's tough.
That is a much better move there from Nigma going in together, going for the right target. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I have to agree. You know, if you ever feel like you have to target an Ench first, you're in so much trouble.
Yeah, like what are we freaking doing, you know?
Oh,
It's just the type of hero Ench is. He's done.
Bro, he's
just dead.
I think he mistimed his jaunt. He needed to jaunt a little bit earlier, then he got caught by the last word silence.
Could he have escaped there, you think? Like there was no clear chain stun?
Because he was in phase shift, he just clicked his spell a little bit late, mistimed it. He was definitely there was no way he was dead there. You know, he was like Nigma were like, we're not getting this, and then they realized, oh wait, he fucked up. You know, then they went in.
Yeah. And I mean, you can see the pressure start to mount here. The Yules getting reflected doesn't even actually matter because now you have yourself a Torrent to work with too. This is an Amiga crumbling. I mean, part of it is because when you draft like this, you just don't know what your next timing is. So you're just kind of running around the map hoping for Nigma to give you a free fight. That's not gonna happen. They know exactly what they want to do with this lone druid, and they're taking the heat to you. Now this is the right play. No one cares about the edge. Just get the objectives. They're trying to rip the bear out. Yules is there to kite. Rinsing Q, the spirit bear dropping low, no save. By the way, they don't have the vision. Popping the BKB just to kill a helm of the Overlord creep for the Ursa. Dude, this game is rough.
This game is not rough. This game is over at this rate.
I
I gotta pull themselves together to get a team fight initiation on the right hero. But at the same time, like, how do they even team fight? You know, because I feel like their lineup that's supposed to go in and out kite. It's kind of difficult. You know, like you probably have to kill the silencer before global as well because you don't have any defensive item right on Puck. So if you don't go on silencer, you get global, your Puck's gonna die. There's no way of saving him outside of the Lotus unless the Conqueror is just ready to Lotus the Puck every single time.
That's the easier said than done, right? Because in the positioning, it's a tricky affair into an Underlord with an Agadims, like we mentioned. He's got a Partisan's brand, so he's just doing 9% more spell damage than everybody, which is crazy. And yeah, your Silver Edge complete. So the break's gonna come through, that's gonna disable. If I'm not mistaken, can you break Admiral's Rum? Yes, you can. Suddenly, Kovis 9, he's not gonna be as tanky as he wanted to be. Maybe a Fury Swipes damage chain coming out. That's gonna be very scary. And the Ench Untouchable, of course, that's the big one.
I don't know, man. I just feel like, despite how interesting it is to see the Lone Druid new tech, but it still bugs me that the Lone Druid and the Bear, they're not together right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, he has to live up to the name of being a lone druid. Global Silence coming through big pits, putting a stop to the escape. Bear on bear violent. Dude, they ignore everybody, go straight for the opponent carry, and there's nothing that Namiga can do. They're just on the run. The Puck's already given up on this fight. And Enigma Galaxy, they have full control of this game. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised to see if Namiga call GG right now. Because I don't know what you do, Winter.
There's nothing they can do right now in the team fights. They're not winning the team fights. They're not winning the scaling battle. They're not winning shit, you know, in this game. I mean, their timing is over. They didn't get Roshan with Ursa. Their early game with Enchantress was not good enough. There's nothing available for them but to wait for the next game, Mike.
It kind of makes me feel like if you predict a lone druid coming, if you have an inkling that this might be something your opponents pull out, you kind of need to match their map play potential. Because we've seen now 2 games in a row, first with Raw, now with Namiga, you're playing a bit more of a regular front-to-back draft, right? You're wanting to take these team fights, you're trying to play on your regular timings. But if you don't have the sauce to find this druid, kill the bear, you know, play the map, or something, you just lose. Like, and it's not even close. This is a Rinsey Q that was getting ganked relentlessly in the early game as well. He had a pretty difficult start, but here he is now. I don't know.
The solution to this LD is not like some direct counter. You need to figure out how to play the map. You need like some Underlord, some Dawnbreaker, some, I don't know, like some heroes to shove, because the waves are always constantly shoved at you with very minimal risk. They're using the bear, and there's this Underlord that can connect to the bear to maybe gank you and kill. So it's so infuriating to deal with, you know. So I feel like the answer is probably like some form of like ghost push that can deal with the bear. If you have no way of pushing out the waves, I think you're just gonna get picked off by this lone druid +1 gank coming all the time.
Yeah, honestly, the way that this game has shaken down for Namiga, it almost looks a bit like a horror game where you're trying to navigate out of a maze. But the problem is everywhere you go, there's a bear, there's creeps, there's a Rubik with a distiller, just finding you and hunting you down. Like Namiga just simply have nowhere on the map that they can be. They're all grouped up around here. The best option is maybe trying to jump Omar, but even he has a big Lotus Yules and a Blink to work with. Look at Devi, zero commitment, easy setup in the mid lane. The entirety of Namiga have to react to that. I just don't think there's a game to be played right now. I mean, the small shining silver lining, Winter, is that the Ursa's keeping up in terms of net worth, but I don't know how much that matters into all the Yules and just... I mean, I don't think he's been really able to hit a hero.
Forget the Yules, Mike. The Raw is his biggest enemy in the team fights. The primal Raw.
Yeah.
There's too much control in the team fights for him.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, whoever he goes on also has the potential of just being lifted to safety by Omar from the free shot that he got from the Tormentor 10 minutes ago. So they are just, again... I mean, this Rubik, you let him get past the laning stage, the amount of utility he's able to provide to the team is starting to look pretty nasty. He played the +1 with the bear as well, steal the torrent. I mean, I'm sure Omar, he was very happy about that Kunkka last pick because he's like, wow, so many nice spells for me to steal. I can X-Marks, I can torrent, I can boat, all of which are excellent when paired with the rest of the Nigma Galaxy lineup. Straight into the juggler they go. Creeps up on the high ground. Now your Ench does have an Aghanim Scepter. That might do something here with the little friends.
Do what, Mike?
Give me a moment. We're in the midst of figuring out. They're putting the damage onto Rincy Q's bear. Dropping a little low here, but here's the buy with the double hits of Destiny. Venn diagram with the Ench in the middle, not where she wants to be, but still able to out-heal it. So the first round down, the bear's out. Lone Druids resummon the bear, but the bear's a bit busy in the bot side. Will now TP to join the team. The problem is, Namiga, they can't really get into the fight. Global Silence immediately on Ursa's initiation stirs the BKB to work with, but again, I mean, he just doesn't have a chance to do shit. It's just way too much control. They didn't even need the Spirit Breath for this one. Rincy Q's only now coming in. You don't have a buyback on your Ursa, you've lost your racks, and the bear's cleaning up. Yeah, this... I mean, I already said it 5 minutes ago, Winter, but this game... This one's done, man.
Yeah, this game is definitely over. Namiga, they have nothing left in the tank anymore, but hopes that Nigma would somehow dive and take a shower in their fountain and
No,
maybe throw
not
the gun
even.
away.
Not even happening. GG is called. The lesser bear will lose, and the lone druid will win again. I'm starting to feel like if you don't see the lone druid banned out in the second or third phase, Nigma Galaxy are always going to go back for it. You're at the point where you need to change so many fundamental parts of how you play the game into this lone druid that maybe you just ban it. Maybe you just play against something like the Muerta.
Maybe you do. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on that. I think Lone Druid might be rising in the ranks of how important the hero is in the current patch. Then you may have to put a lot more consideration. If we don't pick it, if we can't play it, if we don't have any answers against it, maybe we should have just ban it, in the first phase. Just remove it so we don't have to worry about it. This hero is definitely going to be the talk of the town at this event, or even the other events, running this week. I think this hero is going to be very, very hotly contested.
Absolutely. And right now, looks like nobody is hotly or coldly contesting Nigma. It seems like they're on a full steamroll today so far, and they're looking to try and continue that momentum. But Namiga, they're no pushovers, and hopefully they can prove that to us in game number 2 after a short break.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way,
good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, yeah.
When the Kunkka came out last pick, we were saying, oh, it's gonna maybe turn the tides. It's gonna bowl over this lone druid from Nigma Galaxy. But unfortunately, Namiga were not able to do a thing. In fact, it wasn't even close. Another Nigma Galaxy win here in Div 2 that just feels inevitable just because of the lone druid. So at this point, Winter, I'm saying just ban it. I'm saying just ban it and play a normal damn game because maybe Nigma can't beat you then.
Okay, according to statistics,
Okay. I'm listening.
Lone Druid gets countered by, if you don't ban it, so you want to
Okay.
counter it, it gets
I'm listening.
countered by Necroforce.
Oh.
It gets
Oh.
countered by Death Prophet. So all this, like what, tanky
Okay.
heroes that can stick on you. But the
Right,
thing is,
I
when-
wonder what
it
the
doesn't make
idea
sense.
is.
Right? The thing
Yeah.
is, it also doesn't make sense because how people are playing right now, you don't even you don't even fight. You just split push. So
Yeah.
how do you? I actually don't get it.
Does the are you okay? My only thought is that when you in the past, right, you find the lone druid in the fights and then you focus him down. Like if the Death Prophet goes in, you can sustain versus the lone druid, right?
Dude, it gets countered by Kotal. Why?
Blinding light.
Oh yeah, blinding light. Okay, that makes sense.
Blinding light's a big deal. I get that part. So maybe mid coddle. Maybe that's something Young G likes. The problem is most teams are banning Kotal versus Nigma Galaxy, so you have a bit of a double-edged sword. If you leave the Kotal in GH, it's going to take it. If you don't ban the Kotal, they pick a LD, you get busted anyway. But we did see a fair amount of Death Prophet, a bit here and there. I think it's been popping up in some European pubs especially. I saw it played as support. I think there were some slight changes to a numbers, but nothing crazy.
Did I hear support, Mike?
You
Are
did hear
sure you're
support,
not-
yes.
Are you trying to mislead the community into playing a core hero as a support hero, Mike?
So what I've heard so far and what I've seen so far is that the
Okay.
consensus is that Death Prophet support works, but the numbers that she got changed don't feel good enough to be a core. Now, of course, open to being proven wrong here because I feel like we haven't seen Death Prophet in a really long time. But Winter, we were actually talking about it just last week, right? We feel like Death Prophet is a bit of a one-dimensional hero. She kind of does her thing, and there's not a lot of flexibility there. Would you agree with that? You don't look like you agree with that at all.
Yeah, I got distracted. My wife is showing me her tasty dinner.
Oh,
her dessert,
okay.
and
I'm glad
giving
you
me a
finished that
side eye.
sentence. Thank you. I'm glad you finished that sentence. So what's on for dinner, Winter? What is on the menu?
what is on the menu? Some perfectly roasted pork belly, with rice.
Ooh. Wait, like the Chinese kind or like the braised kind?
The braised kind, the delicious kind, whatever kind it is the delicious kind.
Okay, well, hopefully Nigma Galaxy can wrap things up real nice and quick so that you can get to your dinner. But regardless of whatever the case is, we're going to be eating good because we got some good Dota 2. Hopefully. I mean, Namega, they didn't put up much of a fight in game 1. They're going to have to...
Bro, I like how quickly you backtrack, Oh, I hope we get some...
No, hear me out because they didn't put up a really good fight in game number 1, but I want them to put up a better fight in game 2, brother.
No, I like that you're thinking in your head, okay, maybe there's a chance this might not be a good game because of how badly they got stopped.
The thing is, when before this series started, we had a bit of a longer break, right? So I actually went to look into Namiga and what they've been doing so far. The games that they played just yesterday were a lot more convincing than what they showed us. So my only, I guess, analysis or diagnosis of this situation is they got LD'd. So that's what I'm saying. Just ban the LD, play a regular game, don't mess around with the bear.
So we are away from getting Kes here. Right now we are getting LD.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can get hit by in Dota 2. That's the beauty of it. You could get Kes, you could get Techies, you could get LD'd.
No, it has to be a specific kind of hero because when you're saying you're getting Kes, everyone understands. You just disappear off the map for months.
Right, just some Kes bullshit, right? Like
you don't know what the hell is he casting, but then you just know that your HP bar is going down. And then you can't cast a spell on him. He's always invulnerable or some shit. You can't click him.
You know what's the worst part about Kes? Since we're on the topic, I feel like his spells, after a certain point, they make sense, right? He sticks his sword in me, he gets me in place, he rushes towards me and summons Phantom Lancer illusions. You know what I don't understand? Why does he do damage over time? What the hell is damaging me over time? You're telling me he has some weird poison magic or some shit? That just doesn't make sense. I don't get it.
Why not? He dip his blade in some
Somewhat.
it is,
Some
potion,
okay.
you know?
Okay. All right. Whatever the hell that means. Okay, let's move on. Namiga, they
You are
go
the
for
one
the
that told me Dota does not have to make sense. You told me.
That's
You,
true.
you
That's
remember
true.
saying this to me. If everything in Dota has to make sense, then Morphling can never sit next to a Phoenix because he's just going to evaporate.
Actually, do you think the Morphling will be strong enough to like dampen the Phoenix? Like
You should disappear the moment he
if
casts
you
Supernova,
waveform
you're
through
gone.
the Phoenix,
Bro, you're gone. You evaporate into thin air, you know, when the Supernova is cast.
10 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
we don't know what Morphling's boiling point is, but we'll get to that another time. Because I want to talk about this Keeper of the Light. It got opened up, Enigma Galaxy snatched it up first. This is one of GH's classic heroes, but the trade-off is that Namiga have now banned the Beastmaster. They take out the Ember, they take out the Void, so they're really trying to limit what Noob can bring out in the mid lane. This might be a decent strategy because Enigma Galaxy now, they're burning through some of this reserve time to figure out what they want to do. Do they want to reveal their mid pick because they know it's going to be a putt on Young G?
Yeah, with the Void Spirit being banned, what are the other heroes that can deal with Puck right now in the million? This is not too many, you know. I think Puck is just very annoying. There are some lanes where you will lose, like in terms of CS, a little bit, but it's fine, you know. I think Void Spirit is probably one of the more like really annoying ones, and whenever you do this, you always get a ban. You get to use a ban to protect Puck. Yeah, from the second phase, but they actually use two. They ban out both Ember and Void Spirit, so you don't really have a lot of like super good options remaining. If you want to bully him the lane, there's definitely still like the potential of like a Pango, like the Swashbuckler with the physical damage definitely hurts the Puck a lot. But later in the game, the Puck is kind of good into the Pango, you know. So it's a double-edged sword. And now Namiga, they see the Rubik and Kotal, so it could be their support duo, it could be a mid Kotal, but it's probably their support duo because it's Enigma Galaxy. So what are they going to do here? Is it going to be a Nyx game? You know, Nyx is very nice against the Kotal. Maybe not so good against Rubik. What else? If they want a melee position for, there's still Tuskar. He was banned the last game. So those are the kind of good options against Kotal. Like you want a melee hero that can kill the Kotal easily or find him easily in the team fights.
All right, what about the lane though? Because this is a pos 5 potentially, Keeper of the Light that GH will be playing. Or maybe they switch things up and do like a Keeper of the Light on the off lane instead. It's an Amiga that go for the Pango themselves, and they grab a Venomancer to boot. So this isn't exactly a melee pos 4 or something like that, but it can most definitely kill these two heroes.
Are you saying the Pangolier can never be a melee pos 4? According to my games in my dear pubs, it is entirely possible to have a Pangolier as a pos
everything in Dota 2 is possible. We've seen. I saw Warlock mid the other day building Blade Mail and Kaya. If you'll believe
Bro,
that.
why after the nerfs to the facet mid Warlock without champion of Gorov? How's that
You see, the
work,
fact
man?
that you're even saying that is pissing me off. Let's move on. Enigma Galaxy going to go back for what I believe is a noob classic, because every single time Enigma Galaxy don't really know what to play for noob, they will go for this Lycan. It's a favorite of his. It's kind of like his get out of jail free card. Again, another situation where Enigma Galaxy are looking for ways for noob to be the one to open the map up for them.
I feel like he's playing off lane or mid lane somehow.
He absolutely is, yeah. And it kind of makes up for Devi's a bit greedier tendencies, right? You talk
bit?
about how Devi is... no, because he's Feast of Famine. If you don't get him the greed, he's going to be like some poor little melee creep running
feel like
around.
his problem is like not knowing how to play the team. Like he's in a position where I think the issues that we've seen so far, we've watched them play 3 games. So far, what I've gathered is he has trouble understanding when he should go with the team and when he should be away farming and where he should be farming. Like, these are the questions that I think bothered me the most when I'm watching them play. So I feel like his hero usually tends to be the connector to Noob, right? Noob is like starting a play somewhere and he wants to connect over. I think the problem arises when the enemy has some sort of like a way to scout him and find him when he's alone, and then they keep picking him off and making it very hard for Nigma to kind of start a team fight, right? Because they're always gonna lose a hero on the side lanes. I think the Mega have to find a way to create that type of condition in the game so that they can actually pick Davai off. You know, I think it's a strategy where I feel like it can be employed when you notice that a team is playing in a way where there's always one person that's always far away trying to connect to the fight. So you play or you draft for trying to catch that
Kicking off or
particular
find that one person, right?
yeah, you find that one person on the map. You have to do something to try to figure out how to find him, And I still think, based on what I've seen, I think Nyx is very good against Nigma because Dava is always alone and you can hunt him and kill him.
Yeah. Enigma, they had to play a series earlier against Raw that was pretty one-sided overall, but Namiga, they had the privilege of chilling, watching. Now, of course, they might be watching other events or other games and not necessarily Nigma, but knowing that this is their opponents, they probably have a decent idea. Now, the Tiny comes out after the Muerta. I feel like Nigma Galaxy, they've set themselves up really nicely with this 16-17. How's the Tiny as a response? To me, at the moment, it's not entirely convincing. I don't see the picture. Maybe it can play map as well versus these weaker supports, but it doesn't make me gain any confidence in the Namiga lineup.
Yeah, it's like not a good call-to-call matchup, I think, against Muerta. Muerta is, I think, good against Tiny. Tiny is all physical. Muerta doesn't care about physical.
Yeah.
But again, it could be just wanting to look for a hero that can pick heroes off on the map because they're speeding up the map. Puck, Pango, they are mobile cores that are going to push out the lanes. So with Silver Edge, Tiny running around the map, I'm pretty sure you're going to get a lot of kills on Tiny. As a Rubik and Koto, those are yum food, like easy kills. And not to mention the potential Davai Lama running around the map getting picked out. So I can see what Namiga Gaming is trying to cook up here. They're trying to play the map, speed up, play for the pickoffs, and also at the same time, their team fight is pretty darn strong.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a lot better.
Wait, is this like some jungling Venomancer or what? Jakiro?
No, I doubt it. I'm pretty sure that it's Jakiro in the safe lane and a Veno in the off lane to try and pull some kills.
Bro, whenever you say Veno on the off lane, you think the Veno is actually going to be in the lane?
Yes,
bro.
At least in this case, because specifically, you said you wanted a pause fall that will be able to kill the Koto. I think this Veno Pango lane is going to be really strong.
Select your heroes.
If the Veno is in the lane, I think the
Yeah,
Venom's
so we need to tell him, give him a call right now, let him know, stay in the lane. It's a good one, because it's what Muerta, keep off the light. You got a blinding light. That's all you have.
You clearly haven't really been playing a lot of Venomancer games. You enjoy the
what,
heroes
is
the
it bad?
most when you're in the jungle. When you're in the jungle, hitting the creeps, getting your early level 6.
Okay, Winter, let me make an important discretion here. It's not that I haven't been playing a lot of Venomancer games, it's that you are a jungling freak. Okay, let's
Oh, why are you so against jungling? Every time I bring up, oh, maybe it's time to go jungle, you're like, nope, you cut me off right away. You stop me from entering the jungle.
I'll believe it when I see it. When 9 class brings the Venomancer back out, and when that's what is the most efficient, I'll believe it. But until then, Winter, I'm not taking your word for it.
Why?
I'm not trying to get reported. Okay, it's a matter of behavior.
You haven't heard the full plan, right? So you don't start out from the jungle. You start in the lane. But
wow, that's revolutionary.
You go to the jungle a little bit earlier than normal.
Okay. Yeah. So what's the plan here? Is it because in this particular case, it sounds like you're not the biggest fan of the Venomancer jungle.
Bro, I'm serious. Like, I think this hero, if you pick him on pause 4, it's better off you just go jungle at some point. I think after the Lotus, 3 minutes, you get the Lotus, you secure the Lotus. Maybe you can play the lane a little bit more. Then after that, you just go to the jungle and start your own campfire and you farm. Because after that, your greatest contribution on Venomancer is to get level 6 ASAP and get a core kill with your ultimate right away. You think
I can see that.
But I'm explaining to you a legit strategy. But you
I think relax. You gotta have to. You're gonna have to. You're done explaining the strategy. You don't need to get all the. Okay, so the Venomancer this game, if he goes into the jungle, I think the Pango's gonna be fine, right? Because you're Kotal Muerta, you're on paper not really going to put on a lot of pressure. Kovis 9 is still going to get farmed. I see the vision. I see what you're saying. Then he pops out of the jungle earlier than expected. Level 6 on the Muerta. They diver. Ritzy Q's gonna die.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Explaining what I've been trying to explain. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, of course. Well, clearly it wasn't. You were still feeling some sort of way about it at some point. So
I love the spirit, Mike. Working together. We're a team. We're a unit.
Yeah.
We finish each other's sentences. We share our dinner.
Whoa. Am I getting some pork belly tonight? That's wonderful news. I did not know I was invited.
You get a plate of chicken. That's all. Chicken rice. That's it.
That's better than nothing. That's better than nothing. I don't
Pork,
mind.
pork belly is only for the immediate close members.
The
of my
immediate family. The rest of you lesser beings in my life get chicken meat. I get it.
chicken breast. Not even the thigh.
No, damn. Some people prefer chicken breast, which is crazy to me. But we'll
It
leave
is a
that discussion.
measuring tool. When you go to a new place, a new chicken rice shop, you order the chicken breast because if they can make the chicken breast good, it means they know what they're doing. Because everybody can make a chicken thigh taste good, but not everybody can make the chicken breast taste good.
Did you say
No.
everybody can make a chicken thigh taste good?
Yeah, because
Hey, you overestimate my cooking
it's
abilities,
easier-
Winter.
It's easier to cook a chicken thigh than a chicken breast. That's all I'm saying.
The show has gone from on MasterChef or something. You just give it.
Division 2 MasterChef.
Okay.
The secret
Yeah, you
box,
can-
you open a box, it's a plate of chicken
It's an
breast.
ingredient. No, for real. It's like, dude, this game, the Amiga opened the box. Pause for Venomancer. Shit, we gotta make a draft of this. Everyone can make a Veno Pause 5 look good, but can you do it in this style? Only the chefs on the Amiga can answer that. And right now, Noob, he's kind of cooking in the mid lane as well, right? This Lycan, 2 games in a row, he's seen his matchup mid. The first game, he wanted the Beastmaster. And in the absence of the Beastmaster, he picked something very similar in spirit. The Lycan.
Why is the Lycan good against the puck? Or he just wants to play Lycan and it's not
I think
because of the
he just wants to play Lycan. And I think conceptually it makes sense, right? Because what we saw in the previous game is like Enigma Galaxy had a lot of trouble pushing the mid lane because the puck would just be there and the puck has to orb every wave. But that's not where the puck wants to be. The puck wants to be moving, farming, ganking, not orbing one creep wave every 30 seconds. So in a way, the Lycan, it's low-key like a Dragon Knight, right? Just without the stun. You force the puck to stay in the lane. Speaking of staying in the lane, Devi, he has the help of GH in this early situation. Should be able to walk off the harass. Okay. Yeah, we haven't really talked about this lane switch up yet. GH did in fact go to the top lane. So it's more of a regular, not really a
Why?
regular, but
Why did the Rubik got split up from Underlord, their best buddies? Why, Mike?
I guess this game it's more of because in the previous I can't remember at this point whether it's the series or whether it's the game, but we saw Rubik. Okay, wait, hold that thought. I think Rubik's dead.
There won't be any more Rubik in this game for now.
Wait, he has a Fairy Fire and 9-1 charges. I think he's fine. I think he's fine. Deny? Oh, they didn't communicate it. First blood's on Devi actually, and they kill Omar as well. Really, really
Yeah.
nicely done from the side lanes of Namiga, and they have to be careful on Rinsey. He could get dived here.
The only reason why they put the lane like this is to give Koto like a better, like a lane setup. Koto and Underlord is stronger than Koto and Muerta. You don't do anything as Koto and Muerta in that lane.
Oh, the Fate Bolt, that's clutch. Corvus 9, he can't finish the kill off. He gets lifted, and Rinsey is fine. Overplaying their hand there on Namiga. They got a bit too carried away, and Rinsey's the big winner of that one.
Yeah, this is definitely a very, very scary hero to give a good start on. I think this is one of the, I want to say, best carries right now. Muerta, like she seems like she's in a spot where she's a very good early game carry. You can fight. It's very good laner. And in the late game, just nobody can really stand up to fight the Muerta.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
And it's all
when you-
about getting there, right?
When you see the counters, it's all like, oh, Grimstroke trying to copy the Muerta. Oh, Morphling trying to copy the Muerta. It tells you the hero is so powerful that there's nothing but himself that can kill and counter their own hero.
Yeah. Classic case here. Deny Omar, very nicely done. Rinsey will be able to waste a lot of Ariel's time and resources.
But you know what, Mike? I think heroes like Luna and Gyro, they are the decent counters, especially Luna against Muerta, because you can use her ultimate and nuke her out of the game. You don't really get BKBs on Muerta until, like, I don't know, like late, so there's a window that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't
Muerta
really seen the
getting-
Luna come out just yet. Yeah, Muerta
Geek.
should be dead here. They made multiple attempts on her life at this point. Finally will succeed. Omar gonna try and get himself a return kill, but really, it's a 3v1 situation, and it's one that he can't win. The help isn't there, there's no TP in from GH, so the continued aggression here from Namiga working out for them.
Naveno's not in the jungle yet, Mike. He's already completed his task. He gets the kill, he secures the Lotus, and I would say this is the time where you want to go jungle as Veno. Around this time.
Okay.
4 minutes, 5 minutes.
If he was you, he would probably do that.
Oh, you gotta highlight if he was me, right? Gotta
Yeah.
highlight the fact that I'm the only one who does that, right?
No, right now there's only 2 people in the sample size. It's you and him, and you're suggesting a different matter because he's using his hero to its full effect, diving the tower over and over and pressuring Rincy Q. So even if he goes down here, it's not even that bad. He's putting the pressure out onto GH instead, who's completely dry on mana. Ariel, he's gonna put a ward over the cliff, but can't kill GH. Oh, can kill GH. Okay. Poison
Why
Sting
is
and a
the
bit of
group-
help from the neutral creeps.
Bro, why is the neutral keep hitting him?
Yeah, I
And
don't
why?
know. I think he had a ward there, like he had a plague ward, and he used it to aggro the neutral creeps, and then he hit the Kotor one time.
Oh yeah, that's true. That was
Yeah,
that's
and then the
probably
and then the
reason.
plague ward timed out, so the neutral creeps just went on to the next thing.
A classic case of being unfortunate in Dota 2.
Okay, I have good news for you, Winter. Ariel is now in the jungle. I'm getting reports that there's a Venomancer in the Radiant jungle. This is what you've always dreamed of.
Bro, this is my favorite location in the
Yeah.
Radiant jungle.
Can I get a...
I just sit here on the stairs and I found the whole game.
Bro, we've been casting for around 4 hours, 4.5 hours at this point, and this is the happiest point of the cast so far. You seeing a Veno head into the jungle at minute 6. That is...
No, it's the location, I swear. That is
Okay.
my legit favorite location.
And look at this, Ariel, again, farms the camp, pops out for a gank. This is peak Venomancer gameplay. As Nigma Galaxy, this time round, they've kind of set themselves up with some weaker supports that can't really contribute. Here comes Snoop, trying to gank, but there shouldn't be anything stopping
reveal the
Corvus 9, but oh,
Run away from the
Okay.
Venom. Don't reveal his position. Run away, bro.
the Veno's fine. The Veno's fine.
Bro, I'm
He's
sure the Venom was actually pissed off. Then why would you pick the same hiding spot as me? They were both screwed and then he tried to hide in the same place.
Dude, I thought Corvus 9 was actually fine. I thought he'll be able to swashbuckle over the cliff, but really nice dead shot and calling, of course, from Rincy Q.
Yeah, this hero is it's really fun to play if you get to master all his nukes. You know, his dead shot, his silence, they're all not easy spells to use. And
Yeah, one thing that caught me by surprise with Muerta is I feel like the calling, you would think you'd be able to cast it at a much larger range than you actually can. It's like you have to be standing next to the initial cast, which is a bit weird. I don't really know if I'm explaining myself properly, but it's just an awkward spell to use.
Don't worry, I fully understand what you're trying to explain, and that's what matters, right? If I can understand what you're trying to tell. The
That's
story
true.
you're trying to paint.
You're picking up what I'm putting down. I appreciate it.
I'm putting down what you're picking up.
Wait, actually, there's a small interaction I want to talk about, but that's if Rincy Q can escape. There's a Pierce the Veil available, but Ariel, yep, that is that Venomancer ultimate we were talking about, but still not enough damage. Ariel is dead. Okay, TP out. Any way of stopping it? Nice max duration, max distance. Ice path. Sorry, Rincy Q getting a bit too cocky. Vision in the middle of the lane doesn't respect the Jakiro coming through, and Vanilli will catch him by surprise.
are fortified.
Woof. That's what I'm talking about, right? Peak Venomancer gameplay. Jungle to your level 6 and you kill a core with your ultimate right away.
So true. He dies though, but so true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
You
Young
can't
G.
do the- Uh-oh.
Is he just dead? You need to get
The
range for the
wolf?
lift though.
Wolf is the park counter. You lied to me. You said it wasn't a counter.
No, I didn't say it wasn't a counter. I said it's the same thing as the Beastmaster.
Bro, you said he just wanted to play Lycan when we were talking about it. Like
I mean,
5
he
minutes ago.
definitely wants to play Lycan because clearly it's good in the park. Saving myself here a little bit. Okay, there's an interaction that I wanted to talk about, and I'm not sure whether it works that way. Maybe you can enlighten me. So, in the past, we've talked about Fortune Favors the Bold, the Pango innate. I wonder whether it works on cancelling out a Muerta Gunslinger chance. He's gonna come through now. Bit of a diffusal blade gank here. Omar's in big trouble, and Omar's dead. But yeah. So the main thing with Fortune favors the bull is... Oh, hang on. Oh my goodness. Forcing the rollout. Okay. I mean, Omar's still dead here. So... There you go. But yeah, what do you think? Do you think it will work that way? Because you're supposed to stop chances chances that affect him, right? So in general, you lower the gunslinger chance, which is kind of crazy.
I mean, I think that's probably how it should work. And the Dalai Lama, alone again. Alone.
I think he's fine.
Alone. Yeah, he's fine.
Wait, what?
I
Omar
dare you.
comes through? Omar comes
I
through.
dare-
Yo, that's based.
He was in base conveniently because he just died.
Yeah. He just came
That's
out.
a
Oh,
thing,
nice free ride. Okay. And the Device
free ride.
survives.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And not only did he survive, Mike, he gets a return ticket back to the lane. Efficiency.
Yeah, true. Not even TP scroll needed. How wonderful.
How wonderful. Is there any other hero that can do this? Nope.
Nature's Prophet? Tinker?
No, not in one TP. Nature's Prophet, he needs to use his TP scroll and his spell.
Yeah, but technically
Inefficient.
Devi used his ultimate.
To get back to the base and get back out. One spell. Nature's Prophet, you click your paper, your recipe, your TP scroll, and then you have to use your spell to TP back out. So
No, that's
two
true.
spells.
Okay. Wait. Ember Spirit also doesn't count, right? Because it's like what if you place the remnant beforehand in base?
Yeah, it doesn't count because it's two. Underlord is one. You
Okay,
click your
wait,
R
let me-
button, it's in and out and back.
Okay, I'm gonna need to think about this one. What if X marks? No, but that's TP as well.
Yes.
You got me good here. You got me good, Winter. I'll admit that was a good. You're right. That is
For the
peak
first
efficiency.
time in 10 years, I've got you.
10 years.
I've known you.
I haven't even known you for 10 months, brother. Who are you talking to?
For the first time in
jeez.
10 months, I've got you good.
Okay.
I've got you. Finally, I can proudly say I've got you, Mike.
Rolling Thunder. Coming through. Stolen the snake bite. That's not the one that he wanted, and the Moeta will still go down. The help comes far too late, honestly. The way that Nigma Galaxy responded almost made me feel like they didn't think the Moeta was under any significant threat, but at least they get the return kills. Ooh, there's Jakiro on my screen.
Oh, Jakiro is countered by Lycan.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, every time Lycan gets a kill, they're just gonna
Yo, it looks
count
like the
again.
Lycan counters the Jakiro. I say, bro, I'm pretty sure just now with the puck. I mean, bro was caught with his pants down, right? He had literally 10 mana. If he had an orb or anything, I think he lives.
There is
So-
no outrunning the wolf, my friend.
Yeah, something like that. If you literally have 100 mana, that is actually outrunning the wolf. But I digress. I'm kind of surprised that the Pango went for the Diffusal because the Mage Slayer looks pretty nice this game with all the magic damage coming through. I guess it's just an easier power spike to play around. Looks like they found Omar in the tree line, but he's stolen the Swashbuckle, so should be able to slide out of trouble. There you go. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay. Fortune favors the bolt there, coming in clutch. No gunslinger,
Oh.
Copium.
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh boy, he's the wolf.
Bro, I feel like I'm watching a round of CSGO with all the bullets flying out left and right. You gotta dodge the utility. Holy shit, okay.
That is the most interesting exchange for the games today. I swear, you know, that Pango running away, dodging the Quarter Blast, then getting hit by the stolen Swashbuckle, then getting almost killed by the dead shot, and then there's a wolf chasing him behind.
Yeah. Kind of, if you put it in a TikTok and added some just kind of Wild West music to it, it'd just be just like any other sort of cowboy movie there. At 40 minutes on the clock, we've been yapping a lot about things that don't really matter, but the map pressure mounting here for Nigma, and they're looking to try and extend that into the Wisdom Shrine Steel. Take the tier 1 tower, at least position for it. Here Nigma Galaxy go. They have the ultimate, the shapeshift available. and they have just strong-armed this location now. No one's in the top lane to take their own shrine, so maybe the Chinese gonna feel comfortable enough to walk on over there. But for now,
Davai is here. Can't gank Davai if he's with his team.
no, that's real. That's real shit. And now he leaves. Now he goes back to the top lane, so a bit more business as usual.
Time to pink your ultimate. Guys, pins get on cooldown. Don't be rash, you know. Stay calm. Wait. Let's chill. It will never work in pubs, let me tell you that.
Yeah, yeah. It's because people in pubs cannot read or see. Wolf
The more you ping it, the more they will fight.
Yeah. They think you're pinging it because you are ready. They don't read the later part of it. It's not. They're like, oh, Dark Rift? Let's go.
Dark
Okay,
Reap my ass. All pins get.
Dark Rift your ass. Calm down, Winter. This is a family-friendly show.
Always
not do
making
that.
fun of my age, you know. You are the one who's using the old spell names.
Wait, do you even know what? Okay, yeah, I'm not even. Okay, Essence Distiller again for the Rubik. I kind of feel like Nigma Galaxy have found themselves in another situation where maybe on paper Namiga are supposed to have the strong early skirmishing, but Nigma have gotten away with a rougher early game setup, and now they have their items, now they have the map advantage.
Give it to me
It's
right
not
now.
really
I know
feeling
what
a lot
you're
of a
gonna
pulse. Yeah,
Give
what?
it to me. Ready? I know you're gonna shit on my Venomancer jungle idea. You see? This is what you get for having a jungling Venomancer or position for Venomancer.
You know, the most beautiful
on.
part about working with you, Winter, is that I don't even say anything. You just assume what I'm going to say, and then you shit on yourself. It really saves me a lot of I don't even if I wasn't going to say that, you've just now put it out against yourself. It's kind of like if I went to court and you sued me, but then you acted as my defense lawyer as well. I don't know why you would do that, but thank you. I'm glad we're a team.
Giving you evidence that proves that I'm guilty, you know?
Yeah. Okay, no, but I realistically speaking, jokes about the Venomancer aside, I don't even know how much of it is Venomancer as a problem. It really feels to me that Namiga, they don't really have a clear idea of what they're playing towards. This is the second game in a row that I've sort of felt that way. I'm not sure what their timing is. I don't know when they want to start doing things or whether they have an idea for when they can. This kind of feels like they're responding to what they see Nigma Galaxy do, but they don't even really have a solution.
It's the idea of the Helm hero in the mid lane, you know? You're just taking control of the map because of the Helm, and on top of that, you add an underdog global presence. It's really difficult to play on the map. Like, I'm not gonna say I dislike their strategy. Like overall, it's not conventional by any means having a mid hero buying the Helm, but it's definitely working with the team.
Yeah, and it's clear what everyone's roles are, right? Nigma Galaxy, they've run some semblance of this exact draft throughout today. Noob, he's the one who's going to be opening up the map. He's the one the supports want to play through. Rinsey is the baby boy on the team. You know, they're going to TP in and try and gank his lane, support him as much as possible. And Davai is the lone mountain, right? He has to play the connector. Yeah. So Nigma, they have a recipe that works. That if, you know, just from me and you watching the first two games against Raw, even we've been able to identify. So you gotta sort of scratch your head and wonder what exactly Namiga are cooking against them, or whether they even have anything to answer this strategy, because it's not a secret by any stretch of the imagination.
I should have taken my advice, having it in this hero, hunting the underdog.
Yeah, maybe like like basically full targeting Davai, right?
We kind of have a tiny Shadow Blade now, but it's... I feel like they've given up so much map control. They've lost all their tier 1 towers. They've not been able to contest Roche. Like, you're giving up so much objective because of the early Helm timings of the Lycan. Like, you basically can't really deal with him, you know, in the early game. I feel like the Venomancer is also at fault, because Venom doesn't really do anything against this.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Namiga, in a way, they somewhat set themselves up with this Veno and the putt early pick as well. Nice TP out, the Tiny. Solid recognition that there was no disable coming his way to stop that.
Yep. No use on Davai this time, not against Ursa.
No. I mean, the early pipe just makes you wonder how the hell Namiga are going to do enough damage at all to kill any hero. Ariel's still being scouted by these wolves. Nice block there from the wards, but he's kind of blocked himself in, actually.
Gosh, that has to be the most saddening death right there.
Now Rincy in some trouble, but keep in mind, Man has the Aegis. He's completely fine, and now you got the rolling cube onto Corvus 9. Taste of your own medicine there on the poor Pangolier. Trying to shield crash away, but all you need is a bolt. Bam! There you go. Omar
Bro, that is
gets the job
most
done.
satisfying, bro. Killing
Yeah.
the Pango with the Rubik Rolling Thunder, that is the most satisfying thing ever.
Yeah, I think Nigma Galaxy today, nothing but satisfying moments for them. They've been on fire, looking to get their 4th win of the day, just to open up Div 2, just to really show everybody else how much further ahead that they are in front of the competition.
Yep, Yandex 2.0 coming in from
Yeah,
Division
true.
2 all the way to winning the LAN events. Nigma Galaxy fans rejoice.
Yeah, honestly, it would be such a good story, right? For them, I think this is kind of what Div 2 was made for. For Nigma Galaxy, they've had some stumbles in the recent weeks, recent month, but if they can kind of prove and stay, I guess, consistent across the variety of opponents here, then everyone can confidently say, you know, it's not Nigma Galaxy in DreamLeague, lol, it's they actually deserve to be here. They're playing a very solid style of Dota. They have yet to be figured out, at least today. It's tough out here in the streets of Namiga, but you gotta keep trucking on, gotta try and find these opportunities. Put a snake bite on, but you're the one who's gonna get munched. Rincy still got that Aegis, so you're not even working through the first one. Lift up, puck's gone. You kill 2 heroes or try to get the Muerta Aegis, and now the rest of your team's gonna go down. Bump back on the Pango again. The setups, man. Deadshot, Corvus 9, he can't even roll up. He's gonna curl up and die. Now Vanilli, he's gone too.
Nigma Galaxy showing the Mega how it's done in this game number 2, you know. Very, very nice like overall execution in this series for Nigma Galaxy. I'm kind of loving the mid hero buying helm, man. It looks pretty nice to play, you know, like have this
It's such a cool
helm
concept.
hero. Yeah, from your mid laner, it comes at a very early timing. You are very high level, you run around with the creep and then you just take over the map. You know?
Yeah, and the thing with these heroes that buy the helm, right? Like Beastmaster, Lycan, the main drawback with them on the offlane is that they don't put on a lot of pressure until they get the helm. But it's such a different story for mid because you can outlane a lot of these other spirits, these parks. You get more CS than them, you deny a lot more, you push the wave, you force them to sit still, and the whole time you're getting an early helm. You get the helm, early gank, first shapeshift, run bot, get kills, and I mean, the formula, it speaks for itself. It is working wonders for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, have to wait to see larger sample size, right? When they
Yeah.
get challenged, they can also pull things through when they are challenged in the early game. Then I would say that this strategy is gonna look a lot more sound because right now they're kind of having a really good
Walk in
early
the park.
game. Everything is going well. The lanes are going fine. Everyone's getting everything they're supposed to be getting. Then it's easy to look at a strategy on this type of game and say, oh, it's working out really well, you know. But you have to wait for more games to see, or even if the game is a little bit shaky in the beginning, the strategy can still hold together. So because I feel like that part makes the strategy sound. If you can hold together the game even when you have a bad start, that tells me that the strategy will be viable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think out of all the 4 games that we've seen today, this game was probably the closest that we saw to a team challenging them, right? Early on, Ariel was really active on the Venomancer. He was farming enemy jungle. He was getting in with the ganks. They killed Rincy Q a considerable amount of times. But the problem is that's all they really did, right? They put a couple of deaths on his name, but they weren't ganking the Lycan. They weren't ganking the Underlord. Everyone else just got their farm. And then, before you know it, Rincy's still top net worth. So, big smoke move out. They're trying to make a play onto this guy, but Noob, he's still
He's not
absurdly
dying.
strong. He has an AC, and now he's got the pipe. Devi's got to bring in the squadron. You need to try and TP out, but you get munched down. Where you going? 2 supports down. I don't know what that was. It looks like Oba, he's found another. You have a Shadow Blade in a little bit, but you got the vision from the Essence Distiller. Tried to TP out, but the pit's there again. Devi exactly where his team needs him to be this game. Very, very nice play from the Underlord and the Rubik.
Rubik did 1633 damage to Tiny.
Holy.
Gotta love that, man.
Yeah. And got a bunch of Curiosity stacks as well. More AoE, more debuff amp. Yeah, it's kind of what you were saying, right? This Rubik, you pair it up with a Tide or Underlord, it's starting to look really, really strong. If you can draft around it and enable him, it's going to give you big return on investment. The pings come through, Young G in trouble. Almost just dying to the Firestorm, my goodness. At least able to blink back out to the fountain area. Omar's going to get threatened now. You still don't have yourself a Rolling Thunder. Omar, no way of getting through the Defender's Gate, but able to blink. Very nicely done. Stole the phase shift, played the part. Very cool. Pulse back. No! Phase shift!
No.
Bro, is Tiny just dead?
Yep.
Okay.
Firestorm.
I mean, somebody kill this... Somebody kill this Rubik!
I'm afraid no one can kill the Rubik. It's the Grand Magus.
He's pitting into the base. He's gonna kill them. The damage. My goodness. This one's over. GG. They're done. Tiny's out. The disconnects come through. This has been a painful day for opponents of Nigma Galaxy as they trample through every single one of them. 2-0 Raw Gaming and now 2-0 Namiga. We were thinking that Namiga were maybe gonna put up a bit more of a fight, Winter.
Yeah, we were both wrong. You know, apparently nope. Apparently Nigma Galaxy is too strong.
Yeah, that's
Helm of Dom or Helm of Overlord.
yeah. I don't
We
know
should
what
be
else
given-
there really is to say about this
We
series.
should
Like
be
it's just
given an item ban, you know. Like before the game starts, you can ban the enemy from buying a certain item. Only one, you know.
nah, no way. That's the
No Overlord for Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, it's tough, right? You ban the Beastmaster, he goes for the Lycan, so what now? Your opponent's gonna ban the Lycan? It's a mess. And this is a little bit concerning for Namiga because for them, they're another one of these sort of tier 1.5, tier 2 teams that are looking to break past that gateway. If they can't even come up with a strategy, you know, when Nigma Galaxy picked the Koto and the Rubik, I feel like when you expose the two supports, Winter, you've said at length that you don't really like that because there's so many ways it can be abused, right? But it didn't really feel like Namiga were able to abuse the choices that Nigma made in the draft 2 games in a row.
Yeah, you need melee heroes. I feel like against all these Helm heroes, like you want to have like some like type of initiating hero, like Tars.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, what else? Earth Spirit. I don't know, like Nick style heroes that can run around and hunt people. You know, because I feel like the Helm heroes just kind of make it very weird for you. It's very difficult for you to play the map because he's shuffling without putting his team at risk. Right, he's pushing the wave. They're spinning up. They're farming the whole map, and it feels like if you can't catch them, you can never outfarm them. They're gonna have more efficiency than you, and you're gonna lose in terms of the economy battle in the long run. So you have to find a way to catch them. And if you don't have this sort of melee pulse force with dagger or with invis, how are you gonna catch them? It's so difficult.
Yeah, to be honest, that's something that I felt like Namiga suffered from 2 games in a row. Nigma just honestly getting away with playing the map. And this is something we always talk about, right, Winter? That's what separates the best teams from the teams right below them, a tier below. Because playing the macro moves, playing the map, pushing out these waves, assigning the right people to the right job, that's just something that... How do you even learn that? Like, is it just watching replays? Like, how do you level up if you're an Amiga? How do you catch up in this gap?
I mean, watching games are definitely a way to understand that, but you also, I feel like you need a coach to like explain things to you. And watching the replays is one thing, you know, because being able to identify the particular situation where you guys are in the wrong place at the wrong time is different from identifying it and realizing you're in the wrong place in the game, you know, because it comes also from leadership in the game. As somebody is talking, like normally you have a dominant voice, an alpha in the game, kind of, you know, dictating where we should be moving, who's supposed to be doing what. And without like a clear direction, a clear voice, people can be talking, but they're not exactly dictating. And there should always be someone dictating where you should be going on the map, you know?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these things that we can talk about during it when we were watching, oh, this guy shouldn't be here, this guy should be there, you know? It is always a telltale sign that a team does not have a clear leader.
Yeah, there was no drawings on the map, no pings, nobody asking everyone to gather for smoke. It felt like Namiga, they were lost, a bunch of sheep just with no shepherd to bring them around, and hopefully they'll figure out what they need to do. Hopefully someone steps up, takes the cane and points them in the right direction. But for today, Nigma Galaxy will be the team that goes 4-0. But we are not done with the Dota 2 just yet. There's still 2 more series, at least on this stream. Coming up, we have Alice Venturas versus Power Rangers. That will be brought to you by Billmouth and Rojo, so you want to stick around for that. But again, it's a bit of a longer break because we had some short series so far. It's going to be around 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. But in the meanwhile, you can catch all the other streams. We got Earth, we got Ember, we got we don't got Ember, we don't got Earth, we only have Ember and Storm running today. So apart from that, 2 other streams going on, 2 other games of Dota 2. You don't want to miss Division 2 in full glory. But for myself and Winter, we'll see you guys tomorrow. You want to stay tuned though. 1 hour, 20 minutes, you can wait. Alice Venturas and Power Rangers coming up next.
Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
time. Act like you don't care. Get that motivation. I got just what you need. I got just what you need. I got just what you need.
How I used to be weren't so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can hear me. My
I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am.
I struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me to think that you might say I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me to think that you might say I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to
to the music. You know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
We've seen the magic tricks we don't
invitation. Bass is pumping and everybody smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We united as one nation.
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen. All the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow. Inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts. Hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Go and tell your mama she better come
ago, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, oh now, oh yeah. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? By the ocean where we hope for ground, when just one block away shops were burning down. No surprise, the peaceful pay. We can't kick our feet out till justice takes its place. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, stepping out of line. I wanna know when they're stepping out of line.
Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, right about noontime, baby. 20
Jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime. 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free.
Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
just longing for a glance from you.
Welcome back to DreamLeague's Division 2 as we now move on to the second half of the day. My name is Philip Behemoth. We got Rojo right there, and we start with kind of an interesting project that's been playing around some of the qualifiers, playing around some of the Division 2 stuff in Alice, Venturas, Lantana, Panda, Norma, Waveform, and Delight, going up against something that we can kind of call the old quest stack. Kind of, maybe sometimes old VP stuff. This amalgamation of T2000, Nikki Cool, Alberga, Immersion, H2O. How you thinking about this series, Rojo?
I mean, in theory, looking at this Power Rangers roster, I mean, in theory, they're very, very strong. So I'm kind of curious to see how that works out on paper, because I do ultimately think that's a lot of TA2000 teams. Just unfortunately for him, is on paper they always look very, very good, and then a lot of times they maybe fall slightly shorter than you'd think. I think the same thing with a lot of immersion teams. But Nikki Cool, Alberca, they've looked really, really great recently. And H2O, I think, should be an interesting kind of newer add to that kind of style. So I was very curious. I really don't have an incredible read. Again, I would tell you that this team is very, very strong. But it's really hard to know that until we actually see them play here. And I mean, the same kind of goes for Alice Ventura. It's a lot of players that you have seen, not maybe as frequently as Power Rangers, but I guess it's really going to be a series of just kind of proving yourself, proving how much practice you've thrown in, and kind of hoping that that just trumps the other team overall. Because I do think that even though Power Rangers, again, in theory, I think these two teams are probably pretty evenly skilled in relative match experience.
Yeah, and that really is the question, the story, the goal here of Division 2. It's not just, I want to go qualify for Dream League Season 29, which it is, right? Top 2, you go, you get to qualify. You have to, if it's last season, to run into Aurora and that meat grinder. Luckily, not quite as scary this time, although who knows what Nigma is going to be able to do. Are they good? Are they not good? Varies by the day. But yeah, it's also this opportunity to go and figure out, is this project working? We're going to go and we're going to play a ton of best of threes against a bunch of different teams across the next 5 days minimum, maybe going into playoffs. Is Waveform the position 4 we want? Are the rest of these guys that we don't necessarily get to see a lot of, are they going to gel together? Are they going to be able to make something happen? Because I mean, realistically, Rojo, you can scrim all you want, but when there is money on the line, the games, they go a little bit higher quality. It's a little bit less experimental. You actually finally get to cut your teeth and figure out exactly what you're working with.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that go into it. And I would imagine, I mean, Alice and Torres probably have a little less resources allocated to them potentially, or at least a little bit less availability to receive them. So in theory, definitely Power Rangers should have, a little bit of that substantial professional lead heading into these matches. But sometimes that doesn't, totally mean something. And maybe just not having a potential very good read on Alice Ventura can really catch you off in a game 1, and then heading into a game 2, you kind of ban something and let another thing through that they're really good at. And so there's some really good opportunities. And for Alice Ventura, it's probably, I'd say, relatively nice for them that they get to face this matchup a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, and it's always the question, right? When we talk about, we talked about Alice Venturas a little bit and how we're feeling about them. How good are they actually? But by the same metric, you look at Power Rangers, underscore Power Rangers, a little bit different from the old Power Rangers type of setup. But how good is TA2000? At times, he's looked like a very good carry in recent years. But I think recently, Rojo, we've been kind of underwhelmed in quite a few games. He has maybe died too many times in lane. He's picked a carry hero that needs to play with tempo and tried to play a little bit more scaling and fallen behind. So it really is always a question here as we get a chance to take a look at Power Rangers on these TA2000 stacks as to what level is TA2000 going to bring to the table today.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of always the question. I would say TA2000 he's sort of Schrodinger's tier 1 carry. He is simultaneously one of the best players in the world, and I think simultaneously also a player that can really kind of take your game down a level. I've seen him play Abaddon and go like 15-0, and the next game play Abaddon and go like 3-7 and just lose the game. He's not the most stable carry player, and he's extremely talented. but that does just kind of show up from time to time, and probably a lot of it just is the professional Dota. It just happens that you are also a living person, and you got to deal with your own things in life. Sometimes you play a lot more Dota, sometimes you play a lot less Dota, sometimes you're playing a lot of Dota and you're still doing bad, sometimes you don't play much Dota and you're doing very well. So day to day, that's just the reality, unfortunately, is that you're just going to shift a lot. And TA2000, a player who is, I think, particularly affected. But that might be, honestly, maybe Nicky Cool is a decent little kind of add to that, because I've felt in general he can be definitely a little bit of like a hot and cool player, no pun intended. But ultimately, I do think that we've been quite impressed with Nicky Cool across all these different qualifiers, all these different regions that we've every different kind of tournament that we've seen from him. I would say he generally looks very, very good.
Yeah, especially now. I think as we take a look at this draft's about to get started, by the way. As we take a look at the heroes that Nicky plays, some of them have been buffed pretty significantly. In this patch, we're seeing a lot more, say, Coddle mid than we were in 7.40, and that is very much a Nicky Cool hero. And as we say that, it's gone. You don't get to do it. Sorry, Nicky Cool. We're gonna have to go to your other good heroes that are maybe not quite as good as that like signature Coddle that he likes to play.
Yeah, it gets rid of a potential ban as well, and we haven't really mentioned it either. But I mean, as per really known players on this tag, of course, till the end, Alberca, we've seen pretty frequently across different teams, and Runa and whatnot. They've always looked, I would say, very considerably good for the teams they've been on. But Immersion is a player who I kind of always mentioned that he was one of my most inspiring professional players when I was kind of coming up a little bit on the scene. He's very, very good. Immersion is incredibly, incredibly good, but unfortunately, it's just kind of feels like time and time again he's been a little bit snuffed on teams and then didn't end up in the right places, and then he has a tournament that he looks kind of off, and then he's straight back to it the next one, and so he's a little bit of the TA2000 of position 4, somewhat in that sense. I think maybe his play is a bit more consistent, but his kind of place in the professional world is a little bit more shaky.
Yeah, again, he was, what was it? I think it was VP maybe. Maybe was it Navi? He was at top. He was on the top of the, yeah, he was on the top of the world as a position 4 for a while. Now, of course, a lot of those Eastern European, I don't know what it was, but a couple of those like Roger, Immersion, that were like top best position 4 in the world, all started to fall off right around the same time. I don't know if it's a patch thing, a playstyle thing, just life happening, but yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah,
I mean, unfortunate for his career at least.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully still here with us. Glad that he has managed to stick it out, potentially a little more than a lot of those kind of older Dota players. But yeah, still looks very, very good to this day. Batrider Phoenix trade is a little bit interesting. Definitely, I mean, we've seen, we just came out of watching a lot of South America. We've seen a lot of Phoenix first pick in general. So it's kind of interesting that that this hero is so frequently kind of the first pick or a response pick on 9. And it doesn't seem to get banned, so it's not quite at that same level as other heroes. But every time we see it, it does look very, very good. And it feels like even when you try to address the egg, sometimes it still gets off. And then even if you have an egg counter, then the lane goes rough, and then the Sunray is good. So I guess having Batrider to initiate on the hero is nice, but overall Phoenix has looked a little bit more consistent than Batrider to me, I guess. But maybe the position 3 Batrider can still cook into it.
Yeah, and talking about Immersion, one hero that really comes to my mind when we talk about Immersion, like the heydays of Immersion, is his Nyx. He's kind of his propensity to play these illusion, vision, playmaking heroes. And Rojo, that is one hero that generally is pretty good against Phoenix, especially now. You go in, you just have to be in the general vicinity, you pop your carapace, Phoenix stuns, you can go in and get that initiation going. How good is Nyx in the current meta? Is that something that at least should really be paying attention to?
I would say it's okay. I mean, it's definitely something that Immersion could pick up, especially if this is going to be a position 3 Batrider. Then that's a pretty decent pairing. That's one hero that can kind of bring Nyx up to par in lane. You might have some actual kill threat, and then you can of course drag against the Phoenix. You can rotate over, leave the Batrider at a certain point. So I don't hate it. I don't know if it's something that's worth necessarily dropping a ban on. Maybe there's something you think TA2000s may be a little more likely to pick up. I think like a Lifestealer could be annoying. Tidehunter is a hero you might be looking into in the next phase. Definitely some offlaners. A few of those have been banned out. Surprisingly, no Beastmaster or Beastmaster is banned. No Alchemist or Doom yet either as well. So we've got a decent number of those kind of annoying strength heroes since we have felt the need to ban Lunas and Ios and Coddles and some of these heroes that not every team plays. So we're left with a couple of the standout ones. I'm curious to see if these teams value Alchemist particularly because it does. I mean, Alchemist seems like it just completely warps the game and it's. I've seen it have a lot of really great performances, and I've seen it be completely useless at times. And Alice and Torres are going to choose to just ignore it for the time being and pick up a Hoodwink for themselves.
Kind of an interesting anti-synergy there just a little bit because Phoenix does kill trees. Hoodwink.
A lot of trees.
Plus, yeah, a lot of trees. Plus Batrider also is a good tree killer. So, but Hoodwink, good range support, decent control, good harass. Can be just annoying, and it's something that you just see a lot of teams really prioritizing right now. But yeah, now Doom is still available. Alchemist is still available. You can go Venomancer. That's a hero that we almost always see banned first phase and not really removed. Plus, you talk about this. It's so nice. Okay. Well, if you can Icarus dive, I can Icarus dive. You
got
could
the spot you're most looking for, but
I know, but like it's fun. You go
I mean, this
Icarus
is
dive
another,
in, get the lift from like 5 screens away.
yeah, no, it is fun. I mean, I've had a ton of fun with Rubik recently, and I'm sure Immersion himself is probably very, very happy that this hero has made its way back into the meta pretty decently. Because this is also a hero that he used to play definitely very, very well for a pretty long time.
Ooh. This
Or
hero is
maybe that.
so broken right now.
It is. Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. The change to the taser is just it's unbelievable. It is so strong.
They gave him 1,400 gold for free, and now you get it at minute 0 instead of minute 15. I mean,
5 seconds.
okay. So if you're in a kind of a nuking spell-based matchup, it's not as bad, but just this techies that goes and tasers whoever's getting clicked, and you're just like, okay. Fine, I don't get to do anything to him for like 3.5 seconds until I have some sort of dispel. Is just plus the damage it does. Now you have green mines again. It's
quite annoying. It's it's very, 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 very strong. Even of course getting access to a dispel, not always the most valuable into every hero, but we're gonna go straight into Tiny Tide. So still ignoring the Alchemist, which I think is pretty fair, as these are two heroes that have looked really great to me. We've seen Tidehunter Phoenix a number of times as well when we were in South America. It's just easy to play, Bayo. There's really not much else to comment on this other than these heroes all have stuns, they all have pretty good damage, they have a ton of HP. Currently, there's no real way to break the Tidehunter. Obviously, your Tidehunter to Batrider. So now you've got to get you have a very serious couple of considerations. I think something like, Slark for TA2000 looks interesting, but it's not necessarily easy. Even though it kind of would peg, I think, a lot of players as a Slark game into the Tidehunter. A lot of times you just lose out in those kind of trades and go for Viper instead. So a slightly different gambit. This one is...
Do you think this is carry Viper or you think this is mid Viper?
Yeah. It's probably carry, I would guess, based on the kind of time that they picked it, based on it being in the Tidehunter. I don't hate it. I mean, I do think Viper scales definitely better than you expect it to. That being said, there is still going to be breaks available. It's still going to have to walk into eventually this egg and this Tidehunter. So there's definitely a lot of obnoxious things for this Viper, but overall, I mean, it might have been one of their better picks. I think, again, Tiny, Tidehunter, Hoodwink, Phoenix, like these heroes are all very consistent, do exactly what you want them to. So any hero that you're going to pick, I don't know if you necessarily feel happy with. And I think the Viper at least has that decent utility, winning lane, having breaks, and should be able to, for that reason, probably actually scale better than a lot of heroes, just that you get off to a good start and then you can kind of hold that for most of the game, in theory.
And with the changes they made to Predator in 7.40, it might have been a letter patch. This is a hero that actually scales as a carry, as a right clicker pretty well. You know, you get a 0.01 more damage per level on Predator, something like that. So you actually, as you start to get up in levels and get that farm priority, you right click pretty solidly if you do go for this kind of Manta right click Viper style that we do occasionally see. My worry though is that, I mean, Viper's an okay egg hitter. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, now that Alice Venturis did ban out the Ursa, I am thinking that it probably seemed a little more cut and dry to go for that kind of style, but I think the Viper should ultimately be good. Again, they didn't have a break for the Tidehunter, and this is a very long one, so definitely going to be interesting to see how Norma itemizes against the Viper. I'd say typically you don't generally care that much, but they still think that this is going to be a mid-Viper, and there was a carry on the table.
I might just be traumatized from those South American games we were casting last week, but how about a Medusa here for Power Rangers? Although, as I say that, Anti-Mage is still in the pool. Never mind.
Unfortunately, not.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go straight. I was about to say Muerta. I swear. I swear I was. As soon as you said it, I'm a little traumatized from South America. I thought you were gonna say Muerta, because this hero has looked really, really solid. It's very good at hitting the egg. There's not too much magic damage to go through once you reach like kind of the mid game. Maybe you're early, well, maybe early mid game. Phoenix Hoodwink are enough to be annoying, but you'll eventually have a bar. You'll have all the things necessary to deal with that, and the damage to pump out is very high. So, question is, what is Panda gonna play here? Is he gonna go for
the ultimate answer?
Is he gonna be the tiny? And yeah, go for the Morphling. So it is a mid-tiny into a Viper. That is an interesting decision. I think I really don't like that morph pick. So I'm very, very skeptical of it. So I suppose I'm just curious to see how Lantana goes for it. But I feel like there is a very significant amount of things to mess with the morph this game. And usually people, I thought, pick Muerta into Morphling just for the silence. Yeah,
I've seen it go both ways. But first of all, Lantana is the shark, so you know clearly a good Morphling. But I've seen this go both ways because yeah, Muerta just punches through all of Morphling armor and can 3-shot him with a silence. The flip side is that Morphling is one of the few heroes that can actually hit Muerta in her Pierce of the Veil because he just turns into Morphling and you get the innate. So I've seen it go both ways. I've seen last pick Morphling into Muerta. I've seen last pick Muerta into Morph. It really, from what I've seen, really depends on the state of the game. Can you get one carry ahead of the other? Because if TA2000 on his Muerta's ahead, he's going to blow up the Morph. If Morph is ahead of the Muerta, he's going to blow up the Muerta. As long as there's enough control to make that happen. So, yeah, I hear you, Rojo. What I will say is, the team fight of Alice is horrifying and always going to be something that is very difficult for Power Rangers to deal with.
Yeah, I will also say Norma's Tidehunter is absolutely disgusting. This is probably one of the worst amalgamations I've ever seen in Dota. I wish to get it off my screen immediately. At least they have a tiny bit of a water theme continuing there with Lantana, but yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, my initial instinct is that this game should be quite tough for the mid. I mean, for Panda, it should be quite hard to get going on that tiny into the Viper, obviously. I need some support help. I think the Morphling is fine into Batrider, but not necessarily the best. There's definitely a lot of openings for Batrider to punish you. I see a lot of ways for this game to kind of go off tilt a little bit for Alice Ventura. Even though I do think their draft is very, very consistent in terms of most of their heroes, it's mostly just the fact that these lanes are going to be a little bit questionable. And then, of course, playing into immersion, I think will also be a decent bit annoying for particularly Lantana as the game moves forward. I think it'll be very easy to underestimate how much this taser could potentially change that Muerta matchup. Might need a BKB a lot earlier than you think you do.
Yeah, because on the one hand, yes, you can get the Muerta innate and be like, oh great, we're good. I can go and I can be supernatural too. And I can, well, actually, no, okay, wait a minute here. This was the counter kind of right. in 7.40. Yeah, but they moved it. So now
Yeah.
you get the always can hit ethereal targets on your ultimate, which Morphling does not get.
Yeah.
So is that outdated? I assume that's why we were picking the Morphling. But that may be outdated tech, Rojo.
Yeah, I mean, should be. Always weird things with Morphling, so it's hard to know how that interaction still goes. But either way, I mean, even if it still works as intended, which seemingly it definitely should not, or at least like it shouldn't be able for Morphling to be able to hit Muerta during her ulti, then even if it does, I still think it will be a pretty annoying game for Lantana to play. If again you don't get off to that kind of start, that kind of farm that you wanted, as you're mentioning, it's definitely just gonna be a big game of seeing which carry gets ahead, kind of in the early to mid game, can hold that. Very, very solid late game carries. I will say TA2000, I'm generally a little bit more trusting of his Muerta in general, though. So I imagine he's probably pretty happy that this hero is pretty solidly back into the meta. I feel like this is one of his more consistent heroes across the board. He just looks good on it most of the time I see him.
And where are we? Right. So for a while, this was Morphling always a support. Even further back, Morphling always a carry. If you're Sumail, you're going like Helm Dom Muerta. Sorry, not Morphling Muerta. Like if you're Sumail, you got your weird stuff. But in general, it's either been Muerta core or Muerta support, but not really flex. Is that where we are right now, where it's kind of just always you're going to see a Muerta, it's going to be a carry Muerta? Like where are we on the Muerta flex potential?
I mean, I would say it's pretty solidly carry, I imagine, right now. I think it's always possible to play it as a support. I just don't think I don't think it's really been as easy to play into a lot of the matchups. It doesn't seem, it's just I haven't been seeing it as much on support. I think it's still very much playable, but I imagine that there's some kind of feeling that position 4 players have that it's maybe not as good as it kind of used to be. Maybe just in terms of some map things, maybe the change. I mean, the changes to the ultimate did definitely hurt that kind of early damage that you get from the Veil, even though not everyone gets it. And well, there's a good reason.
I mean, he's just cosplaying as Morphling, all right? He just spilled his Morphling all over the keyboard. It makes some level of sense, I guess.
Yeah, that might empower his play. That could definitely be important. Should he get extra all stats for that? Water on the keyboard.
I mean, I think pretty sure Morphling just exists and gets bonus all stats. So
Yeah, that's true.
does make some level of sense. But, you know, talking about the lanes here, you know, you said mid lane should be pretty rough for this Tiny versus Nikki Cool. I don't disagree. Batrider, you said, is that kind of even? Because you said Morphling should be able to get some stuff done there, but still not the easiest. Are we saying our side lanes are kind of relatively even on both sides, or is there one team with an advantage?
I would say they're precarious. I think kind of across the board. There should be a pretty significant amount of kill threat. I would say if people overstep. Of course, on the bot side, you always have Deadshot. But equally with Bushwhack and the Gush, there's a lot of kind of reposition tools on the bot side. Pretty good slows and annoyances eventually get a kill down there. Immersion can stop those kills with the taser that you forget is completely broken if you play into it enough. Well, you won't forget it if you play into it enough, but it's still kind of rising up. Not quite used to it on every player. And then for the Batrider matchup against Morphling, again, I don't think that Morphling should standardly struggle, but it is just one of those matchups where if you improperly waveform once, you can just die. If you get hit by telekinesis in the wrong spot, couple too many stacks on you, you might die. We'll see if Alberca even plays much into that. Of course, a lot of these Batriders just end up fully maxing the Firefly anyway. Don't care too much about the Napalm, but it's something you can be a little bit careful about. Even in general, you lose 1 or 2 trades till the end of Snipes with the Fade Bolt. It's a Morphling. We'll see if silly things happen. See if his keyboard is properly functioning. I really hope it is. Maybe got a new one for Lantana, hopefully.
You know what's the worst part, by the way, about this techies? We talked about how the static charge is, or the reactive taser is really good. You go, you hit the unit that is tasered, you go, you take the damage, you take the disarm, and then techies can just, or if it's on techies or the heroes, you can just run at you, techies ends it early, and you get twice the duration. It is very obnoxious as waveform goes on the low ground. Nice job moving forward on immersion.
Cut the tree.
Oh, well done. There's the tree cut, dead shot as well. Exterminator service. And they're looking for more.
They are. Unfortunately, didn't have a debuff on them, so no curiosity for the Rubik, but that's okay. TA2000 got a full 1% spell amplification, and this full wraparound is a really interesting move, but I like their aggression. They are not ready to slow down. 10 more seconds until they have Blast Off. Every other tool at their disposal. How do you even read this as Elswin, Thora? I mean, they're doing pretty okay now. Not walking into it, not getting punished yet. Imagining maybe they're on the top side, but
I mean, you say that, but the light immersion breaks the smoke, lead as well. So your early warning sign is there, ready to go. We'll be 2 for 2, but I like the move. All right, you talking about opportunities.
Oh,
and
God.
honest,
Delight. It's not safe. It's not safe. Don't go. He kind of blocked his own wave, but I guess it's fine. Doesn't matter too much.
yeah, I like this thing that we're. Yeah, it used to be we just see someone go and they block the camp under wave, but with the changes on where the camp or where the waves crash now, not quite as easy. So instead we just go kill the range creep. And offlaners continue to
can grab them too much in Lantana. So it is emergent in the upside. Don't mind that too much till the end takes actually some decent damage bot side. It should be perfectly okay. This will be quite annoying for the Morphling, probably more so than Rubik. Just having that, I mean, it's just techies. Anything about techies and everything about techies has always been relatively annoying. Of course, we've toned it down a lot in recent years, but still has that blast off. So, ability to randomly snipe the Morphling is potentially at an all-time high. If you're not paying attention here on the antenna.
And the good news, if you are at least Venturis here, is there's no ward behind the tower, so vision on getting the Morphling when he starts to morph down, not quite as easy. Could be worse. And that's the goal, right? You want to go get this Morphling down as quickly as possible. Mid lane already awful.
Yeah,
Right,
which is bad.
6
Which
for
is
2.
really bad, by the way. This is the only time that you're supposed to win as Tiny, or at least that you want to start doing kind of okay. If he doesn't, didn't get the range creep either. Probably, I mean, almost definitely not getting this bottle before the watermark. So, or 2-minute mark here, and TA2000 taking a bit of damage on that bot side. Nikki cool. This is about the point that it gets to in the matchup, although usually you would like it to be a little bit past 2 minutes, where the Viper just starts walking up on your high ground and you genuinely can't do anything. Little miserable.
Norman's got to be careful. As TA2000, we talked about the Viper that's supposed to dominate. No, TA2000 having a similarly nice lane here on the bottom side. 11 for 3, 7 for 1. Maybe not quite as dominating.
Blades, I think, off that first blood. So doing really nicely for himself. Till the end has taken a lot of the pressure as well. So feeling quite happy as the Muerta, which again is very scary. That first blood definitely enables a lot. Norma, not stereotypically the best Tide lane, and Tide definitely the weakest in lane out of any point in the game. Same, I mean, not always true for Tiny, but is relatively true. Kind of God, he will be maxing the tree grab. Same as decent chunk there, but does still have the Fairy Fire. Well, actually, 2 Fairy Fires on waveform to work with, so maybe he can leverage those at any given point.
Oh, you're talking
very comfortable just sitting down here for TA2000.
Yeah, talking about this Tiny build, you 102 right now. Is this just a Viper adaptation? Because last patch, Tiny was going like 440, even from the mid. Just the power, maybe getting like 1 point in true grab for the CS, but very much on the spells. That's not what Panda God's going for.
I think this is new Tiny in general.
Okay.
The tree grab just scales much better than it used to, and now you get this lower cooldown. I think Panda God is also a little bit of an adaptation because he's using it primarily to CS. He's using it a single target toss where you don't really push the wave out as much. Delight. And they eventually get him. This is also, I will say, this is also a pretty potent lane combo. I didn't mention it as much in draft because I did kind of think Immersion was going to go with TA2000, although it makes a lot of sense. The reactive taser with the Batrider is just very, very, very good. Batrider here that wants to get on top of you, wants to man fight you, and of course benefits a lot from that movement speed. 18% movement speed at level 1.
Well, you say that, but they actually haven't. There's no reactive taser yet. Just
but they
nuke
will.
damage.
They will eventually.
Dire
Oh,
are
yeah.
scanning.
Picks it up right now, Panda God.
Get away from me, please.
It's quite difficult. I definitely agree with Panda God's decision here with the tree grab. I think that's about all he could do. But unfortunately, the way that the tree grab works, you are also a little bit weaker level 1 with it than you typically would be. As spot side, some decent trading back till the end. Does end up dying.
On it.
It's a good trade though.
We'll be able to get Norma in response, and now wait for him with the boots here on this. Well, actually, no boots on the Muerta, excuse me, but steps forward, and every kill Muerta gets. Very
Delight
happy
here.
now. 2% spell amp, although Delight comes back through the portal, tries to go take TA2000 down. Good bushwhack, but he's still alive for now. Under the tower will get taken down until the end says, thank you. Okay. Did not, unfortunately, though, show up in time for any spells to get cast, so no curiosity stacks. Well, any more than the ones you get from just leveling up. And now he's actually, he's trying to keep this wave out of tower so it doesn't bounce back, but that's a decent amount of damage to take there.
Yeah, not the worst by any means for this bot side. I think getting that free XP and gold until the end is pretty valuable. He's 4.5 now off the back of that solo. Good move by Delight still. Punish, but in the mid side it's gonna be a pretty substantial pressure here from both supports. Immersion's just been sitting here for quite a while. Alberca has not much needed his presence top. Delight likewise. Would love to get this rune for Panda God, and that's just not feasible. It was just an illusion anyway. Didn't miss out on anything too significant. Other than, of course, the 700 or so gold, 800 or gold. So, about in this mid lane matchup at 6 minutes. Level 6 already for Nikki Cool.
Bottom tower is under attack.
At least now you talk about this kind of tree maxing style. With the cooldown that it's 6 seconds at level 4 on the tree. So you want to go and have some sort of comeback for him. Is a nice bushwhack and actually dodges the firefly too, so the tree stays up. But you don't want to chase this back.
I think Waveform thought he had a blood grenade. He definitely smoked after bushwhacking.
Oops. That's
But
not
they
great.
are looking. Ooh, Waveform. He's got a good read onto Alberca. Oh,
Yeah,
bushwhack.
Yeah,
He
dodge the
wants
bushwhack.
this Wisdom Shrine, and they should
Is under attack.
get it. Immersion is coming over. There's a ward to check him out. No spells
no
either
s-
on Immersion.
no
He's
spells.
just walking in.
Yeah, I think he's.
Just a little. Alright, man.
Yeah,
Waveform's
no, wait.
still on Alberca?
That is kind of insane. Immersion under tower, not going to burn down to the sun ray. It's only level 1. And now Alberca says, come on, Waveform, you got no spells. Look at that reactive taser. But there's Lantana there, so maybe he manned up just a little bit too much there, Rojo.
Yeah, Alberca. I think he really wanted to keep the tranquil boots up. At least that was what he was attempting to do, but he just didn't hit Waveform, so he missed out on a lot of damage on this Batrider. Getting those early attacks in. Of course, during that whole time, by the way, there was a catapult in the mid lane, and Nikki Cool just fully took the tower. Mind you, TA2000 is also just about to cross over soon,
Scanning.
not just to the other side, but to the 4,000 network mark, or net worth mark. Network. At 8
poor
minutes here.
Tiny.
Don't. Cool TA2000 network. 8 minutes. Would be nice to kind of contest the runes, but of course there's no tower to TP to for Delight. And God will just hit his level
hello,
6
Norma.
and
Yeah,
that's a
there's
good
Nails.
amount of damage. No Ravage.
Nope, it's only level 5. T2000 now, 2 stacks there of
the end.
Supernatural. Till the
07.
end is kind of dead here. Yeah, I mean, okay, he's gonna burn down. And now TA2000 as well, but Nikki Cool is coming over, and even though TA2000 is like -5 attack speed, you don't want to deal with this Viper, especially now as the dead shot lands, trying to go on the high ground. That's not gonna work, and now another stack. This Muerta, 4.5k at 8.5 minutes is a very nice start, Rojo.
Yeah, Lantana relatively has been completely left alone. Did get that possessed mask. Feels great as they do look on the waveform as well. Oh, reactive taser, Viper struck. Yeah, I know that looked pretty enjoyable for waveform. I'm sure he enjoyed that interaction very much there. And yeah, Lantana's still doing good on this Morphling, but just not going to be able to touch much of where TA2000 is. TA2000 is going to spiral much faster out of control as Morphling. Even more, I think, difficult to make these kind of early moves on this hero than it even previously was, which says a lot. Nikki Cool, he's also just walking into your jungle now, trying to take your creeps. Got most of them on Panda. But it's not a... It's a sign of the times, relatively, even if you get these small wins for Panda God. This is not the Tiny that you're looking towards that's going to get... might struggle in lane and then still ends up with a, 14, 15 minute-ish blink and then you smoke with and make some moves. Now, this is 4 points in tree throw. Panda God is going to look towards an Echo Saber, very much like those carry Tinies, and he's just going to get hunted time and time again. Immersion pops the taser.
Yep, lands on the edge. Back up once again. Avalanche holding back
Ooh,
for
avalanche.
just a little bit, but the stolen Avalanche, very nice. Under the tower, though, no, Panda God is going to burn down here, and Nikki Cool having an excellent time. It doesn't matter. The waveform is here.
I think maybe they should have kept this Tiny as the carry. I tried a game of the Tiny mid myself. I went the same build as Panda God, and I think it scales very, very well. It's similar to a mid Tiny, or to the carry Tiny. But that's not a good thing in a game where you have a Morphling. You would much rather be old Tiny as Alberca. He's fishing for a lasso. They're invis up towards him with the Avalanche.
Yeah, you got the lift
Like
here.
Top tower. Alberca's so low though. Ooh.
Oh, there's the Avalanche looking for the lasso as well, but Lantana did get the morph off in time, so not gonna commit to the lasso there. Nice try from Tillian. He had a, was that the, yeah, he had the invis rune.
Yep.
So.
Well, I will say, Till the End also has a very, very early 6 holdings considered. Well, did have one. Now they've caught up on the 2 supports. They would love to, if they had smoked, this could have been a really nice move, but either way, they had read it with a scan. It's T2000. Guess the smoke would have been wasted relatively. Both teams going to probably shift towards their respective safe lane, off lanes here and get this tower. Might be nice for Alice Ventura to have a bit of reprieve. Even though it's slightly looking towards essentially fighting up here. Immersion just at the level 6 as well. His damage potential is very high. It's not an easy fight, so I guess we'll just hold for now.
We do have an egg ready to go as well, so that is fairly nice. They're gonna continue the Titan as well. They got Ravage, they have egg. This is an opportunity. Avalanche on top of 3. Even still, oh god, no, that's not it. That is a big problem now. Lantana taking a lot of damage, has to wait for him out of there. Nice bushwhack.
Stole the sharpshooter.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That is a big break there. Straight on top of the Tide, break into break. Goodbye. At least Morphling gets out. And it looks like the Hoodwink will as well. But yeah, this Tillian Rubik in the first 12 minutes is having so much impact in this game.
Yeah, Immersion has also, by the way, always been pretty good at techies, even though only a silver tier on Dota Plus.
Oh dare
he's probably not too upset. Yeah, that's not a fun fact. That's a pretty anti-fun fact. Panda God still 2 points in toss here, level 8. Did get a shield rune for himself, but yeah, this is just the reality of mid Tiny this patch. It is not the same hero it was a patch or 2 ago. We're gonna try to get on to Till the End. Still has the sharpshooter to work with and the lasso now. Maybe enough damage onto Alberca.
They're gonna egg him, but unfortunately, that's just.
Okay.
That's an omelet.
Well, I guess we found the better Hoodwink. Yeah, it's a squirrel omelet, I suppose.
Every omelet, it's a squirrel omelet, right? Every you go, you put some ham in there. Squirrel tastes like chicken, I'm told. So yeah, it's good. Right? It's fine.
I imagine. They are on to Alberca. First move of the Tiny at 13 minutes. And
he's still not okay.
Does get a kill. That's pretty significant for Panda God's game. For the rest of the map, unfortunately, isn't too game altering. TA2000 has already shifted towards the top side. So strong he felt to go a Mask of Madness. Maybe getting till the end here. It's a pretty significant amount of gold. Can he use the sharpshooter? Get out.
Nice. Oh no.
Good. Good try. Panda God is loving rock arms. We're waiting, ready to receive there, and TP back on Immersion. They are dying in the spot side. giving away probably a little bit more than they should, but Emergent TPs anyway, and they won't lose the tower. So granted, 14 minutes Wisdom Shrines are up. Not a single tier 1 down. Alberca has been farming stacks. TA2000 is completely untouched on the top side. Still a very, very, very good time here for the Power Rangers waveform. Unfortunately, used the pushback onto the wave and is duly punished.
By the way, because we're looking at the bottom side and there is a fish that has been unclaimed at this point. Did you know that you can apparently deny the fish?
Yeah. Yeah, I did recently learn that. Yeah. It's kind of a fun little game. Anything to bring Tidehunter down a notch, I'm perfectly happy with.
Oh, come on. Just you just have to see my Tidehunter, then you're gonna be fine with its power level.
Yeah, you know, we can set a date on that. A little bit of a rain check. Yeah, this is very tough. Lantana, fine game relatively as the morph is well.
Oh, nice
Toss
lift.
waveform in, nicely done.
Yeah, Butchback as well though, and this is eventually gonna be a dead Rubik. Full Steel Avalanche, and unfortunately, Morph, that's a bigger kill. That is a much bigger kill.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. 5% spell amp, Nikki Cool. Kills off Norma during the TP there, so
In the base.
ends up dead in the fountain. Looking on the TA2000, but the rest of the team is just a little bit too far disconnected. Panda God again. This is a tiny where you don't really feel like you can go the blink early. I mean, you can, but you just don't have the damage even remotely close to what old Tiny used to, and maybe that was correct for Panda God this game, but it still just feels so tough. He'll have the Echo Saber now finished. He's gotten a little bit of gold on the bot side, but still 5.1k net worth, not a lot to write home about. Still 2,000 gold away now from this blink. Alberca finished his, of course, and that's how they got that Lantana kill.
Yeah,
Not getting much
69,
easier.
69 CS on this Tiny is not an awful lot. Especially when you're kind of going this farming 4 points in True Grab Tiny. So for now they're getting set up for the tier 2, just trying to see what the rune is going to be. Actually, what was it? Okay, Arcane Rune for Alberca, not bad. And he does have the Blink Dagger ready to go. Lasso and 8.
They're gonna scan right behind Nikki Cool. Know that he's gonna pressure this tower. Not gonna be able really in the. Oh, they're just gonna go straight on the Lantana. They knew.
On top of the Morphling, but he got the Morph off, and now there's Egg as well. Looking for a little bit more Egg on the outside. Not gonna get a stun.
Ravage.
Ravage though trying to go take this Bat Rider down. He is tanky, but not tanky enough. They will be able to go get him down, but yeah, they still want to fight here. Toss back to get Norma on out of here as Till the End just runs at him. Not all that interested, not all that afraid. They will be able to build separation, so that's 2 big ultimates. They do get this very fed Bat Rider off the map.
Nicely done by them. They're getting their small wins. That's till the end, by the way. Anchor Smash now just ridiculous on Rubik. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him keep this for pretty significant.
What is that?
The fight waveform just.
Well, wait a minute. Can we burn down till the end? Yeah, we can. Till the end will fall.
Done.
Yeah, I was mousing over the AoE of that waveform, or of the Anchor Smash.
Yeah,
it's like
based
the
on your attack
entire
range
screen.
now. Yeah. It's based on your attack range, and then it of course hits amped by that AoE bonus. So pretty nasty. The Rubik Anchor Smash. It's actually really good against Lantana. So maybe later in the game that could have some relevance. That kind of new Anchor Smash. Maybe at some point they'll change that. Maybe they won't. It's fun for the time being. Not very fun for Alice Fantora though so far. Again, 6k net worth down. We talked about it. This matchup seemingly not that great for Morph anymore, at least for the reasons that you used to pick it. Very much was dependent even before on who's ahead. And TA2000, I would say he's in a decent lead here, a little bit of a head start, if you will.
Yeah, half a major item is not bad.
Also, if it's a Mjolnir, it's also pretty decent. If you feel that you can go Mask of Madness into Mjolnir.
Amp damage on this Muerta, why not?
Oh god.
How many licks till they get to the center? There's gonna be the lasso and the break, and they're gonna kill this Tide before Muerta. Never mind. I was gonna say before Muerta shows up, but you got the dead shot. So Muerta gets. What are we at?
This is gonna be bad.
Yeah, 6
event.
supernatural stacks and over under 15 seconds on the Roshan here, Revo.
Well, I mean, you finished it a little bit too late. It's definitely under. This is so much damage here. Of course, the magic resist reduction as well, helping get TA2000 out. So they kind of just saunter down to the Roshan and take a nice little vacation there. Doesn't take long. Get him down.
Yeah.
Now there's an Aegis here, and of course the rest of the team is still so farmed. Nicky Cool hasn't. He's kind of just walked in and found random kills and then farmed and then walked back and just had a very chill, very chill Viper game. It hasn't been any pressure at all really on him.
You know, I was gonna say like 7 seconds or 10 seconds. I'm like, nah, that's even with this amp damage, Morita. That's too little. You
Yeah,
know?
it's 19 minutes. You know.
Come
yeah.
on. 15 seconds seems pretty fast. Well, that was a lie.
Well, a little bit too late. I do like Delight's currently eyeing a halberd. That seems like a very responsible thing to purchase here. Alberca, he's gonna sit under a ward, try to dodge their smoke.
Avalanche in, looking for the toss back. Not gonna get it. Good lift. Now Panda God just has to
Stole
get
the
on out of here.
Avalanche.
Dead shot, stolen Avalanche. In
That's
Pierce
his
the
blink
Veil.
reveal.
Panda God is absolutely dead.
That's
Yeah,
the
this-
reveal.
This was the smoke.
Jump forward.
Problem is now Berka
Got the
moves
lasso.
in. Nice lasso, but the Egg's gonna go try to keep him alive for now. Egg as well, try to go take
they
these
do.
words down the once. They will be able to make that happen, but now just get on out of here. Ravage has been used. You don't have your big team fight spells, but Immersion from downtown moves in, takes a lot of damage. We'll be fine for now as Norma does have,
Consecrated wraps.
yeah, best
Yeah,
item in
seems
the
to be
game.
fast. Yeah, that's quite good. Alberca has his own as well. They're looking at the Wisdom Shrine, though. Unfortunately, a little bit to lose Aegis like that. That doesn't lose you any net worth, relatively. So they'll be perfectly fine forcing out a fort here, and they just want to push onto this Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, Immersion?
No big ultimates, but Immersion might just die anyway. It does.
Yeah, does morph
KT1000
into the
walked away from the play.
And now Lantana as a smaller Viper, apparently. But it's really nice to have that Predator state to go try to take this Viper down, but the rest of the team's starting to arrive.
Oh, no.
And that is a dead tide. Broken up dead. Good Avalanche. Phoenix tries to get out of here, but got to assume we'll have... No, okay, he's out. But importantly, you lost the tiny...
Headshot.
Okay, well, never mind, he's dead. I was like, he was off screen. I thought he was fine. And now Bergen chasing down waveforms. Well, dodges the bushwhack with the blink. Well done.
Doom,
And now
doom, doom.
11 stacks. 11.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a good time. And they, by the way, never grab the Wisdom Shrine. So
Oh.
KT1000 clears that one up. The smooth criminal Alberca gets away with a little bit of murder. That was a pretty dicey move by Power Ranger. So whatever they did not communicate the best. But for Alice Ventura, they're just too far behind. They committed too far forward. It was a nice attempt. Just wasn't enough to, again, too far behind till the end. This full Glimmer Cape is doing so much for them. Panda God felt the need to make things happen as soon as you got that blink, which is sometimes kind of the typical issue with Tiny. But of course, Panda God wasn't very useful before the blink. Felt pressure to do things with the blink. Had an okay move or two. They're going to lose Tormentor. Roche is already off the table. Look forward to that next one. Look forward to the tier 2s. Immersion. Get a shard for whatever purpose. And Nicky Cool. That's, by the way, the second time that he's gotten a haste and just ran down waveform.
Nope, Panda God's gonna get lassoed up. He's still reasonably
One
tanky.
after
He's-
another.
Avalanche again, silence up. Avalanche, the range on this thing is insane. And yeah, Pierce the Veil takes him down. By the way, Takis has his green mind back now. In full. I don't know, actually, because it's been... So the green mind just used to be big damage, right? It didn't have any sort of like mana scaling.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's... No, it never had any mana scaling. It's a kind of weird little ability. Currently it's 600
Yeah.
damage, though. So pretty decently solid. They just have under your belt. A little extra damage. It's pretty far. I actually haven't even... Not sure that I've even seen the techies actually use the Mad Mine, though. So I don't know what animation goes along with it or not. So see how Immersion does utilize it. It looks like it takes a decent second. So
Yep. It's something you set up and you can only have one of them, so no big like green mine clusters
gonna go?
you used to have.
Toss
They're
back.
gonna go, yeah, on top of this Viper, into the Ravage as well. Egg and everything,
Got him.
trying to take down Mickey Cool. They will get him, but they lose the egg in response. Still a big kill, but That is your team fight now. Burkett's just gonna move in. Oh, what a flame break. Get the lasso
away.
as well. Tiny falls, waveform very low. Bushwhack, he still's gonna burn down the bomb. And now, Norma was here, and now Norma is not here. And this is before, by the way, this is before the Silver Edge. As if we didn't have enough breaks already. You got Viper, you have Rubik, you're gonna have Silver Edge in like 200, actually no, you pretty much got it in about 20 gold.
Okay.
What is-
Iliad also has the shard. I don't know what he was going for there, but I like where his mind is at. You know, he's really trying to push this one, and yeah, this one is about dusted. The draft really turned out in a poor way for Alice Ventura. I do not think this was the best possible showing for them. Maybe some things that they could have done relatively a bit better to try, and they're still gonna do it once.
Lantana
Turn into
turned
Rubik.
himself into a Rubik. He's gonna have more damage from all the spells being cast. Not a bad idea. But he's just gonna lift up, moving around, trying to go take out Burka. Alberka taking literally 0 damage. What is Lantana full string for? I don't know, but he's just not taking any damage here. Now the call-in goes down. Goodbye to the Tiny. The Phoenix will fall as well. And Lantana is gonna go get blasted off, has to dash on out of there. Wait for him. Dead on the low ground as this game is just about over. They're gonna call a good game. Well played.
Yeah, I think we can waveform goodbye, as it were. This is a brutal beatdown here. I mean, again, the draft is just very much favoring the end of Power Rangers there. Whether they thought that, I mean, I don't imagine they thought that this Morphling still could hit the Muerta, but regardless of what happened, it did not end up in their favor. The lanes went very poorly, and I do think that switch of the Tiny to mid, it's just a little bit too difficult. Nicky Cool is a very good player. He's a very strong laner. He's pretty good at Viper, as we've seen, and just playing this new version of Tiny, it's just unbearable. I was kind of quivering at the thought there as a mid player myself. It just looked, ugh.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're supposed to do in that one. I mean, maybe you get a good matchup and you start to farm pretty well. Maybe it's a bot lobby and you can kind of do whatever you want. But in a pro match, that's not all that fun. So let me try again round 2. I think if Avius Venturas had been able to go and get out of the laning stage somewhat even, I mean, they had terrifying team fight. Morphling, if he's able to get off the ground, is solid. The problem is they weren't able to get off the ground. That mid lane matchup you were talking about went way too poorly. Tide didn't have the best time. And you had this Muerta that had like, I want to say like 6 stacks of Supernatural at 12 minutes. Just really uncontestable. Plus, of course, that Rubik was till the end was on something in that game number 1. He looked very good, but we're gonna go throw it to a break because there are more games in this best of 3. Hopefully 2 more of them, and we're gonna let the teams have a little bit of a break, figure things out, come back with game 2 in just a second.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Division 2 as we now get ready for game number 2 here between Alice Venturas, Wind in Their Wings. If you go and actually, something like that, if you could pull the Latin, versus Power Rangers, who looked very good in game number 1. But Rojo, I think the question we open with here is, how much of that game number 1 stomping was the draft, and how much of it was the teams?
Probably most of it was the draft, although I do think Power Rangers played it pretty well. I can't critique them for anything they did that game, but I do think that last minute kind of gambit on the Morphling just it didn't pay off in any sort of regard. It shifted that Tiny towards the mid, which had a horrible lane matchup into Nikki Cool. Really messed with their tempo. They didn't have a hero that could join fights early. They didn't have a mid that could join fights early. They didn't have an offlane that could join fights early. And then they also lost the lanes. So the supports couldn't join the fights. They couldn't fight Bayo. So I think the draft made it very difficult for them, is case in point. Again, I do think that Power Rangers played it well. I think they rotated pretty properly. Maybe there was that kind of disconnect on the Wisdom Shrine that you can criticize, but I think with a draft like that, the game plays itself a little bit, and it also kind of loses itself a little bit. So whatever they tried for just ended up getting punished too much. Maybe that First Blood set it TA 2000 a little bit too far forward, but even then, with the new version of Tiny going an Echo Saber, maxing Tree into a Viper, I don't know what you could much do to fix that dynamic there.
Yeah, you've no one to make plays with, right? No one's buying a Blink Dagger for quite a while. And yeah, sure, that was
doesn't have much damage either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. And sure, Viper's not buying a Blink Dagger either, but Viper can just kind of run at you and press R. And that's your initiation.
Yeah, that's a good substitute, yeah. Or just physically set yourself in front of the heroes. Of course, we'll head into a game 2 draft here. Power Rangers Alice Venturas, and I do think they should have. I mean, all things considered, I think they might be able to end up with a little bit of a better opportunity for themselves. They do ban up the Batrider this time around, figuring that Alberca was a little bit too annoying, and I do agree. I think definitely support Batrider. I'm not in the biggest, train for anymore, but Alberca's the position 3 still looks perfectly good, especially if you just play that farming stacking style. Get left alone in the lane, get that blink, the drums, had the wraps eventually. He did very, very well on Alberca. Definitely enabled the team. He was pretty much the much more useful version of kind of Tiny. Didn't really have that kind of stutter step you ended up with. So now we're gonna see if this time around, Bayo, if there's any presence again on Doom or Alchemist, because neither team last time around put a single ban or pick into it. Just completely ignored the full draft.
Yeah, Venom as well, which
and Shadow Demon too, even. I do.
So, also kind of interesting. We had Alice Venturas. They had first pick game, or no, they had second pick game 1. This time they have first pick. Power Rangers were very content to give them the Phoenix in game number 1, saying, "Look, it doesn't matter. We don't care about that." Alice had the opportunity now to first pick Phoenix, and this time Power Rangers say, "Actually, we don't want you to give even though we beat you, even though we beat your Phoenix, we don't want to run into it this time." And
they played pretty well, I think, to be
fair. But it's a 7th ban Huskar. Isn't that hero just kind of dead?
It's not the best. I think it can still do a lot of things that Huskar used to do. It's on a very delayed timer. It is definitely a little bit different than it used to be. Then they'll give away Beast as well, which is, I mean, definitely mixed results on this hero. Overall, I think still very strong. Big shocker to everyone that Beastmaster is a strong hero. But it does leave in, again, a good number of these power picks. There's Doom, there's Pango, there's Alk, there's Bristle, which Bristle was ignored in the last draft too. But it is still a very, very good hero. This can go also carry for TA2000. He used to play this a decent bit. If this is the Beastmaster offlane, doesn't do too well into the Bristle. So I like this response. I get definitely, for a lot of teams, I definitely feel worried when I kind of see them let through Beastmaster, as I think more often than not the plan is to kind of deal with it, and then you struggle to do so. But seeing how Power Rangers played in the last game, I think as long as they're able to maybe be a little bit more communicative, then they should be able to accomplish a similar-ish idea from last game. I feel like they can maybe go for it this time around, but definitely for Alice and Taurus, don't mind having the Beast as a general practice.
Yeah, I could also be down for a Doom, right? Percentage damage into the Bristle, you buy your Ags, and Ags breaks again. I think it did at one point, yeah. So, answer to the Bristle, even if you don't want to go buy a Silver Edge on Beastmaster, which we are occasionally seeing. If this is, right, going to be this carry Beast, if it's going to be the Ags Beast, not like a Helmdom Beast, which we've been seeing some of. I do think that generally, the more carry style Beastmaster is better right now. I think the Helmdom is not quite as it's got to be the right game for it.
It's a little more specific, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. Not as easy to get that on the first pick around a game like that, but sometimes, I mean, you kind of plan on the Beastmaster being somewhere else, and then it ends up having a decent game for itself. See what kind of strong supports come out, as in terms of Beastmaster, if this is a potential offlane Beastmaster, there's some already, I mean, there's still Jakiro in the pool, which can do very, very well against it. In terms of just regular supports, there's still Shadow Demon, which is really, really strong into the Beast, if that's going to be the carry style Beastmaster. So you have some decent ways to dissuade his different builds.
You know what sounds really good, actually, because it's unbanned as of yet? You could go and second phase an Alchemist here on Alice Venturas, give Beastmaster the first Ags, and then have him go Helmdom plus Ags. And just that timing sounds really, really strong.
Yeah, you can also just, you can even go like a Mantha first, an early blink, these kind of items, drums, on like a mid Beastmaster even, and it's not ridiculous at all if you have that Alchemist to enable you. The drums does feel quite good, but should be, should be maybe slightly difficult to pick up the Alchem. Maybe they're just not likely to pick it very much. Go back for the Rubik. I have no complaints at all, given that Till the End played an incredible Rubik, and Immersion definitely has the capability to do that himself. Obviously, Roar is always a great steal too.
And Rubik is better against Beastmaster than it used to be because. Okay, there's
I like
Tenacity you were
those,
talking
though.
about.
Yeah, I do like
but-
those too.
Yeah, and they got rid of the ability to toggle on your inner beast. Yeah, so Rubik, it's harder to buffer your roar than it used to be, depending on your cooldowns. This was banned in game 1 by Alice Venturas with the Chen as we were just going right along. This Chen was banned in game number 1. I mean, Chen versus Beastmaster is great. So I guess no crazy surprises there, but I feel like in the, it's like either Ench or Chen is the good kind of creep hero. And from what I've been seeing, it has been a lot more Ench recently.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be a little more player specific. Definitely think the Ench was perfectly fine if they wanted it, but they just like Chen, seemingly going to be more willing to pick it up, probably for till the end here. Maybe give that Immersion Rubik is what I'd imagine. Maybe Immersion has picked up the Chen in recent times. I do think if you wanted Alchemist, I do think that kind of idea you had is decent. I certainly don't mind it. Then maybe you're shifting the Beastmaster towards mid and this Pango off lane. Maybe that's a little bit more difficult. Maybe you go for actually that, of course, mid Pango and then a safe lane Beast. I don't really want to see the Beast and the Chen, as you kind of mentioned. I do think definitely Tiny is also a pretty good hero, all things considered, usually into the Beastmaster lineup. So go for a Monkey King. So it doesn't necessarily tell you the most about where the Pango and the Beast are going, but should be a Monkey King carry, barring some crazy waveform or Delight Monkey King. It's not bad. I mean, eventually the Silver Edge is an item that you can go towards the pistol. You have a ton of damage into Tiny. Don't care too much about what Chen Rubik do. Otherwise, I kind of like what Alice Venturas have relatively.
Yeah, my question though, or I guess my one question about this is we don't really know where Beastmaster or Pangolier goes. Likely Beastmaster mid because the Chen situation. Last patch it was pretty much primarily Beastmaster mid. That was where it looked good. How do you feel about Beastmaster mid in this patch?
It's still good. I've played it a time or two, and I think it's not too different from how it was last patch. The biggest issue I think with the new Beastmaster mid relatively is your timing is pushed back a decent bit because you do need Shard to actually do good damage, and this hero's been nerfed a little bit in terms of how much you can kind of tempo. So you can't really just go Ags into Blink, get a couple pickoffs, buy a BKB, finish the Roche. Your timing's delayed by a little bit. So that's kind of the hardest thing of the Beast. But your boars are much stronger. So I have seen some of the Beastmaster mids going towards that max boar. Unfortunately, not really an option you can go for into the Chen much. So I think it's totally fine. It is basically the gist of it. It doesn't feel too much different other than kind of the timings. The laning is still very similar. Question is for Power Rangers, if they're going to try and kind of address the Beastmaster, the Pango. It's seemingly they think that this is the mid Tiny, as they banned out TA 2000's Muertha, or maybe at least just covering their bases. It's a pretty good Muertha game, so I think that's maybe smart. But mind you, Nikki Cool, he still could just Viper. If they leave it open, I do think he should just pick Viper. I mean, maybe they're too light on disables or something like that, but I mean, it would be a Beast or it would be a Pango, and then of course you have Monkey King, Shadow Demon to run around the map. I mean, it seems to me like that could be an angle if they don't kind of shut that one off. They need to be careful about this last pick.
What are the odds that this is like a waveform monkey?
It's possible. The only issue is that you have the 23 pick. So
valid. Okay.
they already knew what the 4 heroes were, so they're not going into this phase with very much more information other than seeing what Power Ranger thinks their draft is. And they banned out the Enigma. I mean, Viper is still in the pool, so I'm very curious what they're going to possibly pick up here. I guess it could be Beastmaster carry, and then they pick up a mid if they're thinking about that, but it's likely a support hero.
Yeah,
Maybe
we're looking at the
you can just
5.
go. I think I would really like a Clockwork here. I think that sounds nice to me.
Like a clock monkey lane or
Yeah.
waveform clock and putting SD5.
Probably. I mean, I like the Clockwork into Bristle relatively, but they go for Taki instead. I mean, I don't mind that. This hero is definitely very strong. My biggest worry is that they'll just pick Viper here, so we'll see if they do truly lock in a TA 2000 hero or what the likes they're thinking of. As Alice Venturas, they're throwing me off a little bit with their bans. And I would just expect Nicky Cool to play Viper, all things considered. He can definitely dominate either of these mid matchups. It's not the best game for him to be something like a Primal, but
Yeah, I'm with you. I look at this, and we're banning out a carry and an offlaner from at least in the last phase, but highly likely to me that Tiny's going to be carry, and we saw what happened with mid Tiny. Bristleback's going to be offlane, and then you're looking for something from Nicky Cool. Viper seems good.
it could
Probably not going to be a
technically
spirit.
Yeah, it could technically be an offlaner with the Bristle carry. T2000 does play it. It's just I don't know if other teams are willing to do the mid Tiny as much, but they do go for a carry anyway, and I actually don't like that.
Yeah.
At all.
It's kind of awkward. You got decent lockdown with this Panda God Beastmaster. You have mid Beastmaster into a mid Tiny, which is it's not great for the Tiny, right? The board damage is obnoxious over time. You have some level of lockdown. Whoever TA2000 goes on top of before he gets a Manta or a BKB is just gonna get tasered, and Faceless Void's not gonna be able to do too much in the chrono. You don't have a ton of damage to pump into the chrono until Nicky Cool goes like super late game if he decides to go and, get an Ags, which has been nerfed 5 times in the last 2 weeks. And even then, I mean, at that point, the Faceless Void should be able to solo kill heroes in chrono anyway, so you don't have this early game damage to pump into chrono.
Yeah, I think definitely the biggest benefit to this Faceless Void is that time dilation is quite strong right now. So I'd like to see TA2000 lean into that. I definitely think you can play tempo with Till the End's Gen and maybe a Bristle, get some early towers, try to kind of mitigate the Monkey King overall. So I think there is avenues for Power Rangers, maybe more than it initially seems. But I do definitely agree. I mean, picking Faceless Void into Techie Shadow Demon these two heroes are no pun intended, demonic for Faceless Void to deal with. They're incredibly obnoxious.
Yep.
Not going to be easy necessarily for the rest of the heroes either.
Yeah, Aurora as well. Also, just very difficult for this rather low HP hero that relies on his ability to press Q and get on out of there. I'm much happier, I think, about this draft for Alice Venturas than I was in game number 1. I think if you go to late game, I mean, even then, you have Pangolier, just super buff team fight. You have this eventually double pickoff potential with kind of Roar Refresher, level 25 in like 30 second, 35 second, 40 second Roar cooldown. So, plus you got to say, I didn't even talk about that. We talk about the ability to pick this Faceless Void off, this ability to go reactive taser whoever he's hitting. You also have Shadow Demon, the best save in the game against a Chrono, pretty much.
Yeah, no, I mean, Chrono is not a very good spell for TA2000 here. It's probably going to be mostly used to get an extra bit of time dilation. We'll see if Till the End is particularly obnoxious for Panda God, maybe eventually stealing his boars. Does have the Zealot for Till the End, that new creep, and they're going to just set up onto him.
Yeah. Nice. Yep, okay, goodbye. Till the End's going to go get taken down here. Unfortunately, the Zealot, I think he tried to use it to heal himself. Not really doing much of anything.
A little bit unfortunate. So this time around, Alice Ventura in a position where we think their draft is better. They get a first blood Bayo. I potentially have seen this play out before. A little bit of a deja vu here. And a Techies too, mind you. So maybe Techies is just going to take this one over. Mid Tiny. We'll see how Nicky Cool pilots it this game.
Yeah. What I will say, though, is that Gabe thinks this is 70-30 for Power Rangers.
I mean, Gabe, he spent a little more money on yachts than he has on Dota Plus, I think. So we'll keep in mind. Trying to get the ward. Got it.
Oh, gets it.
Value.
Okay, Nicky Cool. I don't know that you're going to kill Delight here with a tree. No. You very much could have gotten the deny on the ward instead. But you know what? Look, it's all about sending a message, right?
Yeah.
Damage is worth more.
Yeah, uses blood grenade. Oh, he's that. Also this mid matchup again. It should be rough. The Tiny is weaker in lane. The mid Tiny. You think that you're gonna get the deny with tree like you kind of used to with a CS, and you just have less damage than you used to. The boars are now of course stronger as well. Tiny's not good at dealing with those relatively. So we'll see. We'll see Nicky Cool. He's very talented. I think he has the opportunity to make a little bit better of the situation than last time around. But it's not going to be easy. Bot side as well. It's going to be Shadow Demon, Pango, so they should be fine relatively into a faceless Chen for some time. I don't know how strong the Zealot is in lane. Seemingly annoying at least.
Yeah, he's actually beaten Delight down by quite a bit. And I like I kind of assumed they were just going to use the default. Oh, look, it's a creep, but he's got little Chen head on top of him. They built a custom model for this Zealot creep.
This is I feel like it's a special. I've seen it before. This
Is
might
it?
have been used in whatever the Ags lab, something like that. This is this is an older model, but it's still a cool one, so I don't really mind. I'm not gonna fault them at all. I think it's perfectly fitting. Bot side, it's not the best though. Chen definitely gonna kind of space out these heroes. Gonna get early time dilation for TA2000. Definitely, again, I do want to see him lean pretty heavily into the time dilation. There is a lot of active skills for Alice Ventura. If he shows up to early fights, he has the opportunity to do a lot of work with this time dilation. This skill is very, very, very obnoxious.
And when
Questions how much he can actually accomplish with it.
I was gonna say, like, when do you want to go and see him get the shard? If we're talking about this time dilation, because the shard makes this time dilation incredibly strong.
I mean, I think it's very, very good. I've definitely seen Void players kind of go either way on it. We'll definitely see for TA2000. Maybe you might want to go shard over something like a Mask of Madness this game, since of course the Mask of Madness can get purged, could put you in a precarious situation against so much minus armor. I could see that being a good kind of use case for it. Till the End's doing a great job, by the way, in the spot side. They're somewhat, fortunately, they're looking at Immersion, wanted to get some good chunk out before this Lotus, but both the Lotuses will go to the side of Power Rangers. Mid lane is also going well for Nicky Cool. Looks like he just kind of managed to get the better of Panda God, killing off these early boars.
Although, I mean that's
impressive.
Yeah, because that's one we very much expected to see the Beastmaster win out on. Although some of those kills are boar kills, they're not creep kills. So
yeah,
you know,
but boars are worth a pretty good chunk, honestly. And yeah, Nicky Cool's just put huge emphasis on killing off the boars. Has managed to make this much more tolerable for himself than typically it would be. That's a nice kind of start. We'll see as well the adjustment to the build that he does. Don't know if I'll expect the same kind of Echo Saber build for him. He's going Soul Ring at the moment.
The one big difference already is that he has gone and he's going 2-0-2. We did see.
I like this a lot more.
Yeah,
I think it was a Viper specific adjustment. I don't think Panda God would have ever thought that as till the end.
Till the
Nice
end.
move by Waveform, but too much healing.
Well, the point I was more going to make there about this this tiny build is not that he's going 2-0-2 versus like 1-0-3. No, diving in, Immersion TP's into this one. It's a waveform time dilation. Waveform has to get saved. His life runs away, tries to heal up a little bit more, but T2000. But eventually, yep, there's the big liftoff. Back the other way. A little bit of miscommunication, and Waveform's out of there. Oh no! Oh come on now. They're good. Okay. They're gonna lift the wave for that one, making sure they maybe the creeps were gonna kill him. But this tiny, right? This tiny build is Delight. Looking for till the end. Looking around the edge. Menace stacks, ready to go. 1-2. Here comes Norma. We saw the tiny go like 1-4-4 last game. So much more maxing out on the toss back, even after he maxed out the tree grab early. This time again, it's much more avalanche, which
for a kill on Panda God. He used the blood grenade, but he actually maybe could have gotten that, and now he's like trying to like commit and
I got it. Okay.
All right, got yours. Call that worth. Call that worth every time he died to the tower as well. Gets a tip over. Till the end, we'll soak up some of that XP mid. Not the worst, but definitely not happy for Nicky Cool to die like that. I think, honestly, Panda God, I'm pretty sure could have gotten that kill, and whatever. He ended up getting it. No worries. Nothing. No qualms. Let's see if Immersion is topside. Lantana is not, by the way, doing the best. This is not the monkey kind of beatdown that we typically see from the top side. It's Porcupine's coming out ahead this time around, and it doesn't really get too much easier with levels. Mid runes Emphasis here. Both sides, and a little bit more fortunate on Nicky Cool. This haste rune might just be a winning factor of this series. Last time around was killing Waveform multiple times with just an offhand haste rune. Has it now in the bottle. It's definitely very nice for them that Alberca is having a relatively good time. Not ahead of net worth or levels of Lantana, but pretty comfortable. They're going to do some damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alberca has boots. He's got 2 points there in the bristleback, so as Lantana chases after him, it's not really going to work out all that well. I'm a little surprised maybe that we're not seeing any kind of like Orb of Frost shenanigans on this monkey, so he just kind of keep up with the bristle. I don't know if that's just something that has been nerfed enough over time where it's not really worthwhile, Rojo, but I don't know, I feel like I'm used to seeing this kind of carry monkey getting something like that early.
It's definitely not weird too, I think, but
oh well, never mind. He just got it delivered.
I'm generally a little bit on the side of kind of skipping it, but I guess maybe Orb of Corrosion is not bad, especially into I would say a Chanda Faceless could be decent to have that extra little minus health restoration. So still a slight early lead for Power Rangers. Mid lane has gone to the favor of Panda God, but not by nearly as alarming of an amount as we saw last game. And for Nicky Cool, he did max out Avalanche this game. So 4 points, 4-0-2. Kind of trying to, once again, counter jungle here. Steal away some creeps using that haste rune. Simply to be annoying. Delight got his TP trolled there. Had to cancel it. But not much happening across the map relatively. Pretty chill, all things considered. And I kind of like that for the side of Power Rangers, at least for the moment. On the runes.
Oh. Nothing there. Till the end denies the, oh, that would have been nice. Amp damage rune. Denies that one instead. And, you know, we talked about that these lanes ago. And is looking for TA2000 doesn't have a time lock. Only level 3 on time lock. I thought I saw that as level 1, but more than enough stuns here available. Rolling Thunder, Blast Off, Monkey King. Just very hard for this Ace Floyd to get out of it.
Yeah, Pango Takis is definitely also a very kind of potent. Not like the most potent combo in terms of like utilizing move speed, but you just get on top of the hero, set up super nicely for Takis. This is going to be good across the whole game. Pango, of course, likes being in the middle of heroes. That taser is always very, very handy. So I like this start for Norma. Not the most net worth, but has decent levels. He'll get in the diffusal at a pretty reasonable time since he's rushing it as most Pangos do. That might give space to Panda God.
I do like as you take a look at what Norma's going here. I do like that he's just going straight diffusal. Right, no boots, nothing like that. Just
no mage layer.
Yeah. I was just thinking about the perspective of, getting your diffusal, your swashbuckle item before boots, but Mage Slayer versus diffusal, I mean, Mage Slayer is really good versus the bristleback, so
yeah, I think it's diffusal first though, diffusal is also very good against bristle, and
fair, yeah.
You probably won't be facing into Alberca too frequently in the early portions, so that's my thought process there as a somewhat disgusting Pangolier player myself at times. T2000 actually manning up on Norma. Has time dilation and the chrono. Few lucky bashes and maybe could have looked, but
yeah. But remember, you are 50% less lucky around this Pangolier. Another reason why Faceless Void is a little bit awkward. Was that his innate last patch, or was that part of his patch? Oh, the light is gonna go down here. Cool. Nicky Gold. There's a roar. Waveform blast off as well. It's a lot of damage with the bombs. Yeah, here comes Norma as well. This is it's gonna take a second, but this Tiny is soon to fall eventually, as Norma now would love to go find some more follow-up. Not gonna get it. Gets stuck instead. Yeah, but was that his innate last patch, or was that part of Lucky Shot?
It was his innate last patch.
Okay.
I think they gave it a flair on this time around with the name, but I believe it was, or definitely was last patch. It's a little bit unfortunate. Nicky Cool dying there. Nice rotation, I think, from Alice Ventura. They're covering themselves pretty nicely, and this is again part of the kind of awkwardness just of this draft from Power Rangers is there's not much to enable moves across the board as Alberca. He's going to get gone on. It's a bit of a hard kill. Doing good damage, too.
Yeah, here comes the Monkey King wrapping around, and the lifesteal. Oh, it's a lot of quills. But he will go get taken down. And this is a Bristleback that is not going any of your bug standard items. There's no Lotus, there's no Crimson, there's no Vanguard, there's no Pipe, no even Consecrated Wraps, which is just, again, the broken item in this patch. He's going straight BKB first item with like...
It is a little interesting, yeah. I mean, it's pretty rare as well that Bristlebacks even skip kind of the Perseverance item.
Yeah.
Just because you do struggle with that mana. It's also, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty strange. I'm.
Is it
a little bit
great of a
curious.
BKB game?
It might legitimately be Reactive Taser. That might actually. It might be Reactive Taser Rolling Thunder. Truthfully, I would not be surprised.
I mean, that being said, you can't Lotus a Rolling Thunder, but you can Lotus a Reactive Taser. As Norma.
No, really nice chrono, by the way.
Yeah, that was centimeters between being a really nice chrono and being an utterly whiffed chrono. Good job, T2000. You got the right side of it.
Yeah, he did that nicely. Definitely not an instant cast chrono, I can tell you that much. Very, very, very well placed. Although, I mean, relatively Alice Ventura, they are down by a very, very small margin, but that's truthfully just the supports across the cores. They're doing pretty decently for themselves. Norma is lower net worth than maybe you would potentially like, especially after death, but again, has basically the necessary items. So don't mind this game state as we're paused here for Alice Ventura, particularly that Panda God is only 800 gold from the Ags and clearing some stacks right now. So this Beastmaster game is pretty accelerated. Definitely always a benefit for this hero, regardless of patch, regardless of role. But for this one especially, you can get very, very, very strong on this Beastmaster mid very quickly.
Yeah, he is 700 gold away from his Ags at 12 minutes. That is a well-timed Ags. Going back to Norm, you say he has all the items that he wants. It does seem like it is either Diffusal or Mage Slayer in this game. And again, he's gone Diffusal. He's looking at a blink afterwards. I continue to be a little bit surprised by that one because yes, Diffusal is great, especially against a Bristle that has his only mana regen is a Null Talisman. But getting a Mage Slayer versus this Faceless Void, we talked about how good Time Dilation is, how much it reduces quill damage, how much it can reduce the tiny damage that you're doing.
I mean, it doesn't strike me as the greatest Mage Slayer game. I mean, Mage Slayer is definitely, it's never bad on Pango, so I can definitely agree with your kind of hesitance.
It was
there,
last
but I think, well, that's true. This patch is never bad on Pango. I've seen plenty of Pangos go Mage Slayer into Diffusal. I've seen Diffusal into Mage Slayer. I think that's probably what Normal would like to do, but just a little bit further behind than he ideally would be. I still think this is fine. They are smoked up though, and Waveform has
Tiny looking for the toss back, Rolling Thunder, the stuns. Oh, the Centaurs, that's a problem. Save?
Ow.
No, it's not a save actually on this tech. He's gonna fall down. It was a lot of damage. We did see the green mine go off immediately afterwards. So everyone goes down to half HP, but even still this smoke, I thought it wasn't gonna get anything. Right, smoke got broken, but it was on the high ground, so they didn't see it. And now roar onto this Bristleback with everything going into him. Alberca has to run. He's pretty low. Yeah, okay. Not quite going to be able to get out of here. And he's still rushing this BKB. He is still incredibly far from where this BKB would like to be.
for a plate mail. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Get the lights.
Rolling Thunder tries to go off. I mean, with the delay, he's gonna. Oh, that's a really nice spot to find Nikki Cool into the corner, blast off as well with the bombs. Nikki Cool will eventually die. But this time, I'm always surprised at just how tanky these tinies are.
Yeah, very, very tanky. And I do like Nikki Cool's build relatively by quite a bit. This is something I kind of wondered about, is if on this mid tiny you could just go for the early shard and get some more value out of it than previous. Kind of sets you back to that old toss.
Oh, that's a good chrono on top of 2. Do we have the damage for it though? Yeah, he's killing boards, not heroes. That's a little bit awkward. Now Lantana tries to go drop the Jingu. Boundless on top of 2, trying to fight up here, but not gonna be enough as he will fall. Bomb's worth a lot, but not quite enough there. It does beg the question though. We talk about damage into chrono. Is your damage really just stealing bombs from the Rubik and that being the damage you lay in?
It's a lot. It is a lot of damage, absolutely. As they do head on to the light, nice blink. Really like this adaptation by Nicky Cool. I think that what you're going for on Panda God last game is a sensible, potentially for some games, but just too hard to play with in that last draft. And Nicky Cool this time around, he is being the enabling playmaker that Tiny is typically used to being. He got off to a decent start and went into that early blink with the Soul Ring. Definitely like this kind of change from him. I'm curious to see if he does finish up going for the shard straight at the 15-minute mark, having an Ag queued up afterwards with that Faceless. So we'll see if this is a practice combo from them. Could be very, very solid. I definitely think the theory craft is pretty substantial here. Could just go back into Echo Saber and Shadow Blade in a more normal carry Tiny kind of adjustment.
Yeah,
They've lost a lot of tempo on Alice.
I guess my question is how good is this Shard Ags combo? Because 7.41 base, it was incredible. We saw the highlight plays of just wiping everyone. But then the Shard was nerfed in, I want to say, the A patch. And the Ags was nerfed in the B patch. And now it's not as good as it used to be, but that doesn't mean it's bad, right?
Definitely still good with Chrono, by all means. Anything that can just keep that hero in, or keep anybody in for that kind of initial jump is pretty solid. So it's definitely not as good as it was, mind you. Very much agree with that. But it does bring your toss back a little bit to where it was before, with that attack speed slow. I think it's a reasonable thing for Nicky Cool to look towards, and should still be strong.
Yeah, looks like he's going Ags into Shard, not the other way around. At least he's bought the Ogre X.
Yeah, he might just feel that he's got enough net worth. Definitely in a perfectly fine spot for him. I don't mind that either. I mean, Ags is a great farming tool. Definitely tree throw. Feeling very, very good. So doesn't have to maybe have that extra shard for damage if they're ahead by just a little bit of gold. I do like Immersion did go with this Essence Distiller this game, which I did find a little bit interesting. I think this item is just very strong, so I'm not too surprised that he went for it, but I'm kind of interested to see how the meta around this item develops. And in theory, I mean, it is just very, very solid. It gives you potential vision. I know it has some interesting interactions as well. Things like if you catch it onto a Night Stalker with ulti, apparently, it catches the full Night Stalker's vision, which is a really, really kind of interesting thing that it does. And then just the healing that it provides to allies is very, very valuable. And there's not really any healing reduction other than this singular Orb of Frost for the side of Alice Ventura.
Yeah, of course, the damage it does is reduced, right? It's 160 plus 40, so like it's 200 damage over 8 seconds instead of like what a Vessel would give you. So, you know, there is that, but a lot more valuable. You're right, a lot more utility. This ability to kind of see where people are.
It's very cheap.
Yeah, 240 healing. Sorry, excuse me, 320 healing to allies. And yet, again, right, cheap, a lot cheaper than the Vessels. So that is nice. I think it's extra nice. We're not seeing it in this game, but it is extra nice when you have like an Ember mid or a Void Spirit mid. You know, one of these heroes that wants to buy Vessel. It means you can go and take advantage of, okay, we're going to buy multiple urns now because urns stack, they get charges. And we have 2 divergent build paths that let us take advantage of this and turn them into something more than just kind of keeping a flat urn in a Vessel like we were sometimes seeing last patch.
Yeah, definitely again, I'm just very curious to see how people value Essence Distiller. I've seen some Phoenixes going it, and it seems always pretty good. It seems like a very, very value item. Do you love that? Do you love that voice line? You know, not a lot of respect that I give over the Platinum tier Beastmasters, but if you're gonna be able to use your voice lines, at least you've got some benefit.
Yes, we get ready to get back into this eventually again. PC lag and we got to restart. Rubik currently has Boundless queued up, which is actually in these team fights, if you hold on to it for a second, one of those things where Curiosity buffs it by quite a bit. All right, every Curiosity stack is 1 more damage, plus the crit. It is you don't think of Rubik as a right-click hero, but or some of the skills with physical damage, but yeah.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, definitely the damage you get from Curiosity, it's not the craziest in team fights and whatnot, but it's enough to bring you up to a decent Speed, I remember I do enjoy my little guilty pleasure Rubik mid games, and at some point you do start hitting very hard. I mean, obviously I was an accelerated Rubik mid, whatever, but I kept stealing Astral Step in that game from a Void Spirit, and the damage that I was doing was I was just completely caught off guard by it. I had never done that much damage with physical damage on a Rubik before, realistically. So it does stack up pretty fast. There's also just this bonus damage on the Boundless already that you can utilize, the AoE bonus, the debuff duration. It's all very solid for this spell. So maybe a nice little one to steal over. There's some relatively, and it's not the the greatest game for Rubik steals relatively. There's some definitely very, very solid ones. Of course, the Primal, the Mines. But there's some smaller ones that you can, there's some decently smaller ones you can get that are very good. Any Shadow Demon spell, of course, the Disseminate or Disruption if they're maxed are fine. But actually, the Taser is one that I'm going to be looking at. If you can steal that Taser, that one is really, really nasty. So we'll see if Immersion ever manages to get it and hold on to it. I think
you get a Taser. You put it on Tiny. The AoE with the Curiosity AoE is that's going to be kind of massive. Does Arcane Supremacy Spell Amp apply to like the crit, the bonus damage of Boundless? Do you know?
I don't believe that it does. It might. I mean, you can hover alt on it and it doesn't.
Yeah, but
get. So I don't believe.
I don't know. Look, Rojo, it's Rubik. I don't know if that's actually because it doesn't work like that or just it's Valve has oversight. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I would typically think that it does. Usually pretty much every spell is affected by Spell Amp. Kind of. There's obviously some rare exceptions, but seemingly Boundless is not one of them. But I guess, yeah, not everything is working with the alt. Maybe the pause, which is coming undone for the moment.
Hey, how's your Cyrillic, Rojo?
It's not the most practiced. I've certainly seen a lot of it.
Yeah, as certain characters I'm really good at. Certain words I really understand, but those, maybe not fit for broadcast.
Yeah. We'll leave that to those who can. Do those pattern recognition, of course. Looking up now, a little bit of an interesting time for Waveform and Panagon and Pandagod to connect. No BKB yet on Pandagod, no shard or anything, but he's level 15 with an Aegis. Had a decent ward just placed on the bot side. And it is on a little bit of an off timer. They do scan it as well. Nice hidden by till the end. He's just numbers.
Roar! Not gonna find it. Hey,
wow. That was really close. Really, really close.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we just didn't Boundless him. I mean, even if you don't want to spend the roar because it's a cooldown. Monkey was right there.
Just didn't see it in time. Fortunately for Lantana. Does have the Deso finish, but is relatively up. Lantana was mid alone. Probably was thinking about jumping on him with Nikki Cool, but Taki's Mind disrupted him. Waveform. He'll get punished for his crimes. Steal the Mines as well on Immersion. That feels so good. Especially now.
He farmed
by spell damage.
He farmed so fast. They will get the tier 2 bottom. That is the value.
Yeah, that was fast. Really, really fast. New Beastmaster. Pretty good at always been decent at taking towers, but better now than mid Beast used to with the Deso. Not too bad. But yeah, these Rubik Mines, they are going to be incredibly, incredibly powerful. Very good for scouting, very good for vision. On the top side, they're TPing over to T2000. Got the roar. Norma.
On top of him.
Very long TP.
Time walk out of the Norma's right here. And now, do they have enough damage? Hand of God. Yeah, they do. We'll be able to go take him down. Very nice move, taking the tier 2 bottom. And now on top of TA2000, trying to go get till the end as well. Looking for the Boundless. Come on, you got to see him. There we go. Lantana will be able to get the kill. 2 stacks, or 1 stack there on the Deso. But yeah, really nice moves. Cross map, not something Power Rangers was expecting.
Not at all. And they're enabling Playmaker right now is Nikki Cool, and it's not the easiest to actually connect with all the time. Doesn't have that Aegis quite finished, so his timing is a little bit weaker than relative. Lantana quite strong with that Deso. Immediately off bat. Now has the BKB finished as well for Pandagod. I like this as well a lot with new Beastmaster. I mean new, but I'm a little bit delayed on those timings. Not as much early damage. just not going straight away for that blink. You know, old patch, you'd go blink and then immediately have enough damage to kind of kill people in an ulti. It's not quite the same. You need the shard and then you need attack speed. It all kind of ends up a bit more awkward. So let's go straight away for the BKB. Even
Can you
though
do it
have
with
Aegis.
3?
Looks like they can. That damage amp a little bit much from the Beastmaster. Still very good. And taking it away from him gets a free shard. A little bit of a green mine. I'm sure he'll be happy to have full Ags finished now on the Nikki Cool. Do they? They really should look for something actually. Particularly, there's an amp damage on Nikki Cool. Very, very gross with the Tiny, of course. So much base damage to play off of. They're a little bit, of course, worried with the amount of saves, the blink from Norma, having an Aegis on the Panda God. It's not the easiest to just find a Chrono for TA 2000. I can't blame them for not initially including him. Panda God, he's gonna lose his Aegis for sure.
Yep, there's going to be round 1. Chrono is available as the rest of the team
But
starts
it's not close enough.
go over. Yeah, BKB has to get popped here. Tries to TP on out of here. They're
Push
going to
dead.
get him. Okay.
Amp damage.
Amp damage, all the creeps. I cannot believe he went down there.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Very hard. I mean, Pentagon definitely just too far extended from where his team was. If TA 2000 was there, that also would not have been even close to getting out. So that's the first BKB usage. Mind you, one of the most important now. Granted that you can't ever kind of rely on that refresher. Oh, your time
Pick up on Lantana. There's a
They
tree
just got it.
volley coming
So
down.
the
They
amp
don't even
damage.
need it. Yeah.
I'm
Nikki
telling
Cool.
I mean, yeah, the amp damage on Tiny is disgusting. Absolutely, absolutely disgusting. Have to always pay attention when he has that. Just turns this hero's breakpoints into completely different. Alberca, by the way, did finish his BKB, so at least we've got that on lock for him. Managed to turn the game. And it's kind of like, I mean, they made some good moves on Alice Ventura and then made some good moves on Power Rangers to bring it back. So both teams just kind of getting a few small moves to gain these advantages back for themselves. I mean, for the time being, I do feel that this does benefit the Power Rangers, particularly Panda dying with that BKB, with that Aegis. It's not a timer that you would have liked him to die on at all. Gives T2000 quite a bit of space to get towards his BKB, which maybe he would have been a little bit worried about had they not died.
Right, now it's 80-20 in favor of Power Rangers, at least according to Gabe, which again is, I'm not sure I agree with that one, but the power of
It's a
Faceless
little
Void in the late game is, especially with this damage Nikki Ghoul can pump in, now that he did go this Axe first build, is reasonable, right? That is, we've seen it, how much he does. It's kind of interesting, by the way. You talk about this Faceless Void and how he wants to scale. He did go Mjolnir into BKB instead of Mjolnir. There's a Rubik on that tree. Be very careful. He would like to go have some fun. How does it work? Okay, we'll be able to get out of here. I was gonna say, if you are tree danced and you steal another spell, do you fall off the tree? Do you get stunned?
I think you can still walk off of it. You're not stunned. I know you're not stunned. I'm pretty sure you can still walk off the tree or you get stuck. It's one of the two. So I'd be careful about when you use it. I'm pretty sure you want to like jump off and then steal, but yeah, you have to do that little bit of a dismount. They do see Alberca. There's a Shadow Blade here and should be an easy kill. A lot of healing though.
And the God is not going to be enough. And they find the Rubik on the backside as well. Nice job there, Norman, looking to bounce back once again. Not a lot of damage just yet. Here comes the Tiny on the backside. Oh my God. That
Nikki
is
Cool.
ridiculous. Nikki Cool goes in and toss back Avalanche Tree
Panda God.
Volley. And now they're going to go find Panda God. No roar available to him, but you do have Lantana off on the side. No, he's dead. That is not going to work out. Dusted up even with the Shadow Blade. Cannot bounce around the Wukongs anymore, at least not enough. And Nikki Cool, man. That was insane.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking this build a little bit more than the one previous from Panda God. Previous from what even I did in some of my tiny games. This is looking very, very solid, despite the nerfs. Very, very good. Just that initiation, so beautiful from him. Sets up for TA 2000 seamlessly. Yeah, it's just a brutal, brutal fight to be losing for Alice Ventura. Their timings are, they're looking for these plays and just a little bit tough where they're so far extended on the map. Just don't have this anti-healing to deal with Chen, and now it's been 100 gold away from this blink for quite some time on Panda God. It's about 1600 gold for normal on his Ags. And so they're still going to roar, though, onto TA2000. Do they actually have the disable?
They're going to try. He's pretty slow.
Oh,
Now we're
no
going to start to
mana.
see. It's not Rolling
Oh.
Thunder. They actually just roll up.
They actually could have gotten it, but Nicky Cool gets waveform in the meantime. He is just a monster on this Tiny, playing so well. Got a free gem earlier. Well, not free. Just always got to value your sports there. But he got granted a little bit of a loan of a gem, which I do like. I mean, he's been pretty untouchable. So much HP to get through.
21 armor, 3k HP. He is just he's a monster. He's very difficult to deal with. He has so much chain control and the damage, from the tree volley, like we're seeing now, especially
too.
Yeah, good luck. What exactly? You're not gonna kill him in the BKB duration, and if you focus them, well, that's just a chrono on your head. So becoming very, very difficult now with the 6,000 lead that is not a hero, but Nicky Cool.
He has a shard, and he got Panda God. He might just have a kill here. Maybe has to bot BKB for it, or
Panda God force
the Dumbler's toy.
Okay, he's out.
Force the BKB. Yeah. Still not the best. To get the shard on TA2000, this will definitely amp him again. Kind of, I think, as a replacement to that Mask of Madness. Not as worried about getting that into the likes of the Shadow Demon. I mean, they just haven't gotten too much value out of these heroes.
Nicky Cool. Oh, the smoke wave form, that avalanche toss range.
Ooh.
No, okay, does have glimmer, does have force, but Alberca running at the tier 4s. That might be a little bit too much there, Alberca. You got to back up a little bit, but this bristleback now with a plate mail with a Yasha, he's fast. He's a little piggy race car. It's the next racer in Super Mario, not Super Mario, in Mario Kart. Yeah, it's a pig in a race car.
It's a little bit of a porcupine and a. You know, it's cute. I like
Porco
it.
Rosso.
We'll work towards it with Nintendo. Of course, don't want to mention anything else. I'll broadcast about them. They get rid of Taser on Immersion here. Use the Wukong's command as well. I like this by Immersion and by Till the End.
Get him.
Last times around, they both bought the shard. Wasn't able to get Immersion. He's away to the opposite side. They smoke up, and it's just so far from their actual timings. And I mean, I could be mistaken. I don't know if this is some very, very intentional thing here. By the way, Roche is not roaring for them since it was that first time around. Still at without Centaur. Waveform?
Oh, waveform? Oh, he's thinking about it.
Does he get it?
He's
No,
thinking about it. Oh, not gonna
Got
get
the
it.
banner.
But did get the banner. That's something.
Yeah,
As now
that's value.
he is dead. We did steal the sticky bomb, so really not the biggest steal either. Yeah, but this smoke out.
Yeah, their timing has just not been.
Yeah, you were 100 gold, like 300 gold from the Silver Edge on this monkey, which is probably not the biggest timing we're looking at right now.
On Norma,
Yeah.
which is the other one. So awkward on the timing, but also, I mean, okay, they're gonna should get Immersion here. I mean, should. Takes a second here. I don't know if this is just Panda God forgetting or he knows this very intentionally, but he does not have the shard on Beast, which is kind of essential for this hero. Of course, it's the old ability, you used to go ahead and pop the inner beast and you get that damage amp per attack. He's not buying it yet, which, I mean, usually you do kind of get that after your BKB, after your second item after your Ags, basically, for most Beastmasters. So I don't know if he's just, like, forgotten that he needs to put it in the build, if he thinks that he just doesn't have the capability to, since he needs this Crimson, or this Assault Cuirass. Delight is getting executed by Nicky Cool. Just kill after kill after kill. Last time I saw a Tiny with this much net worth from mid is, I'm not sure I can remember. It was probably a Nisha game, to be honest. It's been a pretty long time.
Hey, he's got a Crystallis ready to go. And if you think about it, Tiny's ability to farm has been buffed pretty significantly in 741, right? The 6-second cooldown, you get, what is it? I think 8 at level 4. You get 8 swipes of the tree. So it is a lot easier for you to farm than it used to be, which means that if you have a decent game, Immersion finds Pangolier, but Pangolier is going to be able to. Oh,
the shard.
Okay, Immersion. My God, they're going to be able to cancel the roll up for now into the toss tree volley. Norma tries to get on out of here,
no TP, though.
Yeah, no TP. Just tries to go ring around the rosy, find his way through. Is he Okay.
Wait, does he get the-
No.
Honestly-
He does not get immersion here. That is illegal.
Nice attempt. Nice attempt. And in the meantime, they got till the end. TA2000 pretty low.
The
Still has
bombs.
the Aegis though. Not enough.
Yeah, now that BKB, Burka just race car runs straight through. We'll get disarmed for now from the reactive taser. As TA2, okay, never mind. That is a lot of damage, but Lantana thinking about it. We'll be able to go. Nope.
no darkness.
Come on, man. You got to channel it first. Rubik gets on out of there. Now there's going to be the Wukong trying to turn on the TA2000, but this Lantana Monkey King is shot. They're all dead.
Yeah.
If you don't pop BKB and you're channeling this Wukong's not an invid, like where immersion can see you, he's just gonna pick you up. He's gonna cancel the channel, and then you don't have the kill.
Or four staff, or the it's
just
that's a
big
long channel
mistakes.
time on Lantana. Honestly, I think I've had this happen to me. I think he might have just thought that he pressed Boundless and ended up channeling the Wukong instead. Sometimes you end up kind of canceling the command.
Oof. Yeah.
Just thinking that you had done it. I've done it myself on Monkey King, so I mean, potentially a hugely costly play for Lantana. This Monkey King has not managed to accomplish truthfully that much this game. The rest of the team just really disconnected on their timings. For Alice Ventura, Power Rangers looking really great on theirs and clean up these racks seamlessly.
All right, Beastmaster up in 5. TP right side looks for a blast off plus a bomb or two. They kill the bomb though, and now Waveform is gonna get saved for the time being. Norman out rolling. Thunder looks to run, and Beastmaster on the backside has to be careful. That's not really gonna do it. No damage. The healing is immense. Way too problematic here, and if you can't do it now, it's just not gonna work. Heroes continue to die. 75 seconds on the death timer. This game is just over.
Yeah, that's probably about the right time to tap out. Unfortunately, again, Alice Ventura, they just weren't able to connect in the ways they wanted to. I'm not sure if Panda God meant to not buy the shard, but regardless of what happened, it just ended up very much in Power Rangers' favor this game. Not again to too much surprise, but on paper, the stack looks very strong for Power Rangers, and they played up to that potential today. Absolutely. Nicky Cool, in particular, looked very good, doing exactly what we really essentially expect out of him, and potentially seeing that value of why you banned the Chen from till the end there. Even if the Ench looks really great, Bayo, I mean, his impact on that hero was certainly unmatched.
Yeah, the couple times where he was just able to go get a kill on someone, holding the high ground, all the creeps start to hit was very impactful. And yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, this feels like this series was the story of two Tinies. All right, we saw Mid-Tiny in game 1 absolutely get obliterated, not really able to do anything. Viper runs around the map. You have no playmakers. Alex Venturis not able to do anything they want to do. Game 2, Nicky Cool's Ags Rush, Blink Ags Rush Tiny looking incredible. Just doing so much across the map. So I think we've learned two things here. A, you don't pick Tiny into Viper. That's not good. Or don't swap Tiny into the lane with a Viper. And number 2, we found the mid-Tiny build, right? Blink into Ags just seems to be the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Faceless Void definitely helps a lot in the setup he had. So you can't do it in every game, but Nicky Cool, yeah, his adaptation was really good. And I can empathize with Panda God. I've been there where you play a hero and then in the mid and kind of lose out, and then you feel bad about it. You don't pick it the second game around, and then the enemy team does. And then they win with it's brutal. It's a brutal place to be. So I'm hoping for Alice and Tora. They are feeling fine, relatively, recognizing how strong Power Rangers look today, and kind of looking forward to the next phase, because I think that they have a lot of things to work on, but no real reason to feel too upset just yet.
Yeah, certainly, of course. I mean, this is only day 1. Right, you're down 1-0. You learn some stuff. Hopefully, you're going to be able to go and turn that into some better games moving forward. But for now, we finished this time slot a little bit early. It was a 2-0, relatively quick 2 games to 0. So it's going to give us about an hour. And then when we're back, it's going to be South American Rejects versus Zero Tenacity, which actually promises to be a pretty good series. Z10 has been looking very good as of late. South American Rejects has been looking very good over in PGL. Z10, always kind of the bridesmaid, never the bride in Europe, in this kind of tier 2, tier 3, tier 1 area. Should be a good series. We'll be back in just about an hour with that one.
Yeah, swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby?
If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Don't you know you got it, baby?
it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. Flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So don't keep me waiting, I need your company.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, no, no. Take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah. Girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body. Yeah. Ooh, 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 don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance, dance to the music, we're gonna know what it's all about. Hey, hey, girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body. Oh, girl.
I wake up every morning at the break of dawn. Get out of bed with a stretch and a yawn. Wondering what the day ahead might bring. Then I remember you would start to sing. See, I know I made the right selection to keep me in the right direction. You got the ability, and I know what I need. You're everything I want. Got everything I need. Everything I want. Got everything I need. Yeah. All right. You're my desire. Yeah. Ooh, you're everything I want. You're everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I need. Yeah. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well,
Oh
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globe's tilt, to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? down. From a crowd of fed up people getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, oh now, oh yeah. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? By the ocean where we hit the ground, when just one block away shops were burning down. No surprise, the peaceful pay. We can't kick our feet out till justice takes its place. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, stepping out of line. I wanna know when they're stepping out of line. Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime. 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. A boy, a useless toy, running so scared, eyes wide shut from pain. This fight, this poisoned land of fools and broken dreams. Oh, please set me free. Take me home. So dragging on the floor, crawling, falling, washed up on the shore. This fight we blindly chase, but lose the natural way. Oh, please set me free. Take me home. So
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2 as we get started for our final series here in day number 1. It's going to be Zero Tenacity, of course, running up against Team Search and Rescue, Team whatever SAR stands at, Team South American Rejects, who already have had a pretty good day. Taking down Team Yandex 2-0 over in PGL, and now Rojo, the question becomes, can they do it again? Can they smack down ZT and online in the same way they did Team Yandex offline?
I mean, you would have to assume so. That's a pretty big feat for them. Definitely a roster that, I mean, has been very strong. It's kind of followed a very typical pathway for a lot of the South American rosters of just replacing players a little bit on and off and having brief moments of really good success and of not so much success. But ultimately, I think they've landed on a very, very strong roster for themselves. It's just, yeah, they look very, very solid. Gonna take a quick look at the standings happening of today. But I mean, I really have always been rooting for South America Rejects. I think this roster looks probably some of the most stable for them. So we're gonna have to see how they do manage to match up. And some of these matchups that could be a little harder, I think Zero Tenacity is probably a pretty big one for them to be looking forward to. So it's not, I mean, not gonna be easy, but I mean, if you can beat Yandex Bayo, then in theory, Zero Tenacity is kind of a step down.
Yeah, you would think based on that, this should be pretty easy, but also you've been playing for a while now.
Yeah.
It's a long day. You did a lot of prep work for this offline event. And yeah, you absolutely want to go. You want to get top 2 here in DreamLeague Division 2. You want to get top 4 in your group. That's step number 1. You want to have upper bracket playoff start. That's already very important. But you want to go to get top 2, right? Because top 2 means you're in a DreamLeague, right? You're playing the next big $1 million tournament that is coming up. But Burned Hand is worth 2 in the bush, and you know they were prepping really hard for Yandex today. You know, bro, you played Division 2 back in not DreamLeague, but back in DPC era. And you know, when you had these long days, how much did that, you know, that second series of the day, if you ever had that, kind of affect how the team had to go approach things?
I mean, it depends a lot for different people. I would say, I mean, usually I would say it's a little bit worse, but some people like the momentum. I mean, you know, occasionally you have that first set of games for a day, and it's actually your worst set because you do feel like you needed to warm up a little bit, get a little bit better prepared, I guess, for heading into the second series. Maybe you learn some things from the first series. But in a day like this, probably, I'd imagine for South America Rejects, it probably would not be the easiest to reset because they definitely have a lot more going on relatively, and probably they scrimmed before the other game. So you're right, that's probably been a pretty long day. I would expect this to be maybe a slight bit down from, again, their, as you mentioned, their prep, their work into, of course, the PGL. So for Zero Tenacity, definitely, I mean, not a team that you can underestimate by any means, and I think they're going to have just a bit of they have a similar level of inconsistency, I think, at times to what South America Rejects has had in the past. So we'll see if they're able to kind of find themselves in this kind of series.
And unfortunately for South American Rejects, we talk about long days and prep time and all of these things. Well, on the one side, they're about to get some more prep time, but their day is about to get a lot longer because Zero Tenacity is still in game from the first round of things. So we're actually going to have to go for a break. It's going to take us a little bit longer to get this series started because we need Z10 to be done and we need them to be able to get a break. So we will be back when we have both teams.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together,
satisfy your needs. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Stop.
heavenly creation. The spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet
Welcome back for the second time here as we get ready to get stuck into Z10 versus South American Rejects. We came back about 13 minutes ago and we said we were ready to go and had to wait for Z10, but they're done. I believe they've won that series. And now again, Raho, we still have to start to talk about this next one, South American Rejects. Now being ready to go theoretically, having to wait another 13 minutes. I know we asked about, okay, you already played a big series. What does that do to your mental? But kind of this stop and start type of scenario, just you wait for other teams to get ready. What does that do to your mental?
I mean, at least they won, so that probably does benefit a little bit. But it is a little bit less of a break, so we'll see if they kind of continue that high. Probably a little bit harder. I think it's definitely harder to go from series to series immediately. You got to be a little more tapped in for that one, especially if it's kind of an online event. I think especially it's so much easier to disconnect from the Dota you just played and end up, I don't know, feeling a little hungry, feeling a little tired, maybe certain things that you can't satiate in a small break. So it's probably a small thing. Either way, I'm sure both these teams, all these players definitely are very accustomed to the world of such. Could be impactful, could be kind of meaningless, just depending again on the day. My cat was moving my monitor all over, so we'll see how she feels after a couple series. But yeah, I mean, I would expect definitely that, South American Rejects definitely feeling like the relative favorites, just in terms of, Zero Tenacity have looked great at times, and they did just win their previous series, but I just have a very strong doubt at times, not just in their, again, terms of consistency. I think particularly, I think Warwick is a very, very talented mid laner, but his hot and cold tendency is a lot hotter and a lot colder than I think a lot of other mid players, Dark Mago included.
Yeah, talking about Dark Mago, though, this is a guy that is a very talented mid laner, certainly for South American Rejects, but also a guy that notoriously has like 5 heroes. He's got his quad.
Yeah, but he's really good.
Yeah, but if you just choose second pick and you get 4 bans.
Yeah. I don't know if I would necessarily say that Warwick is the most known for his hero variety either, so we'll see if that affects the mid matchups, if there are many bans as we head into this game 1 draft here. South American Rejects versus Zero Tenacity. Obviously, of course, looking always the most towards the draft. Zero Tenacity just finished up their game, so we'll see if they bring any ideas from that previous one into this one. Because we did see in our first series today that a little bit of a draft difference can go a pretty significant way. I don't think it'll be as effective and as close of a series like this. But I don't want to see mid Tiny into Viper anytime soon. Hopefully, would imagine that that's something Dark Mago or Warwick can set themselves up better for. Although Dark Mago, maybe there's a chance that we see him kind of bring out that Ags Tiny build if he has the right game for it. Definitely Tiny, one of his higher up heroes. They pan out Schofield's Nyx Assassin, and I can't help but blame, or I can't blame them. I can't blame them at all. If I was playing into Schofield, there's a lot of heroes you have to look at, but the Nyx Assassin might be the most terrorizing of them, truly.
Yeah. And I don't know if they're running it this patch, but last patch they were running this disgusting Nyx Luna, as we're gonna go get a first pick bristleback here. Running this disgusting Nyx Luna strat, where Nyx would go in under Vendetta, run near someone with an Eclipse on his back, and they were just like murking heroes across the map. There was because Eclipse has a 2,000 cast range if you buy the Ags. It is insane.
Yeah, and it also follows a hero, so it can hit you from basically 4,000 units away from the Luna, which is pretty fun. Not gonna have the potential for that this game, at least in terms of Nyx Assassin being banned. Also a hero that would be quite annoying for Bristle.
Oh, dude,
mana.
This ban is like up to date to today, because Witz has been playing some carry Necrophos. He played it game 1, I believe, against Yandex, and they won with it. I don't know anyone else in the world, any other team in the world right now is playing carry Necro, or is Necro in general, because just all the nerfs that it's hit. But SAR, I think what I say was specifically as a bristleback answer too, is actually a big fan of this Necro carry.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very, very solid in the bristleback. And in general, bristleback definitely looks good. I know why people are picking it so early, but if you're gonna pick it first and then there's a Hoodwink response, now there's a Venomancer on the field, it's Bristleback's been a little bit wishy-washy for me. I definitely feel that when the Bristle doesn't have a pretty solid start to the game, it can really fall behind tempo and not be able to set it. And this is another hero that I think you famously know I'm very skeptical of. But the Techies is not. So they go very quick into their supports. I think the Techies is incredibly strong, so I'll give them that benefit. But Disruptor, I've just found it very finicky. It's a hard hero to pilot, and it's hard to play around as a team because you really have to rely on catching heroes and having really good vision. Your smokes have to always be on time. Disruptor needs levels. Gonna pick up a Doom for themselves.
Yeah, SAR is.
Oh my god. Ew.
Who
Ew,
allowed
dude.
this?
I'm covering my eyes.
This
I'm not
is
peeking
so.
through them.
God, this is so illegal. This is like. Viper was the most broken hero of last patch. It's not bad. Doom, most broken hero 741. Not bad in 741B whatsoever. Veno is like first ban every single time because the value it has in the lane, in trading, how much gold it gets. And guess what? Hoodwink is like often first phase ban as well. This is okay. Disruptor Bristleback can be pretty fun. Bristleback runs in, gets vision, lets you get the glimpse back. Glimpse back is pretty tanky, but you got 2 breaks without having to buy an item. You got a third one if Doom decides to get his Ags eventually, or if this is carry Doom and he gets a Silver Edge.
Yeah. It's pretty miserable for the Bristleback for sure. Although I do think sometimes there is a little bit too much of a good thing, and I'm imagining that there's some kind of pick here that's quite good for Zero Tenacity, and the Invoker isn't maybe the one I would have gone towards, but I can certainly see Warwick's reasoning too. I thought he might just go Storm because he does really love his Storm. But Invoker should be a good matchup into Viper if this is going to be Dark Mago's hero, and their engage range is pretty bad on South America rejects. They need a lot of items before they can actually get heroes and catch them. It's going to be,
bro,
it's a very one-dimensional draft. As disgusting as it is very one-dimensional.
Yeah, it is press W, as they would say in the Counter-Strike world. Just, run at them. I do want to point out, though, South American rejects, they have not spent a single second of bonus time.
Yeah,
they are.
No, I know. They've been cruising. They want to get through this. And probably a little bit antsy, a little bit tired, want to go out, explore their day. But yeah, I mean, it could still be, I suppose, carry Viper, carry Doom, so that does give them a little bit of leniency heading into last pick. They could get Dark Mago, a hero they think is good against the Invoker mid.
Z10 looking at Dusa here.
I mean, they very much might be. It's pretty good, so I don't know why. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why South American Rejects did not ban it. I am really hoping they have a proper response. It could be, I mean, it could have been Pango, but of course that was banned earlier. Otherwise, it would have been picked. Would be okay, but yeah, I don't actually really see. I guess maybe they think they have enough breaks and enough ways to kite the Dusa, but this is certainly this is a you get past 30 minutes on Dusa and you win the game, at least for the moment. Of course, they still have 2 minutes and 10 seconds to decide what their best possible response is. It could also, since they could play carry Doom and then pick up a Darkseer here. I don't know if that's too crazy, but Darkseer does kind of suck against techies, especially this new techies. The Dispel is quite brutal. You get Glimpse back. It's not easy. Might be the best they got. They could go for something like just, I mean, Tide is, it's tough. I mean, they did draft themselves really one-dimensionally, and they just didn't ban Dusa, so.
Could you Weaver? Is that too controlled?
Weaver is
because you do get the mana
fine.
break talent.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I'm not too convinced here. Definitely
Not a great troll game.
Not banning the Dusa was a very interesting decision, especially if they're going to take this much time, but
I don't hate a Monkey King, maybe.
it's not awful, not completely awful by any means.
I'm just trying to think of like diffusal buyers.
Yeah. Diffusal buyers are definitely the first kind of thing to go towards. But there's sometimes other interesting ways. Again, like the Darkseer I think would be a good response, but the Techies does mess with it pretty significantly. Even Invoker, of course, has that basic purge.
You could do something like Dark Mago. This is probably a Dark Mago by Viper, but you could like Dark Mago Mars and just cut off the damage boost is gonna do.
What if you throw this as a an off-lane Veno and you pick up a Schofield Clockwork here.
That's
Go burn all the mana.
Okay.
Go Tiny instead. That seems not that good. So
No.
South American Rejects, they picked a really, really gross draft initially and then did not ban Dusa when they had the opportunity. So now they have to face into the Dream Medusa, which should, in theory, eventually just win this game. Now, of course, there's a lot of nuance there. They have some very annoying ways. I think that, again, Bristleback, Disruptor, Invoker, these heroes are all very technical. There's a lot of things that can go wrong between their spell casting, between their rotations, between their laning. So there's some opportunity, definitely, for South American Rejects to take this kind of early game, set up in position. I think Venomancer is definitely not great against Dusa, but it's quite good at taking farm away from Dusa, establishing vision. Maybe there's some opportunity to kill off heroes before the Dusa ever gets big and whatnot. But yeah, no, Dream will he'll just win the game if it goes past probably like 25-ish minutes with less than a 5k net worth lead. Then I'd most certainly hand this one to Zero Tenacity. So South American Rejects, very curious to see how they actually attempt to kind of tackle this one.
Yeah, mana burn creep.
Yeah, mana burn creep it's good. It's not very reliable. It's pretty hard to get early on, unfortunately. So really contest that hard camp.
Yeah, but you
just
know,
hope it's a Satyr. It's kind of the best you got.
Yeah.
Dark Mirror can eventually maybe buy a Diffusal. That's probably your best bet, is if Dark Mirror just gets good farm and then he goes Manta, Hurricane Pike, Disperser, something like that. But it's hard again. I think it's gonna be a lot on South American Rejects to kind of continuously find openings, and a lot on Zero Tenacity to mess up their rotations and kind of fumble that themselves, which is, I mean, it's definitely possible. Not even necessarily they just have to play bad, but again, I do think their heroes can can go wrong in a number of ways that aren't even necessarily their fault. Even Disruptor, I mean, I've just seen this hero walk into a lane and just die for basically nothing. It's on some very, very, very good Disruptor players. This hero is just in a very sad little state in terms of the actual hero. It's just all in the spells. So we'll see how Moose does get it. Of course, Moose should have some good insider information here, at least. Of course, on his South American brothers here, played with a lot of these players, so at least he'll have some good idea, probably, of how they would want to tempo the map. I think Moose is definitely one of the disruptors I would put a lot more trust in than most others.
So the good news here is that this, as you're talking about the Disruptor, this safe lane from Z10 is pretty weak, right? It's Medusa, it's Disruptor. Into Doom, if he gets the right creep, is very strong. Schofield as well. You do have this opportunity to win both side lanes, I think. That might give you enough tempo. I know you said, though, you're talking about this Invoker versus Viper. It's not kind of this free lane win that, you know, we saw Viper versus Tiny in the same way.
Yeah,
So-
it's not quite as tough. Definitely still, it's usually still winning for Viper, and I think the hardest thing definitely is as the Invoker, if you mess up one trade, you can easily just completely, like, the lane can become a complete wash. I mean, basically you can lose 400 HP or so in early levels, and then of course the Predator just stacks up to be a little bit too significant. You can never walk up past your hill. But most of the time, Invokers, they'll get to level 2, they get a Forged Spirit, you have Cold Snap and pretty long range to be able to kind of contest CS and maybe even hit the Viper when they walk up, have Ice Wall and rotations. It becomes bearable pretty quick, so definitely one of the ones Warwick should be comfortable. And I will say also for Moose, I mean, if they don't lose their lanes, it is definitely a pretty solid game already to be the Disruptor, just in terms of there's no way to dodge the Glimpse, there's no way to save people from it, and there's just very limited mobility. So you got to walk at people to do anything, really. So you can get glimpsed away from Dream if you ever try to catch him, glimpsed away on rotations. Just very high value glimpse in terms of, again, just no real way to address it. Just kind of got to tank it.
So Dark McGo is just deciding to, I guess Viper is a slow enough hero that you don't really have a great way to get out of the EMP. But yeah, like early levels, you talk about getting HP down low enough that you can make it very difficult to deal with his Viper. Is the harass that he's doing at level 1, getting him down to 25% HP, forcing the Tangos out early, is that enough of what you're talking about?
Probably not. I kind of like Warwick's switch up here to go for a little bit of early Quas Wax. Take away that mana from Dark Mago. It's basically just going to be a test of how much is Dark Mago willing to spend on winning the lane, because he has done well in these first couple waves. I mean, 0 to 1 CS for Warwick. So he's done a great job there, but he will run out of mana. I think. Let me see. Yeah, he's going out of Bracer and a Mango, so that's definitely what I would be doing as well in his situation. See if he can capitalize on the lack of regen. Otherwise, because you really can't afford to be greedy into Quas Wax Invoker. And bot side actually, a lot of damage, not quite a kill.
Yeah, Nefert had a pretty big stick, I think, but actually now on the Desire.
Good damage. That's the blood grenade hits both.
I don't. Nefert is low, but I don't think he dies here.
No, and that's gonna blast off.
Blast off. That's interesting there. Yeah, Desire. Okay, we'll be able to go get the kill, and now looking for the deny. Not gonna happen. Pretty low at the end. I mean, this is Nefert that's now, he's got 2 stick charge. Okay, he's got himself a salve. Although a little bit slow there on swapping the bracer out. Not quite as efficient as you'd like to see, but I think good enough, right?
Yeah. Should certainly be. Hopefully keep him up.
Ooh.
Not the easiest lane. Let's get, steals away Dreams. Courier there. Nice pickup. Dark Mago. Yeah, it's pretty much the same dynamic in mid. He's winning by a good amount of CS, which is to be expected in the Quas Wax Invoker, but isn't the highest on resources. So Warwick is giving up he's making kind of a trade to secure his life a little bit more. But ultimately his CS is not great. On to Moose.
Yeah, Moose I think is
a really
just
tough kill.
Dead here, Gorgon's Grasp. Yep, not enough. And Dream has
Really
to
low
be careful.
mana on Dream
He has
too.
very little mana. But okay, eats
still
some
gonna
mango,
try.
gets the
Oh,
snake. There we go. The whirlwind means that Dream is going to go down. So you talked about this Medusa, and yeah, going to 30-40 minutes, this is going to be very strong. But for right now, nice early game from Schofield and this Doom.
Yeah, Frank and Schofield, they just set up the dive quite well. Played it on their waves correctly, waited patiently till they had their levels, and recognizing that definitely, yeah, Doom Medusa, they need a little bit more before they start becoming obnoxious or at least sustainable. So really, really nice. Frank is gonna appreciate the extra gold injection. So as he'll look towards drums and whatnot. Mid lane, Dark Mago is safe, but takes a pretty significant chunk of damage. Warwick has definitely mitigated the influence of the Viper. It's maybe a little bit harder to know if the Quas Wax will pay out for him. Not a ton of invokers who are as willing to play the Quas Wax Invoker nowadays. Doing his best. Yeah.
You know what's obnoxious about this Radiant safe lane, by the way? So you have Veno, probably the best trading 5 in the game right now with Snakebite. It's so good. Now it comes back with Bushwhack. Doom just a little bit too far away. Really doing a lot of good work with the Whirlwind. Desire?
Darkness.
Amisha, though, is following, but yeah. This reactive taser is so good.
The mine. Almost went down on Elmisha there. Had a fairy fire to work with. So Dark Mago trades onto Desire. Nicely done by this techie. He's at 2 points in the reactive taser. 0-2-1. To tell you how broken this spell is in its current state. Schofield taking some damage. Back in.
Might be dead here. Good bushwhack for now is Desire. So Desire's everywhere, man. He is doing this so well. Running in. Tries to get out of here. Disarm. Oh, reactive taser, second one, but even still scorched earth. It runs out. Oh, yeah. Now this techies, man, it is so broken.
Ban the next game, please. Just please get rid of it.
No, I was gonna say,
Doom, all these heroes, Viper, they're so annoying, but I would be so upset if I was against this techies.
Oh, and Desire got Wits. Somehow Desire got Wits' Courier too.
Oh,
so
Schofield is also probably
in the Gorgon's Grasp
here for sure.
Going down.
Good overlap. Moose is on a killing spree all of a sudden. A little bit of a overextension in the top side, not expecting Desire. So Desire tactically dies on mid, so he can TP top with the free 100 gold he receives. This guy is just... He has an IQ that is far too high for his own good. 6 minutes coming up. Invoker. No Forge Spirits for the Keepness. The rune is just an invis. A little bit curious to see as on top side. I mean, Frank, he might actually just kill Moose. Oh, it's 1 HP.
Level
This
dead.
one's- Oh, rooted.
I don't know. Now he's just got to run. 11 stick charges. Looks to turn around.
that's-
Sunstrike doesn't land. And a last click.
Wow, that's perfect. That was definitely perfect damage, by the way. I think Frank was quite literally 1 HP from living. I couldn't see the damage number there, but it was not more than 1 off. They are gonna use potentially Dark Mago's invis. He's just, well, he might use his invis. He's hunting around this Wisdom Shrine. Love to break Nefrit, get a kill early. Early game for Z10 though. Not going all two things
Oh, no.
considered.
Where
or
is
too
this
bad.
man not going to be? Desire is
Wait,
reading this
he's-
map. Okay, I'm not sure how much it matters. Is active taser. There's the blast off. Dark Mago's pretty tanky. And Nefrit
Nope.
is going to
And
go
they got the
down,
Viper.
but they
Worth.
got the Viper.
Oh, so worth. Dark Mago, my friend. He does not always care about his game. He is truly a spectacle of the mid lane. Sometimes he really plays for his own, but plenty of times he's this sacrificial Tiny or sacrificial Mars. Sacrificial Viper is a little bit of a new one, but I mean, getting that Wisdom Shrine is really impactful. Unfortunately, Desire and Moose have both gotten a lot of kill participation, so they're not actually any lower level than the supports. A little bit unfortunate.
I will say that the good news here is, A, this forces them off the Doom's lane because Doom has just been getting hard camped by Desire for the last minute. And now they're going to go on top of Dream. Pop Stonegaze level 6.
Good body blocks.
But the body blocks, you're right, you're really good. Not a lot of mana. Here's Desire, gets ready for the blast off. Will land on top of Schofield. And the reactive oh no. And he's in the water. He's so fast. It's just, he's out of there. This is just... Desire's incredible. He's been one of the kind of the hottest position fours in the last year or so. But this game with this techies, he's disgusting.
Yeah.
He is everywhere. He's doing
0-3-2.
everything.
I love
Everything he
this
needs
build by
to.
him as well. He's gonna be
Yeah.
level 6 off this, and he's gonna look for a kill. By the way, if Elmisha walks up, even Frankie can do a pretty big chunk of his HP. If he gets a blast off onto Elmisha, and he's looking, he got it.
Oh, on top of Elmisho, 1 bomb, second bomb. He is dead now. He's totally fine with this one. He will die, probably, eventually, to the level death and the wards, but... Oh, they get the courier as well.
And
That's
the courier dies. Yeah.
that's not bad. You know, it means...
A little consolation.
Yeah,
Moves
mana
in the
moves
mid lane
down.
to get Viper struck, and now it glimpses back. Warwick should be able to just clean up Dark Mago. Help of
Best
Nefrit
with
as well.
Yep, no TPs available for this one as now Sunstrike will land. At least they got tier 1 top. They were able to constrict the farming potential of this Dusa a little bit, but this is not the pressure they needed to put on Dusa.
Not quite. I will say Wits is very farmed. He is 5k net right now. He has his Echo Saber on the way, level 8. So there's gonna be some definite windows with this Tiny, even where Tiny is considerably stronger than Dusa. Not bad at all of a position for the South American rejects, if you were to take away the fact that they are on such an explicit and extreme timer. They're gonna have to utilize these tiny timings really nicely. Unfortunately, Doom itself as a spell is just not particularly valuable. So you're gonna have to find opportunities to throw that on support. Schofield needs a 6 soon. Warwick is just
He's dead. So, and the nice... Oh, go ahead.
I'm working my little invoker P brain as smoke might connect here, so Moose kind of static, but yeah, no reason. All 5 connected here. I'm wondering if as Warwick, you know, if you're committed to this Quaswax, he's not very high net worth, get the Spirit Vessel and then just buy a Lotus Orb. Truthfully, like I mean, you're gonna have one on Nefrit, at least, but it's a very good Lotus game is the only thing considered, and I guess he's eyeing a Midas right now for Warwick. And I mean, he did pretty well in the lane in mitigating the Viper, but Quaswax, it just does not farm. There's no real way to farm on the Quaswax. Maybe you can go towards this Invoker Shard now that you can choose the Quas one, but then you're losing the EMP. It's tough all around. Not that kind of one death just completely sets him back, and now he's gonna have to wait for this vessel and kind of just wait around while the team farms. You have a Bristle and a Medusa. This is the point in the game now where it gets really slow. most of your maps gonna get taken and eaten by the snake.
I really like how Misho is playing as well, just playing very aggressively forward, farming this farm that the Medusa would love to get at some point. Really slowing him down as much as possible. Plus, it's vision. They see the Invoker here. Hoodwink runs forward. No level 6 just yet, but unfortunately, Invoker sees him a little bit first. Tornado, EMP, Bushwhack will land, but now has no mana. Has to run away. Good Ice Wall, but yeah, there's a Stack Storm as well. Just holding the Doom backwards. Not enough damage to kill him. Desire's there. Does a lot of damage on Misho. And now there's a Doom on top of this. Doom's a Stone Gaze as well, but the Doom will be able to go. And they fed him some mangoes. But this Doom, or excuse me, this Medusa is doomed. Will fall down. They do get the Venom in response with the snipe. Well done there. Schofield, the tip of the spear, gets 2. Dies at the
end. You know what? That's a little cathartic. Yeah, I think we can all.
Wait, are you happier about seeing? Are you more upset about seeing a techies get a kill? Or a Hoodwink, happy about a Hoodwink dying?
I mean, it's Schofield on Hoodwink, you know, so you really gotta take your wins where you can get them. And they're actually on the Dark Mago with Nefrit and Desire. I mean, so much damage from the techies, and
yeah, he's dead.
Pretty much dead. So a little bit overextended. You have to be very careful, or you're caught out, especially. And the Desire, just complete mana 0-4-3. Doubt he's gonna get that point into Sticky Bomb. So I'm a huge fan of his build, but otherwise, I do think Z10 are making a pretty classic mistake of walking into the Venomancer. It's not, they're really not particularly strong, and I think maybe now they'll look for a smoke. They have a Spirit Vessel. They have, well, not quite a smoke, because they just see the Wit's tiny. He is 2,500 HP. A Spirit Vessel can get you through some of that.
And toss back onto Ward. Good Avalanche as well. Witz has no mana, but does have to go and pop the wand. Back up to a little bit. Unfortunately, this Ice Wall makes it... Oh, nice Bushwhack. Don't think we have any way to get through the Ice Wall. Well, now the Static Storm will fall. Venom just runs out of it, though, and now Moose is dead. So that's not great. And they're going to go find Dream as well. Half mana, but don't really want to dive under the tier 2.
Yeah, not that Devi, but still pretty just, you know, pressing that W key, realistically. I mean, I'm hoping nobody is actually... I guess Doom does press W to run forward, so...
Yeah.
Really, across the Valve games, a lot of similarities here. But Frank, literally, I mean, just all of them just walking at them. They get a kill on Dark Mago, and then the whole team just walks to connect towards Wits. He's going to have that Shadow Blade and about 300 gold. I don't know if he can make the most of this timing, granted that C10 are going to be very passive, but that does mean as well that they'll be pretty predictable in where they will show on the map. And Nefrit, for the time being, he's actually...
Oh, nice dust. Okay. I was going to say, Witz has to be very careful here on this smoke. Oh, Tornado's still going to find him. Schofield clicked it off. There's going to be EMP. No mana, but the Bushwhack buys some time. And now Witz he's got 8 charges here. Sunstrike is barely not going to land as he tries to run on out of here. He's slow trying to hide. Please keep me safe. Oh no, they see him on the mine. And
keep walking.
You gotta assume he's dead here, but a good Bushwhack gets him out a little bit longer. No TP though.
In one.
That's the problem. Tornado. Oh no, it got him. There's the blast off eventually. And look, space created, right? That's what you ping. He survived for a while. It's just not long enough.
Yeah, that's not good, honestly. I mean, if people were connecting, that'd be good, but you'd actually just rather die as the Tiny there. Go back to farming. Desires on the top side on the Frank, and yeah, that's a good deal.
Yeah, it is a good deal, but he's
Spirit
I don't
Vessel.
think he dies here, dude. He is tanky.
No, he might not. Even the Spirit Vessel keeping him just low enough. Not enough healing. So Desire really seemed like he would take more damage, but...
How does Noxious Plague and Doom not kill 1,000 HP techies?
Yeah, it is a little bit ridiculous, but I suppose that's what we got to get used to. This hero is such a disgusting state. Misho, no mana to speak of. Just a little bit too far to get caught by that Cold Snap combo anyway. They're making the most out of it on Z10, truthfully, with their rotations, but still just bleeding across the map. Dark Mago is farming pretty happily. Frank is getting a lot when he is on the map, and of course, Witz. Anywhere he goes, he's just suctioning as much as possible. Still, by the way, Nefrit, he is going for Lincolns, which I do find, I mean, not too weird. It's a very, very good Linken's game, but it will be just a very, very first item Linken's. So we'll see how his power level actually stands. His Desire, oh, walk straight into Schofield.
That's a little bit dicey there. As now there's gonna be avalanche as well. This time, no, we're not
Oh,
gonna get the
disarm.
tankies. Surely we kill this man.
Okay,
this,
no, this
time,
right?
and
he
Yoki
gets
Desire's
it.
dead, but they get
the
wits in
bomb.
response.
Oh.
Very, very much worth doing. And Dark Mago locked in the Gorgon's grasp and the static field. He's gonna go down here as well. So we got the techies.
I'm so
There is that, but I'm not all too sure that it was worth it there, Rojo.
doesn't feel like it at all. They're so far extended without El Micho ever connecting, without Frank ever being there, and now they're kind of it's very weird the way they're playing the map on South American Rejects, just consistently going into them. And Dreams managed to make a perfectly fine game out of it. Same net worth as Frank, pretty close now to where Wits is. They keep trying to fight and they keep getting caught by the techies. This is a good situation in which I think you just need to ban the hero next time around, even if they can somehow manage to get this game under their belt, is Moose immediate Static Storm.
Yeah, but he still got the plague on top of Moose here, so he
Dark
should
Mago died, though.
eventually die. Does have a glimpse, but again, yeah, he got bushwhack into the sharpshooter. It's a dead disruptor, but again, you would have loved to get Dream there, and the fact that they're able to trade support deaths to keep Dream where he needs to be for core kills is, Viper died in the mid lane at roughly the same time. This is just the Dream for Z10 right now. You talked about a 35 minutes in if they don't have a sufficient lead. Unintentional, but I'll take it as now Micho found out here. But there's the Doom on the techies, but not before the blast off happened, so he's able to run away. But finally, some of this hate comes to fruition. Finally, this techies is not living on just crazy margins.
Yeah, it took a while, and again, that's certainly worth it. Down 3K net worth. It's a little bit funny how they just continuously bleed net worth, but a lot of it's honestly just Warwick, and it doesn't truthfully matter very much. Dream is basically the only hero they need to have gold. Effort. It's nice if he has this Lincoln. That's really, really great to have. Anything that Warwick can muster up, including this Midas he just finished, is great for him. But he's going to be Alacrity. He's going to be dragging people into the Dusa. They're going to have support items to hold it all down. That's what really, really matters. Wits is in the bot side, so they're kind of eyeing him up. Another sequence where they're split across all 3 lanes. Will they get punished again?
For now, no, and there's no reactive taser available, so they're fine. They're safe. At least from that.
The cooldown you need to keep
Hello,
track of.
News. That's a nice catch to start. Will die with the sharpshooter and the toss. And now this Invoker
Warwick.
runs forward, really no fear, because there's a techies behind him. We all know how strong that hero is. Just gotta run. Wits.
Kill the mines.
No way to get on out of here. Sticky
He's
bomb
fine.
will not kill him, actually.
That is a
And the
Sunstrike.
Sunstrike doesn't land either. Wits on 10% HP.
Or drag.
And they got away. They're going to cancel this TB. Warwick is going to fall down. Creeps
can't.
don't kill. How does that techie, how does this tiny live?
They can't keep getting away with it. I mean, I do think in general, like, the way South American Rejects are playing the map is a little bit strange. It's very, very dicey for them. They're just, again, consistently showing on all 3 lanes and still going for kills. This time it did go well for them, though. Just not the most amount of damage available from Warwick. Pretty considerable, granted his 6,000 net worth and some points in export. A lot of that's just coming from the Spirit Vessel, and most of it's truthfully coming from Desire. Does get broken. Disarmed on the mid side. That text above my head would just drive me absolutely nuts. This game, Dark Mago, he's going to see it pretty frequently.
Yep. I mean, this is why we're seeing the tiny rush BKB after the Shadow Blade. Like, generally, you'd be rushing Silver Edge. It's a solid game for it, but this reactive taser is just, especially as the game goes on, as you get yourself up to 3.5 seconds of disarm. 3.3 seconds of disarm. You get a little bit longer as you get up to level 15. And you apply it twice. Like, you need this BKB for this tiny to be able to do anything he wants to do in fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely necessary for him. Moose will get the shard. Very, very nice to have that kinetic fence available. Should be able to get good usage out of it. He's on the way for Wits. And I'm just going to go ahead and go through the gate. Not going to catch anyone. Maybe hoping that Dark Mago might be farming that top side. Pretty typically they have been there, but Frank did actually make his way down bot. He is very, very farmed on this Doom, mind you. However, he does have that max devour. He did buy himself a Midas, consecrated wraps under his belt as well. Curious to see what his items are after the BKB.
It occurs to me.
Desire. Seals the wisdom.
Having a great game. It does occur to me, by the way, as we, it used to be that Manta, and it might still be the case, that Manta is the best anti-techies item. You just run illusions forward to eat the mines. But Wits is gonna go find Moose here. Just run straight through the static storm. Do have to be a little bit careful though, as Schofield, he tries to find his way into the trees, and there's gonna be a bomb. So we'll be able to go take him out as Tiny now tries to kite away. Tornado won't latch. Nice toss, Avalanche, keeping everyone back, and does have this BKB if he really needs it. But he's just gonna try to run away with that. Shadowblade now available. Doom comes in. Doom on the Invoker. That's really nice. And this is just a dead Doom. He's gonna try to go and get his ring to keep him safe, but I'm not convinced that it's gonna be enough. And now on top of the Bristleback as well, and he's gonna burn down. There goes the Invoker at the end of things. And now with a 7,000 net worth lead, they're gonna go find Dream as well. He is not tanky at this stage of the game. Not really, no butterfly available. And that's going to be a fourth. That is a wonderful move here from South American Rejects. They're looking at the tier 2. There's right here. I mean, 4 dead. I don't even know that a fortification really stops it.
It definitely won't this time around. I mean, that fight was definitely going very poorly. Nicely done by Wits to kind of distract them, and really nice jump by Frank. But ultimately, I mean, Dream just dying there should feel so illegal. He should know there's vision there. Should have been able to somehow find Reprieve during that fight to leave, and just doesn't. That was a very, very punishing death. He's up 500 gold from the Butterfly, and he's still 500 gold from the Butterfly, considering that he is dead. Will be a strong timing when he gets it, but now it's just greatly mitigated by that 10,000 net worth. Again, my imaginary metric at the start of the game was probably about 5,000 gold at 25 minutes. If they were not ahead by any more, this game would be very, very hard for South American Rejects, but consistently running at them has proved fruitful at last. These last couple fights going their way, despite the kill score being even. Doesn't mean that they're up that very significant amount. Scaling quite well. Woods has finished his Silver Edge, probably wanting either just a full data list for that damage next. Harpoon is great for the movement. Any kind of Sanjanyasha, quite nice for that slow resistance. A lot of options for him on this next item that will be really, really strong. This new Harpoon, by the way, is quite good. Quite good.
So much mobility you get added onto it. But you talk about next items for Wits, Harpoon, Daedalus, whatever. Is the splash damage off your tree, is that enough to deal with this Butterfly that's going to be coming in? Because that is, again, that's going to be this big next timing from the Medusa. In fact, not just next time, it's here right now. The courier with the evasion is on the way. Okay, there's the Butterfly.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. The Tiny is still very, very weak one-on-one in Medusa, but the reality is it's never a one-on-one here, as they're going to look on the Nephra with the break available. Broke the Lincolns too, so a secondary one. Doesn't want to pop BKB to get this kill. Maybe feeling that they wouldn't be able to get that kill. Misses the sharpshooter, the third break. Now he gets the Doom Nephrit. Oh man, that is so brutal.
I tank so much, guys. Come on. But at least a couple big spells are used now on top of Moose. Into the toss. Moose has to run, though. Amisho shows up, and now they're on top of Dream once again. Stone Gaze is a problem, but he is so slow, even with this Butterfly timing. They will eventually take him down. Desire thought about the blast off, but it is not enough. And now, outside of the tier 3, there are 3 dead. Dusa dead for 50. They're looking straight. Yeah. Gotta be careful with the Tornado, EMP into the blast off. Wits has to be force-staffed out of here. He's pretty low, but the Sunstrike not gonna land. Sticky Bomb again. Wits will live at his wits end. 10% HP. They take down the techies again. Yeah, Wits cannot keep getting away with this, man. This is the second time where he's been this low, and a Sticky Bomb has failed to kill.
Yeah, and his awareness of Sunstrikes is very, very good. A lot of players do not think as much about them. I mean, this time I believe he did get hit by it, but a lot of players or a lot of plays early in the game. He was paying attention to them, was dodging them. Really nicely done by him. And again, that's kind of the issue with this Dusa and at this timing is that they're so far behind that the Dusa does have a timing, but nobody else does. This is a Lincoln's Sonj bristleback. The supports have, I mean, Desire has been doing a lot this game, but he mostly just has support items to his name. It's not easy to jump in either with the avalanche, with the toss. Wits can always stop that blast off. And they're just gonna keep moving forward. Nefrit once again broken.
Yeah, straight on. He's still pretty tanky, and with the static storm going down again, kinetic field not really gonna land him. They're gonna bring it back into it. There's the Sunstrike.
All right.
So yeah, there's something. Nefrit will get punished, but oh, there's another break. Hello, toss back. That is a dead bristleback. As Dark Mago has to get out of here. Good blast off on top of the Tiny. Two bombs will pretty significantly increase the damage he's going to take, but on the backside, goodbye. Well,
no
actually
vision.
not. I thought there was enough damage to take the Invoker down. Not quite. Avalanche not going to kill either. And this long disarm on Wits is causing significant problems. So for now, Warwick is okay, but Schofield moves forward, will get glimpsed back, but for now there's the Doom on top of this Medusa. Viper Strike as well. He's just taking a lot of damage. Avalanche toss. Wits is doing so much. You're still not feeling the need to pop his BKB. Holding it for the next fight, I guess. He says, the rest of my team, I don't have to worry about this. We're going to wipe them.
Yeah, I mean, Wits is playing this beautifully. I mean, definitely a Tiny player through and through. Not everybody, not every carry Tiny in this patch gets those kind of openings with the toss, with the avalanche. He just knows exactly what to do. He's so comfortable on this hero as, gonna try on Desire, but
if there's anything I've learned, he's fine. He's gonna live on like 7% HP.
And
actually,
Desire is going to die. So
I thought Techies was
nice little attempt.
Yeah, Rojo, I thought Techies was the rage bait hero. It turns out it's Tiny.
I mean, this Tiny carry is very strong. And definitely the slow resistance and the status resistance doing a lot for Wits to keep him alive in these fights through those small margins that he's consistently found. Once again, Dream has just been too pressured to come to engagements. He's been too just dying just too much and too far behind on everything else. Usually you would never drop a Doom on a Dusa at this point in the game, but they're so far ahead that it just does not matter. And Wits is doing his damnedest to ensure that no other hero is able to play the game. They'll get Almisho. This is kind of their consolation prize. They get to pick on the little guy. Now the big bad Wits is a little bit nullified, half HP.
I love, man, Almisho is so rich at this point. He's the same net worth as Warwick. And he's just playing full offlane Venom. He's like, yeah, I got Pipe. I got Greaves.
I mean,
I'm going to go get a Crimson next because it's great versus the Dusa. I'll be your, like Doom's not an Orabot. I'll be your Orabot. No worries about it.
I mean, is Almisho incredibly farmed or is Warwick not?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And Warwick is not, he's not taking the GPM talents, and I cannot understand why. I mean, he's a support net worth. So I'd certainly be taking the support enhancements here. I'm very, very surprised that he does not value getting that GPM. On the bot side, Frank, he would love to get Desire, and yeah, he's just going to drop that Doom immediately. No Glimmer Cape.
Yep, we hate techies in this household, and every time techies dies, an angel gets their wings.
Yeah.
Although
they don't get it clipped by a reactive taser, more importantly.
Although in fairness, this is Doom killing techies, so a literal demon is giving an angel their wings.
Yeah, in this case, I think. I mean, it's a demon slaying potentially a worse demon, if you really think about it. Yeah, this is not the win con that Zero Tenacity needed. They have not met it with Dream. Again, he just showed up a little bit too much, a little bit too late, a little too often, and his team is just not able to recover from it. They're just not anything in this draft to really play with, and I'm sure that's kind of what they're imagining as they look at the game state. As we end this pause here, it's just their margins are just very specific for the ways that they need to get kills. Disruptor, Invoker, Techies, Bristle, these heroes all need very specific ways to get kills, and if it doesn't just line up perfectly for them, a lot of times you're unable to. And now just down the net worth disparity, even if you do everything right, it's a good chance that you're never going to kill off Frank with a Sanj, Yasha, consecrated Raps, and a BKB. Definitely not killing Wits, as we've seen time and time again. Now he's even more net worth. So much net worth that he's going to eye towards an MKB. She's about halfway to. I mean, Tiny's very, very rarely get this item. It's almost never necessary, and even into something like a Dusa, you might just opt for something else. But in this game, it does make sense. Dusa is not the threat that typically would be. MKB is perfectly reasonable and even gives you a little bonus attack range. So maybe we'll see this Tiny get a little bit of a Bluetooth attack at some point.
I do love, by the way, we saw on the bottom side, Invoker did find Frank on this Doom. Full combo spells, Tornado, EMP, I think a Sunstrike hit, Meatball. Doom with his, you know, with his Scorched Earth, Consecrated Wraps, sitting there with the SNY, went down to like 75% HP. Just really not putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah, not responding to Rage Bait as Nefrit. Fortunately, will get caught down here as I'll try to do his best to make Wits annoyed. Not going to kill off Schofield, though. Probably.
Yeah, you know, Sunstrike will go down. He's fine. Bristleback is dead. That is all the way the world should be. And yeah, with the 20,000 net worth lead at this point, Gabe is now saying it's 75-25 in favor of SAR, which is still 25% win con. And you know, in fairness, eventually this disruptor is going to be able to go. He's going to get himself an Ags. Eventually, theoretically, this Deuce is going to go get himself somewhere. As now, again, we were talking about it. Techie's dying. It's so good.
Yeah, it does feel quite nice and feels very, very good for South American Rejects. Has completely just nullified all these timings. Dream has finally finished a Scotty, and it is certainly just not enough at this point in the game. The only saving grace is they do have you know, the Ags, and any item that Dusa gets is going to be good. But it is that at least if they win a fight, they are going to get probably enough net worth to set themselves back in the winning position. Honestly, that's just about where they're at. Dusa is so good this game, but I just don't think they're going to get that opportunity. It's going to be South American Rejects are really going to have to dive, and even if they dive very hard, I don't think they're going to kill off Wits.
Oh, on top of the Doom, just pops the BKB, runs away. Nothing for him to do, and now just get the hell out of here. Bulk TP's coming in. There's the Doom on Medusa. Again, maybe not the best target, but Wits comes in from the backside, moves, Static Storm gets down, but will fall. And now
looks like the best target.
Is still 25% on the mana column. Is dead. Well, you know, blast off. No, Doom's dead. Or not the Doom. The Medusa is dead. Wits can do whatever the hell he wants at this point.
Yeah.
And I mean, going on to Doom is just not, just not it. Bristleback tries to get some quills off, but the breaks are many in number. And this Doom is 3,600 HP. He has an SNY. He's got Consecrated Wraps. He's got BKB. Scorched Earth is giving him 10 HP regen per second, amped up by the SNY. If there's anyone to go on in this game, it is not the Doom.
It's hard if it's not anyone but a support, and even the support, it has a Vanguard and a Pipe. It's very, very difficult this game for Z10, and honestly, I kind of like the idea of trying to force a little bit of something, but unfortunately, Dream's read of being able to just kind of sustain as a Dusa, tank the Doom. It was close, but not enough. There's just nothing around him, nothing to help him. Not really any force staffs other than Warwick has bought himself. One's a little bit of Greaves for mana. Reactive Taser and all. They're very, very, very obnoxious across the board, and they might get Dark Mago, at least the ones here.
It's
should be just about impossible.
Yep. There's the glimpse back. Misses the Manta dodge. They're gonna try. There's the kinetic fence going down as well. And it's a lot of bombs. That is gonna be him dead the once.
Stone Gaze, but they're connecting now. Oh, no.
Yeah. Ice Wall is there. There's a BKB. Broken Dusa, so can't really split the damage around. Just kite it up the wazoo, but yeah, you know, is gonna be able to start hitting now. I'm not sure how much damage he's gonna be able to do. He's broken once again, and he is dead. It's a good Dusa game, not a good enough Dusa game, and that is it. The Desperation Smoke. Look, at least they took the Aegis off. There was that.
They did try, and yeah, for Z10, they got an incredible Dusa game, but everything else about their draft did not connect in the ways they wanted. South American Rejects definitely making the most of it. I mean, some of their plays were a little disconnected. They didn't connect all their heroes at times. Once they started to, once Wits got away with it really as much as he did, then the game kind of fell into place for them. Nicely done. This is definitely a pretty rough game to pilot if anything goes wrong, and it didn't really for them. For Zero Tenacity again, just this kind of Invoker, Bristle, Dusa, these three cores together are pretty. They're pretty hard to play together, particularly in the case of losing your lanes. And I believe Wits had about 5,000 net worth at 10 minutes or so, maybe probably a little bit more. He just really ran away with the game, and it showed.
Yeah. And again, this was the draft that Valve had about like 75-25 in favor. And I think we did as well. Like, it's just such a good Medusa game. So the question then becomes, Rojo, if you draft yourself the perfect Medusa game, 75-80% win chance off the rip, and you get blasted by South American rejects, what's going to happen on the other side of this break, as that draft is likely not going to be quite as one-sided? Well, I don't know. Rojo's going to tell us in about 10 minutes, as we will be right back.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
just what you need.
How I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing.
Welcome back to game 2 here between South American Rejects and Zero Tenacity. And Rojo, I posed you a question before the break. You've had 5 minutes or so. Now it's time to answer. If Z10 outdrafted South American Rejects this hard, they lost by quite a bit. What hope do they have in game 2?
I mean, to be fair, I think that the outdraft was just a Dusa pick. So ultimately, kind of everything else needed to play for their favor, or they need to get far enough in the game to where that Dusa just eventually became what you would expect it to. And the rest of their heroes, again, when I saw them, I did not like their draft up until that Dusa. So the whole draft around the Dusa is weak, and South American Rejects are playing particularly well, very well to their timings, very much cutting off the potential part of the map the Medusa wants to play in, which is what El Misha and Frank did a great job of. Then I definitely can see the way for South American Rejects, and I can see how that draft isn't quite a 75-25 necessarily. Just, again, I told you, I don't always trust this kind of disruptor bristleback.
Yeah.
And especially throw that Warwick Invoker on top. And Warwick, for the most part, played pretty well in terms of spell casting, bought probably the right items, all things considered, but it's just not the easiest Invoker game going for that Quas Wax, ending up in a position where the rest of your team isn't really able to utilize your hero. It's I could foresee truly just the kind of drafts like this that I've seen where the margins are really minor. And to be honest, the only reason that they were kind of winning the early game or keeping it even at any point was just Desire. It was Desire's techies. So that might honestly be my biggest concern heading into game 2, is how are you going to set your game up correctly if you don't have that Desire techies? Because that was carrying you very, very hard across the finish line. I think even the Moose Disruptor did probably what it was expected to, but wasn't, I think, particularly anything flashy. He kind of just had to reactionarily use his Static Storm constantly, and that was kind of just Zero Tenacity in a nutshell that game. They really did not make a significant amount of plays on their own. They're kind of just very reactive, and with a Dusa, with a Disruptor, those kind of plays can just fall very, very flat, and they did.
Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate thing. This Disruptor is not a hero that plays well from behind. You need someone to play with. So ideally it's that bristleback, right? And the entire team just goes and turns and kills someone. That was not the situation off of lanes. The lanes went well enough. And Whispers, yeah, as you said, he was like 5K at 9 minutes. Just crazy farmed. So I don't know if you banned the Tiny. I do think you banned the techies, as we were talking about, but maybe not first phase. They got one more ban. Excuse me, 2 more bans. They're going to get rid of the bristleback, and okay, techies is still in the pool. I'm not sure that I buy that. That hero looked broken in Desire's hands, but I guess maybe the theory is that techies is a reactionary second phase pick, and
yeah, they like the Sand King enough. I mean, Sand King does, I think, for Zero Tenacity in specific, it does set them up a little bit nicer to have that kind of more comfortable mid and or potential off lane pick, which probably they're already going to look to start flexing the Sand King. It's not the worst matchup in the QoP, but definitely not the best. And Dark Mago is, I think, particularly good at laning on the QoP. Definitely gets a lot of support as a mid laner as well. So I'd expect Warwick. I would say he's the kind of player who would definitely stomach this matchup, and the way Dark Mago plays it, but I don't know if he should.
5 seconds.
So already maybe looking towards alternatives.
Here's my question, Rojo. Give me a chance. Give me a fraction. Give me a percentage that this is flex to a Schofield QoP.
It is probably not
Dire team
more than 10%.
Oh, okay.
So
I guess we're not. What was it? 739. That was all the kind of random support QoPs because
I
you were
mean,
playing this.
Radiant team
10% or so is still pretty high.
Yeah.
all things
Yeah, fair
considered.
enough.
Goes down a decent penny when you do get that Shadow Demon. Of course, Omisho is great at it, so they'll probably keep this slightly open. Definitely Shadow Demon very, very good against Sand King. Of course, there's some nuance to the matchup that Sand King can get on top of Shadow Demon, which does feel quite nice. You do have some sustained damage after the disruption, but realistically, this is just catch Shadow Demon or be useless, kind of. Or I guess catch a lot of heroes, be super ahead. Realistically, the Shadow Demon just nullifies a lot of your potential bursts. Is very obnoxious to play against, and we've seen that that's a pretty common go-to for Schofield. Also makes it harder to go into this next kind of set of picks. Not always that you need to consider the Shadow Demon for every single thing that you pick up, but might be worth noting, keeping in mind. You don't really want to play specific heroes that really need to kind of buff themselves.
And kind of interesting as well. Generally, right, you should have an idea about what you're gonna pick, like this first pick in the second phase. And that's kind of what you're banning for. A little surprising to see them take this long. Will be a Muerta. I mean, the calling into QoP is pretty good all game.
Very good
but
Shadow Demon, callings. But I think that maybe Zero Tenacity is a team that would be willing to flex this to support. Again, even though I think it's a little bit less common this patch. Certainly something I think that Zero Tenacity would be willing to do in terms of comfort. And in terms of just player skill, Moose and Desire are very, very skilled support players. They used to play a lot of Muerta individually. So they'll probably keep it open. I think if you get a good game for the carry Muerta, it has looked really, really incredible. So I actually don't mind it too much. I'm just a little worried that it could walk into something. But again, I think since they can play it on support, might not be the worst, all things considered. And straight away, Doom is going to be tiny as well. Or,
you know, could be.
Could be.
Doom
It
and a
certainly
Muerta.
could be.
If you go and get Muerta Doom before Pierce the Veil, it's just a dead hero. So that feels pretty good. Doom in general feels really strong right now. If you're playing at carry, you're playing at off lane. Gonna be a Rubik instead. Oh, okay.
And it's a really, really fucking good Rubik game. I mean, that is disgusting. Muerta Jakiro Sand King. I mean, get this guy an Ags.
Here's like, what's your
this guy an
target?
Ags.
Right? Like there are so many good spells for this Rubik.
It's
what
always
are you
Ice Path.
prioritizing? Always Ice Path?
It's always Ice Path. Then it's probably Burrow Strike. Then it's probably Calling, and then it's probably Dead Shot. Realistically, maybe Macropyre thrown somewhere in there, but it's a.
All right.
If you can get the Ags on Rubik this game, unironically, it's like the most absurd, just ridiculous game. I mean, particularly Dead Shot just is a disgusting ability with AOE increase.
Hear me
of
out
course,
here.
the Rubik.
Same thing. Rubik, well, waiting a little bit in the fight so you get the curiosity stacks. Epicenter. Ag's Epicenter.
Yeah. Ags, I mean, unironically, it would be good, and you would get you'd get a lot of base damage, but you'd also get the spell or spell.
It would
AOE.
cover, yeah,
Now they
the
pick Tidehunter.
entire screen.
And we know exactly how strong the Rubik can be in the Tide as well. And I'm actually really surprised that they picked Tide. Again, I mean, first of all, again, I don't think maybe they should have been eyeing this Sand King for mid. I don't really love it the most, but I also think that this is kind of one of the situations where I don't love Tide. I mean, you're playing into Doom, first and foremost. That's always a red flag, necessarily. QoP is pretty decent against Tidehunter. Granted, you don't care much about the damage reduction he does. The Purge isn't very relevant once you get that Ags. You're playing into Rubik. Ravage is always a great steal. Ags Gush eventually. I mean, maybe don't worry about that, but the Anchor Smash is particularly strong as well now that we've seen that it applies based on your attack range, and you get a lot more damage as Rubik with this Curiosity.
Yeah, especially into
so-
Jakiro and
I like
Muerta as well, right? These Jakira hits twice. Muerta is trying to hit 2 people. Anchor Smasher real good.
Yeah. No, I mean it's very good against Sand King as well, mind you.
Okay, they're due.
They're
No. They're doing it to him. It's-
Wait. This might even just. This is really funny. Whatever is happening is really funny because I don't know if they even want. Well, they're giving them the opportunity to pick Thusa, right? They just banned the anti-mage, so if they wanted to take Thusa and put this Muerta as support, they can. But maybe they're trying to bait it, or maybe it's some advanced form of BM that us mortals wouldn't understand. But it puts them in a really funny position for Zero Tenacity. I don't know if I would honestly give credence to it, and they go Lone Druid instead, which I actually do like. Yes, there's.
How is Lone Druid in 741? Because it has been just the brunt of so many changes in the last couple patches.
I'd say it's pretty strong on average. It's very much a specialist hero, so you're always kind of looking at that, see how Dream does end up kind of doing on it. But realistically, I mean, I think it's pretty strong. It has good scaling relative compared to what Lone Druid kind of previously used to have. It still has that strong laning phase. Definitely the Ags is very, very good on Lone Druid. You're not a hero that cares that much about getting doomed or disrupted. You can do quite well into Doom Rubik game in theory, or Doom Rubik in lane in theory. The Infernal Blade's a bit annoying. Probably that's one of the biggest things. The Quap is maybe not your best matchup. But I like something that can give them some tempo, give them vision to play around, have just a strong hero to centralize your draft. And it's also not that bad against Dusa. If South American Rejects were really eyeing towards Dusa, Lone Druid definitely doesn't mind building a diffusal, doesn't mind getting dispersed later in the game, kind of kiting the hero with roots and fears and whatnot. So overall, I mean, I think the hero's in a solid enough state that teams are starting to kind of pick it up and look towards it. South American Rejects kind of disregard the potential Dusa. They go instead for a Slark. It's a bit of a precarious Slark game. There's a lot of things to catch you. But granted, if you can stack up, if you can play these fights, even if you can get something like a Mage Slayer, if Dream doesn't get perfectly far ahead, there's potential. But I don't think I would have gone for the Slark myself.
No, there's a lot of stuff on the ground, so you're not going to be able to stay alive as well. I mean, there's Ravage, there's Roar from the Lone Druid, Ice Path, Macropyre, the Call. Literally every single hero has AoE damage on the ground, or AoE damage + control on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
I mean,
this would typically key you towards a pretty rough Slark game. It's also not going to be good into Tidehunter Muerta. That's a pretty tough lane.
No.
Very, very high pressure between those two.
You can steal stacks from the Lone Druid Bear now, though.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you might actually be good at 1v1ing the bear, but that's a bit of a pipe dream. I don't like this Slark very much, although for Wits, I'm sure he feels confident in playing it. I think he can mitigate some of those issues if he just plays really well on his timings. For South American Rejects, it clearly fits their style of just running at the enemy team. You're going to have bonuses from Doom. Going to give maybe potentially a decent bit of space to Schofield and Elmisha to play around. So ultimately, I do think I like the South American Rejects draft a little bit more. Again, a little bit worried for Warwick's game. I think Warwick is probably going to be, honestly, one of the single determining factors for this game, because he could very quickly become very useless, or he could be the complete answer to this with Slark. He could be the great answer to kind of bursting these heroes, playing off of Ravages and playing with Desire. There's a lot for Warwick to do, and I think if he doesn't get enough net worth to do it, then his hero is probably never going to do it.
Okay.
Thing for him.
Theory crafting for you, friend. I don't know if it's good. It's probably not good. But Mage Slayer is this item that has been buffed insanely in the most recent patch. Once you get Ags on Sand King, Epicenter applies right-click, applies on-hit effects in every Stinger proc. Is there a world, like, with it may not be this game, right, because you're only really reducing Quap, maybe a little bit of Doom, but Mage Slayer, after Ags on the Sand King, just to kind of bulk apply, kind of like the whole, Pangolier effect, the Ember Spirit effect, these heroes that go and just get Mage Slayer applied on everyone to pretty significantly reduce the damage in the game.
Probably not, but it's an interesting idea. I think Sand King, just needs, unfortunately, 2 specific of items. It's very rare that you can fit
a different item into your build past really anything that, I mean, past your Ags. You have a little bit of optionality. You can go a defensive item usually, but that's pretty much just BKB or Bloodstone. You'd have to be pretty far ahead of the curve to be considering a Mage Slayer. This here's just very specific on the timings, and your farm does slow down pretty significantly at one point if you're not getting kills. Wits. One thing that I don't mind necessarily the most either regarding the Slark is that at least one thing I do like is having that extra night vision is going to definitely be a boon to the way South American Rejects plays. They play very well with vision. They play very, very aggressive. And it is going to kind of key you in, I think, a lot earlier on some of these Tidehunter initiations, some of these Sand King initiations. Could be something to find that kind of niche advantage that the Slark is definitely going to need to abuse in a game like this. And 3 runes for them. Nicely done on Almisho.
And one of the really nice things about getting this lone druid off the races, you have an extra hero. Although, even as I say that, if the lone druid is not there, they're getting 4 for 0. So, you know, good shot, not gonna land. A little bit annoying there, but I mean, even still, right? 3 for 0. You talked about South American Rejects. They already looked incredible in game number 1. Now here they are. Nice little start to the game.
A little bit of a bow on it. It should be, this bot lane should be quite difficult. Almisho can find some opportunities with the disruption, and they are ultimately both high HP heroes, so the Infernal Blade can do some value there, at least onto the bear. But yeah, realistically, it's Shakiro, Lone Druid. Not much of a stronger safe lane, truthfully, that you can draft. So they're just going to be playing to drag waves. Almisho already doing so. Frank wants to hold the wave as much as possible. Going to be a little bit rough. Frank not going to have the same start he does. And definitely one of the things, at least, is, I guess, actually, you can't level the Spirit Bear anymore, huh? So you can't actually get rid of the Infernal Blade anymore. That's one of the interesting changes. Is mid lane, Warwick got quite low, but he actually did win the Sentry battle. And Dark Mago has no mana, so actually ending up really, really well. Lane state for him. Nicely played onto Warwick. Schofield. Pretty low himself. Got Desire, though, in the end there. Just a little bit of HP to play with. He's kind of baiting with these Fairy Fires. Nicely, nicely done. Getting an early kill on the Schofield. I don't mind that. I want him to get to those Ags. Absolutely.
Yeah, dude. That is the dream, right? Any Rubik game, please go get an Ags. Have some fun. This is why people play Rubik mid, because the like possibility of stealing 2 spells, even if Rubik mid's not great. And that's the pub star experience. So, yeah, this game in particular though, it's nutty. So good.
So many incredible spells to steal. If you could get Deadshot, Ice Path, the game would probably just be over. Desire. It's gonna try and prevent that, I'm sure. Topside though, this is not. Unfortunately, this lane does have a decent bit of pressure, but the Rubik is, I think, kind of good at mitigating it ultimately. So for Wits having his lane at the tower, you can't really walk up that much. Saltwater Shiv definitely makes this matchup into Tide slightly more tolerable. In terms of just getting a little bit of advantage in the regen there.
Actually kind of interesting that they do have this, they have Schofield playing in the safe lane. All right, because this is not his normal lane pairing. Generally he is gonna be with Frank, but what have they identified that says, we really should put Rubik with the Slark, or maybe the other way to say that is, we really need to put Jakiro with the Doom, or sorry, Shadow Doom.
I think it's more of. I mean, it's a little bit, I think, of enabling Schofield. Actually, I do think he'll have a better time up here, but it's also quite nice. This damage reduction, the potential telekinesis to get them out of range. I think Rubik is just better in this lane ultimately. Will trade nicely as well in the Muerta. So I think it's mostly about the support matchups for sure, getting a little bit of a better time. And Almisho, again, he's a lot more comfortable, I think, to sit down here, kind of go down on the levels, give Frank a little bit extra, potentially save him when he gets gone on. Better disruption part as well.
Yeah, probably also the thing that Urban just kind of gets eaten alive by the bear.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I'm not quite sure if that's true anymore. It used to be the case, certainly, but this new Entangling Claws might not be quite as painful. I don't know. I've played a lot of old Lone Druid, very little of new Lone Druid.
And mid lane, very, very nicely done. Dark Mago has gone 2-0-2-0, so really trying to pressure, but Warwick's done a really great job. His His Sand King prowess is showing he knows how to use the sentries. Not all mid players do, mind you. So he's gotten an advantage for most of the lane on that. He's down a little bit, but the Water Rune was stolen over by Moose. Really good. Yeah, just really good recognition. Doing some great damage onto Dark Mago.
So how, as we get out of this laning stage, it's not, I mean, we're 5 minutes in. It's still going to be up there for a little bit longer, but it's not nearly as, I don't know, disastrous. I don't know if I want to say disastrous, but yeah, not nearly as bad as it was in game number 1. You don't necessarily have Wits just snowballing out of control. How does this game have to go for Z10 to have a chance? Because again, look, game 1, they had this crazy deuce out draft, even if the rest of the draft wasn't great, and they just did not have the space.
I mean, I think this is honestly fine. All things considered, Nefrit and Desire taking decent trades onto Wits up here.
Yep.
But particularly Warwick is getting to 5. Soon El Misho dying on the bot side is very nice as well. I think they've set themselves up pretty fine already in this early laning stage. Maybe not shutting down Frank as much as you'd want. He's actually just about even with the laundry to net worth. That's a tiny bit unfortunate. But Warwick, again, he's hit his levels. He's low in net worth because he spent so much on consumables. But he has okay mid control. He can eventually farm some stacks. Towards Moose.
And Dark Mago does have Sonic Wave. Warwick, he's not level 6 just yet. Oh, spent it on really on other spells in the Shadow Strike. So
Soul Ring, interesting.
Yeah, that's. Well, we're gonna lift back for now. Gonna find Desire into the calling. Nice rotation from Schofield. And Desire should burn down here. There we go. Schofield gets the kill. Curiosity, indeed. Soul Ring's weird, bro. Right? Like it's take
strange.
even more damage from Scream. This is not the Slark setup where you hit level 6's work. Ooh, we'll get the creeps. Does miss Dark Mago, but you do more self damage now from Screen of Pain. So I guess you have some lifesteal, but not enough to sustain a Soul Ring necessarily. At least I don't think.
I kind of like it, honestly. I've been a pretty big Soul Ring believer for most of my Dota life. So I think it's just kind of the best mana item you can buy, realistically. Maybe it's a little bit weird or hard that he doesn't have a Null Talisman. I'd probably supplement it as well with that myself. I think it's honestly pretty okay. You do take a lot of damage. I'm assuming maybe his kind of mitigation of that will be at some point getting a Voodoo Mask, because Warwick he wanted to come over for the Wisdom Shrine, but it's just a little bit too late. So I'm not actually able to secure that one. Still trade 1 for 1. But yeah, the Soaring is just kind of the best farming item you can possibly buy. So my best guess is that Dark Mago, you don't take any damage from creeps, so he'll sustain that way. Should be mostly okay for him. I'm probably kind of noting that he won't be engaging the most with the game. Wits having a bit of a tough time, top all things considered. Nefrit is a bit up in the net worth, but now that you hit level 6 on Wits, you can start going back up to full.
Yeah, you're pretty fine. And in fairness, when I'm thinking about Scream of Pain, I thought it was just you do damage. When I read the patch note, I internalized it as you Scream of Pain, you do damage to yourself, not damage reflected from hero. So yeah, that is a lot easier. Is looking for a Doom level 6. There's the Banish. This should be a dead Dream. There's the Doom, the damage, and now he's just gonna try to run out of here. Got to be careful that it doesn't get denied. Not quite gonna be able to make that happen. And now the calling is here though, and they're looking for the trade. It's a tanky Doom, but is it tanky enough? Running off into the corner, will be able to go get taken down. They trade, they spend Doom. I mean, all in all, I think it's probably worth it for Z10. You don't want to lose your carry, but you trade the big spell on cooldown. Probably not too upset about that, I don't think.
I would say it's probably worth it, honestly, for the rejects. Unfortunately, they lose Schofield, so that definitely makes it feel worse. A little fish over for Nefrit. If they hadn't lost Schofield, I do think that overall that play is anything you can do to just set the Lone Druid back, because he's not even level 6 yet. Desire taking a lot of damage as well, and they're gonna actually try again. He's again still does not have you. Oh, he just got it.
Level 6 right in time. Ice Path as well. They're gonna root this up. Sonic Wave is really nice. Now you gotta run on out of here for now. Moose will fall, and this is the death you cannot afford. If Dream goes down here, he's not gonna have a bear for quite a while. So he's playing right around the Rosie. Not a lot of mana on Dark Mago, all things considered, but as you point out, he does have a Soul Ring up in 10 seconds. Goes forward, Shadow Strike. Dream
Not.
under the tier 2. Should
Yeah, he'll heal.
gonna have the bear regen trying to bring him right back up enough to stay alive, and that does appear to be enough for now.
It's still very dicey though. Again, not really the position Dream wants to be in. I mean, all things considered, his net worth is perfectly good, but you just rather be winning this lane. You don't want to lose this tower early, and Moose looks like he's gonna get caught out here. So field rotation is nice.
Yeah,
Not
nice ice
many
bath, but,
levels on the supports, just kind of across the board. Schofield, despite his amount of kill participation, 3 out of their 5, it's only 4.5, so he'll come towards mid soon, I'm sure. Dark Mago Soul Ring will feel decently nice once he does go back. Guess that lane to Schofield. But this position, yeah, it's much more. It's just not where you want your Lone Druid, you know, back in the jungle. Furthest possible camps right now at level 6. Just recognizing how difficult it can be. And I mean, even, you know, the Lone Druid, again, doesn't care too much as the game progresses about Doom. But for the early portion, when Frank has this much net worth, when he has drums, that Doom onto the main hero for Lone Druid is a very significant threat. Eventually it's that Ags, and, you know, later when the bear has items that you don't worry as much. Not the case for Dream for quite some time.
Even then, though, sure, the Axe is its own thing, right? The bear can be its own hero, but up until that point, a lot of Lone Druid survivability relies on the lifelink from the bear.
Yeah.
So if you, especially if you doom this bear before he goes and gets true form out, he should die like 10 out of 10 times. The bonus HP, a 500 at level 1, right? You move from less than 1,000 here at level 6 up to 1,400. I mean, that's a big deal. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to matter for, at least my read of this says, you know, it's going to matter for quite a while. And yeah, that is the question, though.
Go ahead.
This Lone Druid, when we see Ghost play it, he's always just going Mjolnir into Ag, like second item as quickly as possible to decouple the bear from the hero. Is that where we take it this game? Is there? I'm not super up to date with Lone Druid builds.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, there are, I think, different variations where you can swap for an Echo Saber or Diffusal. You can play a little more with your bear, but I think the Ags is just far too strong. Definitely something you want to pick up very early into the game. So I would assume the Mjolnir into the Ags, the Ghost typically aims for, is a pretty solid reach here. And one thing that is slightly concerning me, Warwick's, he's gotten quite a bit of his levels, but he is still about 1,000 gold from his blink. It's not horrible, but it's not quite where he'd want to be. I think quite yet. Not really any stacks that maybe he just cleared a couple from Desire, but I don't think there was too much focus on getting extra camps for him. So he'll be at a roughly slight behind position. Looks like they should be coming back here on South American Rejects. Again, I just really want Warwick to be on pace. I think this whole game, it's going to be a difficult one for him. He's not able to, but he might actually pick up a Schofield here with that end is.
Calling sounds dead shot, but he's just so far away. Schofield, the movement speed here is, it just gets out. Nice read. A little bit too soon. Desire not able to go get the dead shot in the right spot. And I mean, works. He's got good levels, but yes, you're right. He is still about 1,000 gold, 800 gold away from this Blink Dagger in a game, in a position where, like, the best Sand Kings, we're seeing them 30 seconds from a blink.
Yeah, not usually it's off the back of these stacks. So he will look top.
Yeah.
Want to get this tower. It's definitely very tough for them that they lost this early tower on the bot side. Makes Stream's life very difficult.
Oh, on top
For
of
now,
Wix
he's-
calling as well. Does get the shroud off, but it does not matter. Yeah, this is what we were talking about. The amount of stuff on the
carries.
ground.
They're on Dream now.
Well, they're going to try to find him. Sonic. I mean, Dream he does have True Form ready to go. Going to try to TB out Infernal Blade. We'll be able to go cancel that one. So that's not great. Does still have a bear available if he needs it once he spawns back up. So it's not the end of the world kill that we sometimes see with these Lone Druids, but even still, trading the carries. It's not great.
And it's also just, it's so much net worth to Frank. Partially the issue. Warwick, he did his blink. Perfectly great timing. Very, very good levels. It's not too much actually to end up worrying there. He even gets a shield rune for his efforts. It's nicely done, but yeah, Dream, his position in the game is just very hard. They've used these smokes as well to place a ton of wards down here. I believe they both actually did get, one of them is right outside of sentry range. But they did catch another one if they ever do find it. Gonna smoke up.
Find Schofield. Shadow Strike into the Calling, and not Shadow Strike, but Burrow Strike into the Calling, and
Different strike.
yeah, you know, it's fine. And that is the blink reveal. So, you know, we talked about it being a little, it's actually not all that bad, especially off these kills.
Not well.
Question now, though, is what are you going to be able to find? You got the one kill with blink, certainly, but now bridging the gap. Because the next big item you want is 4,200 gold. It's going to take a while. You don't really have this kind of mid-game item progression sometimes you get. What are you going to be able to find next? For right now, Schofield gets himself Sandstorm. It's a great farming spell. And now you just can't push the tower.
That's very, very close to dying, Schofield. He'll just deny it anyway.
Okay.
If they want to look potentially towards Wits, which I think is definitely a good place to start to look to punish. But he's finished a Mage Slayer, so he's not necessarily that weak, but Schofield looks like once again. Same spot. Fool me once or something like that. And Doomed onto Nefrit.
That is I mean, Doom into this tide. You talked about it, but Burrow Strike just trying to buy space. Doom still, though.
Tick.
We'll be able to go take him down, and Warg just has to blink out of here with the shield rune. Very awkward sequence of events as now Moose will get taken out as well. You commit Epi to try to keep your Tide Hunter alive. It's not going to work, and at the very least, you can TP on out of here. But, yeah, that's your first Epi for nothing. And now they're going to be able to go double Wisdom as well, yeah.
Yeah, this is...
Maybe.
I mean, not the greatest. Seems like they... being annoying on Desire, but can't actually punish it. Not much gold on Desire is a little bit frustrating. This Muerta definitely wants a bit more. Some levels would be nice as well. It's definitely struggling a bit on Z10. I think particularly the biggest issue is, I mean, this early bot tower dying and Dream just not being able to play the map really is... It's a huge issue for the Lone Druid. It has not enabled their lineup to kind of do exactly what it wants to. Nefrit, because of the Doom, because they have, I mean, the prolonged fights with the Slark, doesn't mean that he can't play as maybe forward as he normally would like to either. Might change as the game progresses and he gets more and more. For now, he's 2100 HP, so it is still quite hard, but it's not the easiest. Frank, they could get this one, and they blink out onto El Misho.
I mean, taking down El Misho is really important to make sure you can get the rest of the kills. But Sonic Wave says absolutely not. Dark Mago comes in from the edge, goes on top of Work. Work trying to go, will not even get El Misho. Oh, it's a disaster. Unmitigated. Moose is going to fall. Dream is doing what it can. And you know, there's a Ravage. Trying to get this Doom down at very least. The Rubik Lift says, nope, you don't get to do that one. And now Wits, there is a fat, tasty Tide Hunter. He's going to go try to eat up. Now, Tide is still, decently tanky, difficult to take down, but this is a Slark. You give him a beefy boy, and he will eventually chew him down. And now 7,000 net worth lead, 15 minutes in. Is it fair to say that this game is falling off the rails, Rojo?
No, absolutely. And yeah, certainly Wits not minding a little bit of blubber on his meal there. They have not found what they wanted with Warwick. They're going to look at Dark Mago, but it's just canceling the Epicenter. Maybe he sticks around long enough.
Well, there's going to be Ice Path as well into the Calling, but they're layering it. It's not perfect. And Dark Mago gets on out here, blinking 7, Burrow striking 2, looking for an edge angle, but no. Cooldown's not there. Dark Mago gets out. Yeah.
He's going to blink forward, I think.
No, they don't have it. They might go get moves. Actually, yeah, moves is just dead. Work blinks in. That's awkward. Finds Schofield, and there's that. So they are going to be able to trade supports, but Wits is here, and they have no damage for him. Not really. Haste Rune's a problem. That gets him leashed up, and this Lark is dominating. 22 stacks. 5 per minute. 16.5 minutes in. Man, that execution then, the trying to go take down Dark Mago, they layer the Calling with the Ice Path. So the silence just is not perfect. If they just layer that a little bit better, as Bear's now going to go down, yeah.
Oh, no.
You do so much. Slark is so good against the Bear now with Now Desire. Hello. 6 stacks. I'm a little sad, though, with all the changes to the hero, the Bear being a hero. You do not, apparently, get permanent Slark stacks for killing the Bear.
A little bit sad there, but I'm sure Wits is plenty happy on
Oh, well, you do get stacks for killing Dream.
Oh,
3
the
hit.
neutrals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's a very, very small mitigated loss. hesitant, very, very hesitant to call it a win. Yeah, this game is completely off the rails. Just, I mean, this is not the position you can ever get yourself in as the lone druid in Warwick. And he has felt very pressured to make things happen. 10 blinks out, moves will die again. Witz is not very threatened by these ground spells.
No, not really. Early he was, but now Warwick eats a Sonic Wave, gets up to the high ground, but Witz really wants it tied. Not quite going to get him as it gets feared away. But yeah, 8 permanent stacks now. Even if the neutrals deny the hero, he died with your stacks on him. So Witz does get himself the bonus stack there, and he's walking. Not again.
There's no way.
Oh,
no, he just gets instead. Oh, didn't stick on it. He got a definitely one kill, I think, but doesn't matter much anyway. Gets Cofield on Warwick. Now he's gonna pay the price.
Yeah, how dare you?
Another stack. It's like, part of the big issue. I mean, definitely losing that bot tower, that lane going as poorly as it did. Frank just having an incredible Doom game. Maybe letting him have Doom, and there's a couple things that you can definitely point to, but making these kind of moves without the level 12 available on Warwick as they go on the Nefrit as well. I just have to pop Ravage. I don't know if this even saves you.
Yeah, no, it's not. Remember, this wasn't even a save attempt, right? The Shadow Demon on El Micho, this was an aggressive. Just hold him in place for a second. Let the leap come off cooldown once again. And like, he doesn't even have Silver Edge yet.
No, Dream.
He does get True Form off, and they're not dooming him. So there is that. They just don't. Bear on bear action. Here comes the Rubik Bear, is going to try to run forward, but they do doom. You know, they doom him anyways. And that is going to be a dead lone druid once again. Now Warwick. Yeah, telekinesis bear. He's pretty tanky, all things considered. But Warwick is doing a little bit of damage. Schofield continues to kite on out of here. Will die to the Pierce of the Veil, but Witz is having a great time. Warwick goes back. This is the opportunity. Oh no, he dark packs the Ravage. Well done, Witz. Kites out for now. Starts to heal up. Sonic Wave takes down more. Now Warwick looking for some way up the high ground. Does have Burrow Strike in one. And guess what? The Tide Hunter is going to get eaten once again. Oh, they're not even going to get this, Slark. He's banished. He's fine. And I'm not going to lie. I saw those voice lines, and I really thought for a second that was Z10 tapping out.
Maybe it should be. Maybe it should be. This one is just so brutal. They are really, really on top of their game here for South American Rejects. But it's, Z10 just, they draft these kind of specific drafts and haven't been able to just connect in the ways they want to. A lot of small things really, really punishing them. South American Rejects also just playing very, very well. And Dark Megasol 15 with an Ags.
All right.
And that full Kaya. Silver Edge finished. There's nearly nothing to be done.
Witz has the Shadow Blade. Next item is an Octarine Core, right?
Naturally.
Yeah, it's for the mental warfare.
That'll get you a pretty high win rate, I think.
Yeah,
It's
you know.
definitely struggling in this game.
Yeah.
To think of ways to win this one.
Yeah, if you're just hiding under your tier 2 tower is not a fun place to be. But hello, look at that. A Broken Tide does have a Kraken Shell trying to keep himself alive. But yeah, just more stacks. Deadshot actually really nice. Keeps him safe for now. Remember, Slark hit
a moment is Dream, by the way. This matchup is so brutal. They're gonna try. I don't think they have it. Maybe with the calling.
No. Bear root. That's gonna be one bear down. The calling your. What the hell, man? They're not even gonna get him. I think eventually he's gonna die here, but unfortunately the rest of the team is gonna fall here as well. Witz is just feasting, having a great time. Breaks the tide, goes godlike, and Schofield has something fun stolen.
Dark Mago gets it.
How dare you, Dark Mago? Schofield is having such a good time.
3 sentries, by the way, on that. There and yeah, the 3 sentries is, I think, what really sent it over the edge. Huge loss. Sits there and
all right, I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, that was we go and we cancel our friend's TP with with the disruption. Good times there. I mean, they're having a great time at this point here. This game probably over from like the 10-minute mark, maybe 12. Don't know exactly when it started to fall off the rails, but yeah, Rojo, we were a little bit worried about this Slark, but with all the ground targeted nonsense that can make Slark bad. But turns out if you're just good at the video game, none of that matters.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of extra support that Wits was
Yeah,
getting,
fair.
but he played it quite well, itemized decently. And South American Rejects they look really, really tough to beat. And Zero Tenacity maybe looking a little bit lackluster there, just really greatly disconnected in some of their kind of plays and ideas and trying to make up for one another, getting punished time and time again. But ultimately, as much as that is and as much as that were, South American Rejects, they did look just ridiculously good. Very, very nice play all across the board. Very, very, very seamless. Nothing you can really point to in the second game, especially that they did wrong.
Yeah, it does beg the question though, as we have two highest profile South American teams right now in South American Rejects and Heroic, both with new hot blood talent in Wits in Tai Lung. Who would you rather, after seeing all the everything that's happening here, who would you rather have to build a team around?
I mean, I do really like Tai Lung. I think he is very good, but I mean, obviously slightly different tier, but Wits is looking very solid. So for the moment, I think he is he's feeling promising. That's who I'd put my bet on for now. I'm hoping that this streak for South America Rejects continues, as a little bit of personal bias myself, but absolutely I think Z10 they have some things to look at. They got to clear up a number of things, although they are very talented players. I think they absolutely have it in them. It's just these are some games that might be worth checking.
Yep. Speaking of games worth checking, we should probably take a look at what this series means for the entire standing here as we finish up at least the mainstream on DreamLeague Division 2. Of course, I think there's some other games that are still happening. But as of right now, Power Rangers 2-0 on top. South American Rejects looking very good. One win Enigma Galaxy in Group A. I don't think that's too surprising. Top of the group as well. Anything else stand out to you, Rojo, as we, again, take a look at these and the standings thus far?
Not anything too crazy. I mean, definitely Power Rangers 2-0 makes a lot of sense here. Starbacks and Bitcoin maybe teams to look at, as I'm not sure exactly if they have the toughest matchups or just if they're not doing too well, as those are also rosters with a lot of promise, very much so. A little bit inconsistent still. So for that Group B, I think they're going to be important to look at. Group B has a lot of, I think, inconsistency in general. So could be a pretty bloody group stage over here. So at least that makes for some fun games, huh?
Yeah, and of course, the Starbacks and Liga team are playing right now. I don't know what the score is. I think they're maybe in the game too. 1-0 for Liga is what my producer is telling me. So they're in game 2. Still a shot there for Starbacks to come back. I know it's always fun to see how they're able to do. But yeah, bloody Group B. Group A maybe a little bit more cut and dry, but we're going to have to see as this continues. For now, though, we are done here. Day number 1 in the books. Bunch of Dota. There is, of course, going to be even more up through Thursday. Maybe some tiebreakers. We would love some tiebreakers. They're always fun. For now, though, that's going to do it for us here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Go check out Liga versus Starbacks on ESL Dota 2 Ember, as that is still happening. Games are still going on. But again, for us, we are done here today. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this.
satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. You got it. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need.
I never